almost done. The Nexus is
it's
there.
over.
This is going to be the first best of 5 series the Chiefs have ever lost. And Sin will take on Legacy tomorrow. Cupcake's on top of him. Exhaust has gone down, but Nexus has gone. Shockwave on Ryover. He's still going to pick up kills. The Nexus, it's so low. They get it. Legacy have done it. They're going into the grand finals against the Direwolves. Legacy put up their last stand, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like it. Direwolves hammer on towards the Nexus. They can taste it. They feel that they are the new champions here in Oceania.
Hello and welcome to this Day 1, Week 1, Game 1 of the OPL Split 2 for 2017. My name is Michael Hingersing and I'm joined here at the Analyst desk by Bradley T-Gun Seymour from TM, and also on loan from the LPL we have Zach Rusty Pie. Thank you both for being here. And I'm very excited. T-Gun, new team, new split. How are you feeling about it all?
Pretty confident. Definitely better than last season. It's
Sure.
not hard to be better than last season,
You guys got
right?
relegated. Did you guys ever end up doing those nudie runs or... For no?
It's PG
Sorry,
show.
I apologize.
PG
Yep.
show.
And Rusty, you've obviously been LPLing for a whole night now so far. You've had 2 shows, 1 show now.
2 shows
Two
now.
shows. How are you guys feeling?
I mean, fantastic. It's good to get back into casting, just back into watching League of Legends all over again.
Yeah, it's an exciting time to be getting back into League of Legends because this split, the winner of the OPL will be going on to represent OS at Worlds, which is very, very exciting. So let's take a look at today's schedule, shall we? We're going to kick things off with Direwolves versus Chiefs. This is a massive rematch from last split because these guys have never actually played together with their full strength rosters. We're going to be then transitioning on to our second game of the day, which is Abyss versus the newly promoted Regicide team, who have come up from the OCS. So, you know, before we get into these games, though, I do want to talk about last split very, very quickly. Just do a quick recap. Obviously, Direwolves won. They went across to MSI, had a kind of a disappointing showing there. I think they would agree with that. But our MVP for last split was the AD carry of Legacy, Lost. And what I'm interested to know about from you guys is when you look at these 2 teams we're playing today, any of these people could be the MVP of this split. But also, I mean, you had some pretty rough run-ins against Lost.
He hit me in the head a lot with his Varus Qs. Don't want to talk about it.
Yep,
I'd rather talk about how Schoenfire would make a very, very good claim at wanting to be the MVP both last season and this season. If you ask him, in his head, he was the MVP. He's already the MVP this season. I guarantee if you ask him that, that's what he'll say. But you're right. They all have a really, really good ability to say that they will be the breakout performer of this season.
Yeah, and credit where it's due, right? Lost, I think he's my boy. He's a very fantastic player. I've always had a bit of faith in him, and it's good to see him finally spreading his wings in a new team. And we'll have to see what the future holds for him if he can continue to be an MVP-worthy player.
All right, well, let's get to today's first game, Direwolves versus Chiefs. And like I said, this is a very exciting time because the first time these guys played last split, Direwolves, their jungler was Sybil because Schoenfire he had a 2-week suspension. The second time they played last split, Chiefs were fielding a B team because of a competitive ruling. So, I mean, what are we looking for here? I mean, the Direwolves kind of had a disappointing showing at MSI. So how do you think they're bouncing back from that, Tigger?
They took a bit of a break because they deserved it, right? They performed extremely well for, 12 weeks roughly, and then played at MSI. Came in with huge words, huge expectations, didn't back it up. All right, so now they need to redeem themselves, and that's what they're going to look to do both in this game and the whole season to prove that they are the #1 team now. They don't want to be looked at as a flash in the pan.
Yeah, and the same thing applies for both of these teams, right? The Chiefs, they arguably have much more to prove. Direwolves failing on the international stage. Well, they still got to the international stage.
Absolutely.
The Chiefs finishing with an unprecedented 4th is very surprising, and they're just as hungry themselves. Gone to Korean solo queue, very prepared, you would have to hope, coming into this, but there's not a lot of time to play as a team. It's mostly solo queue, mostly League of Origin. There was other things in the way.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, when they went to Korea, it was only 3 members of the Chiefs who went. Raze and Swiffer didn't go, so it was just Spooks, Swiper, and Ejim who went. The Direwolves, however, didn't go to Korea this time because obviously they were, in MSI and doing other stuff. So let's talk then about changes to the game because I want to talk about these 7.11, 7.11 patch changes. I mean, we're going to be seeing new things, including new champions on the Rift. And I think for you, I mean, we've seen Blitz being picked in LCK, so that's exciting for you, T-Gun, right?
Yeah. I mean, the biggest change is the Doran's Shield change. That's what's enabling picks like Blitzcrank and removing picks like Karma. I say removing, she's still played, but to less prominence because you don't really pick the poke champions anymore. You want the champions that all in very well, like Blitzcrank, like Thresh. To a lesser extent, champions like Leona might come back and just create this really kill lane-centric bot lane.
Well, let's talk about these Doran's Shield changes. Rusty, I mean, break it down for us. What actually has changed and how are we seeing this item picked up more in games?
So Doran's Shield basically, the biggest thing it gives is an extra potion to the AD carries, but above that as well, it actually lets you sustain through the lane just that little bit better, which is why the poke champions are gone. Every time you take damage, you regenerate extra health, as well as its passive health regeneration. So to push out an AD carry, nearly impossible now, and that's why the only way you can push out an AD carry is by killing them. And so you do see the Blitzcranks, you do see the Threshers coming through. Most of the Ignite users, they want to be aggressive in that bottom lane, actually get 2v2 kills now, not just push them out and break a turret.
And we're also seeing new champions, Xayah and Rakan, obviously. We've seen Xayah being paired with Blitzcrank. Do you think we're going to be seeing some of these new champs on the Rift today?
I hope we see the Blitz, obviously, not a new champ, but personal preference. I'm expecting Xayah to be picked at least once throughout the day. It's a very, very strong pick. Rakan, a little bit more situational. But I still expect to see it.
I mean, you're both support players, so what is Rakan's strength in terms of, is he strong by himself, or does he need a team comp to work in specifically?
You need a team. His laning sucks. Call a spade a spade. His laning sucks.
Oh boy.
All right? But when he gets to the mid game, when he gets to the late game, if your team enables it, he can be probably the best support you can pick, in my opinion.
And he's super good at protecting AD carries in the lane. So whilst his laning phase may not be great, outside of laning phase as well, he's fantastic if he has other champions that can complement him. If you've watched League of Origin recently, you would have seen Ejim picking it up, so I do expect to see it today, just because he can wombo with the team. They've got that wombo available, and Ejim looks so proficient on the champion. Even if the laning is weak, you can complement that with something like a Caitlyn.
Well, moving to the jungle, this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Spooks v Schoenfire. Do you guys have any opinions on if there's a skill mismatch there at all, or if they're both? I mean, they're both, two of the best junglers in Ice right now.
I think it's actually just goal dependent on what the junglers want to do. Schoenfire is all about Schoenfire. Spooks is more about the rest of his team. He'll play the champions like Nunu and try and enable the rest of his roster. The question to me is when you look at these junglers, can Spooks hold on to Schoenfire actually aggressing and going forwards? And will they actually have winning lanes, the Chiefs, to prevent Schoenfire from doing that and keep it equal? Because then you look at the Chiefs as a slight edge.
It's also about how restricted the jungle pool gets. With the new ban system, generally you're going to see a lot of bans there, especially Zac. I don't expect Zac to get through today. No. But if Zac doesn't get through, then Elise becomes the strongest pick. Does Elise get through, or does it also get banned out? How restricted are their pools going to be to sort of work towards the goals, like Rusty was saying? What can they do? And that's really going to be draft dependent.
All right. Well, before we get into the game, let's take a look at the teams getting ready right now in the OPL studios here at Riot. Let's take a look at the Direwolves first and go through their lineup. King.
All four of them.
Yeah, their top laner is Chippies. Their jungler, who we just spoke about, is Schoenfire. Their mid laner is Fantix. King is their AD carry, waking up there. And Destiny is their support player. And speaking of Destiny, I mean, he's a massive Thresh player. Thresh has seen a lot of play in the meta, T-Gun. And do you think we're going to see that today, or will Chiefs just ban it out?
They could ban it out, but at the same time, then you're banning it away from Ejim. He can also play it in his own right. So it's sort of a catch-22. Do you ban it from Destiny and sort of let him go to his, I guess we would say, second best champ, right? I don't think it's ban-worthy, personally.
Yeah?
I think there's plenty of things you can pick, but
I guess
where do you go from there?
Like, it's dependent on the side of the map as well, right? If the Chiefs are on blue side, maybe they do ban the Thresh because they have a higher priority first pick, and you know that they'll get it on red side. It's really draft dependent. But like in the LPL as an example, of course, I've been casting that league. Thresh is banned pretty much 100% of the time. It's kind of absurd.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's take a look at the Chiefs getting ready in their studio, shall we? And go through their lineup. You see these dudes just being pretty chill as always.
Much more awake.
Go through their lineup. Their top laner is Swiper. Their jungler, who we were just speaking about before, facing off against Schoenfire, will be Spooks. Their mid laner is Swiffer, who did not go to Korea with the rest of them. Their AD carry is Raze, who also stayed home. And Ejim, we're just talking about the potential Thresh pick from him. He is their support player. The coach in the background you see there is Volt, who's finishing up with the guys he put on Twitter today, saying this is going to be, he's winding up, he's going to go back to uni. Education's very important. Look, I'm a dropout. I wouldn't know. All right, let's move on, shall we? I'm going to get you guys' predictions before we get into this game. T-Gun, Direwolves versus Chiefs. Who is going to be winning this first match of the OPL Split 2 for 2017?
The smart money's on Direwolves.
Sure.
Right?
You're back of the smart money.
No. I'm going to go with Chiefs, 2-1.
Chiefs 2-1. All right. Rusty, what do you think?
So I have on OPL tips Chiefs 2-0 just for no particular reason. I tried to look at it and change it today, and it wouldn't let me, so I kind of committed to that. But here on the desk, I'm going to go for Direwolves 2-1. I just think their individual talent can get them across the line.
Absolutely. All right. Well, earlier this week, we sat down with both teams and talked to them about what they've been doing in the off-season before this first game. So let's see what they had to say.
MSI went pretty bad for us. We didn't do as good as what people expected of us and what we expected of ourselves.
I knew Direwolves were taking International League of Legends a bit for granted because, obviously we've had a lot of experience overseas and we know what it's like.
I said a lot of things that I believed in and they didn't come true, so I want to earn that trust back.
When you're actually playing against these teams and they're putting so much pressure on you, they just make you look worse. I think that's what we saw at Wildcards with the Direwolves as well.
Going overseas really highlight which areas of our gameplay we need to improve on. And since that's so clear to us, I feel like our goal is just really crystal clear in our minds, and we know exactly what we need to do.
I think the only games we need to win are actually Week 1 and 10 versus Direwolves. I don't think we should lose to any other team besides them.
Direwolves are definitely, obviously, the strongest opponents in our group, and winning the regular season games is obviously, again, more important because of the gauntlet format.
You'd never want to drop games to mid-tier teams or bottom ladder teams because it just means that your run has to be longer at the end of the split.
This split, we're doing a lot of structural changes in the way we practice every day. We were playing 3 scrims a day, working over 10 hours a day, but it doesn't matter how much you work, if it's effective or not.
We're putting thought into our process of learning rather than just grinding out games mindlessly, because that wasn't very effective.
If you look into the past OPL splits, a lot of the time, there's only 1 or 2 other teams where we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that we're ready for this match. We can't just roll over them. But now the OPL, I think any team can beat any team in the top 5.
I think OPL 2017 Split 2 is going to be the most competitive season of the OPL that's ever been. I think this is a split to show who's truly the best in Oceania.
For us, it's just going to be take it by week basis and make sure we're equally prepared for all of the top 5 teams.
I really want to beat them so people shut the hell up about, Chiefs still being the best or whatever.
I actually haven't seen as much determination in my team as I'm seeing at the start of this split. So I'm really excited to get into it.
It just feels good to beat the team that's always been the best, and yeah, that's why I'm so excited about this match, is because I want my revenge. I want my revenge. I haven't got it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into the first match of 2017 Splits 2 of the OPL. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Jake, Spot, and Tiberi, and that was some feisty words from those 2 teams.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know that they want to beat each other right now, Fish, because when you have a look at it, Direwolves put in so much hard work last split. They got their just reward, went overseas for the first time, and now people are still doubting them. You saw Fantix at Origin, you saw King at Origin. They were able to take it out. They look terrific. Honestly, Direwolves have to be going into this first game as the red-hot favourites because they just deserve it so much.
They certainly do, but the Chiefs, they have such a big legacy in Oceania as well. They're kind of like the old kings, and the Direwolves have come in and taken the crown away.
Yeah, they certainly have, but when there is an upset like that, when Direwolves do storm in with a new roster, a roster that Chiefs have never played against in full, you do have to respect what Direwolves was able to accomplish. Does that mean that this game is going to be one-sided? No, I think that the Chiefs now working together had that rude awakening, but I think it just takes more than a week to get back into it. But the best thing about this is we get to find out, because we're already in pick bands.
We certainly are. The first match of Split 2 is going to be Direwolves taking on Chiefs. There couldn't be any better match to kick things off here in the OPL. And
arguably Legacy Direwolves would have been a good one to kick it off with.
Probably.
Return of the last split final. I would have taken that one as well.
Probably.
We have all three bans from both teams coming out already. Syndra as well as Galio and Thresh banned out by the Direwolves. The Chiefs, they're going to take away Elise, Cassidy, as well as Zach. First pick for the Wolves will be Gragas.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. I mean, at League of Origin and in the other regions, we've seen that tanks with shielding are just so strong at the moment. We see a lot of hyper carries being played. It takes a while for them to come online. So anything that is able to be beefy in the early game just through champion selection is going to have that natural buff. I mean, hell, we saw an Urgot win. So there is just so many weird picks that you can play on this patch. In saying that, that's a pretty well-rounded bottom lane if they want to pick it up in the first couple.
Let's see if they go for it, because Zaya is a very promising AD carry who has been played widely in solo queue, was released during the off-season, so we haven't seen too much competitive play yet. Rakan, though, as Tegan was saying on the desk, is very situational, but these two have lots of interactions between one another.
I don't give a damn what Tegan said on the desk, honestly, because we saw Ejin play this pick to such a higher level. He went over to Korea. He was playing it so much in the solo queue over there. He was able to make it work. Obviously, he's come back now working with Raze. I've seen them 2v2 a lot on the live server at the moment, just getting into custom games. I really am excited to see how well they can pick off the new dynamic duo.
On the flip side, though, the Direwolves have locked in their bottom lane as well. Varus and Braum are their two picks of choice.
Yeah, and Varus is just super standard. We know that King still plays it both ways, with the penetration build as well as with some attack speed. The thing that I'm excited about is how well Destiny plays Braum. In the past, we've said if Destiny gets his kind of champions, he's able to do incredible things. And he's going to have to block so many of those feathers coming out of Zaya just for this team comp to work, because it is a very go-forward team comp so far. So a lot of pressure, because Braum historically hasn't been one of his big picks.
And the Chiefs, they've locked in their jungler as well. Lee Sin has been picked up for Spooks. The last time a split started for the Chiefs, he picked up Lee Sin in one of their first games and didn't play it for quite a few games after.
Yeah, just Spooks Q after Spooks Q, flying around there, missing everything. In all seriousness, though, he's actually a very good Lee Sin. He had one poor game, and even at the start of that game, he had some fantastic kicks. So I'm not surprised that he goes back to it. Definitely has his confidence back. Was able to climb to Master in Korean solo queue as well. So certainly has the ability to pick up that champion, gives him a lot of early game pressure.
And the next few bans have been finalized between the Direwolves and the Chiefs. Jace as well as Fiora, the last two bans from the Chiefs. Orianna and Cassiopeia, the bans from the Direwolves targeted towards Swiffer.
And let's just have a look at this mid lane priority for a second. Syndra, Galio arguably, Orianna, as well as a Cassio, and then you have Cassidy and Jace all being taken off Summoner's Rift right now. That leaves a huge hole in the mid lane champion pool, and Swiffer has locked himself in a counter pick here because you know that Kennen's going top lane.
Yes, we'll have to see what Swiper is going to be able to do with this Kennen, because the Chiefs team comp now, with Lee Sin and Kennen in the front line, it's a very squishy team.
Potentially, I think Rakan will get slightly big through the tank stats. He's able to get a lot of surprising initiation, and of course that Courage of Colossus shield will help him out. That is definitely going to be an AD Kennen, however, so you're correct. That is a little bit less frontline. And now diving onto all those squishies is going to be a Vladimir. I mean, straight away, you think that if Fantix wins the early game in the laning phase, he's going to be able to take over Summoner's Rift.
And the final pick for the Direwolves is going to be Graves, so Schoenfire will take that champion into the jungle. We will see Gragas heading into the top lane for Chippies. And you're right, Swiffer does get his counter pick here today. He knows he's up against a Vladimir in the mid lane.
And that's worrying, because I guess the response to Vladimir is normally a lot of consistent damage or Orianna. And pretty much Syndra, Ori, as well as Cassio being taken away. You also like to play things like Cassin into Vlad just to force him into a side lane. Talia will do a good job in the early game, but you still have to watch out for that Vladimir scam.
So the pick of choice for Swiffer to take on Fantix Vladimir is going to be Talia, which makes sense. Lots of consistent jamming, lots of consistent damage,
yep.
as well as good wave clear from the champion. Two things that Vladimir struggles against very early on.
Definitely, and when you have a look at this, it's going to be at least two pushing lanes. Kennen should be able to push in. He has the range advantage. Probably going to go shield. Talia should be able to push in mid lane for the first couple of levels at least. So we'll see whether that sets Shern behind. Because so many times we saw the recipe for success for Direwolves in the last split was push up those two lanes. You have Fantix, you have Chippies, arguably uncontested in their roles at the end of last split. then you have Shern invading on the enemy jungler and taking away the top side of that jungle CS. So a lot of pressure on Spooks to be able to secure that, but also now see whether Shern can adapt to having 2 losing lanes.
It almost feels like, though, the onus is on the Chiefs to win the early game here because it's such a squishy team come. The Divers can sit back, scale up. Once they get a few tanky items, they can go to town on the Chiefs.
Completely agree with you. As soon as you lock in Vladimir, the onus is on the other team to get ahead. If they don't, then you're just going to have unrivaled late game damage and you have access to that back line. We've already said there isn't much of a front line for the Chiefs, so they're not going to be able to keep Fantix out. So big pressure on Swiffer to shut him down.
Certainly is, and on top of that, Spooks has to do well in the jungle to be able to get that rolling for the Chiefs. He's up against Schönfire. The two have never really faced off in a competitive game yet, and Schönfire's on one of his most comfortable champions of Graves.
Yeah, and even though they haven't played competitively, I mean, this rivalry's gone for like 4 years. Back when I was helping out the Chiefs a little bit, they were playing Shern against us in scrims, the Direwolves, and he was an absolute monster even back then. One of the best Vi players when Vi was really strong. So Spooks definitely knows the matchup, and Shern has given him headaches in the past.
Well, he's got his chance to redeem himself here today as he gets his first match against Schönfire on a competitive stage. We are on to Summoner's Rift for the first game of Split 2 2017. Chiefs taking on the Direwolves. But for now, let's check in with Hingers, who I believe is standing by with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sharp right now, coach of the Direwolves. Nope. We're just being told which camera to look at. So how are you guys feeling? We saw in that video that you guys are kind of redoing a lot of the way you guys practice. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, we've just had a bit of revision on how we're approaching the split. Last split, we were a bit chaotic in the way we practiced and the way we prepared for games. So we're coming in a lot more prepared in a sense and having quite a thorough schedule and sticking to that schedule to increase our efficiency in learning.
Well, also today you're going to be facing off against Zyra and Rakan in the bot lane. Have you guys had much practice against that? And what are your kind of thoughts as that as a bot lane?
Yeah, we haven't actually had too much practice against Zyra and Rakan both together, but we do know that Braum's a pretty solid pick into it. Obviously with the interaction with the shields and blocking the feathers and all that, but yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how that bot lane goes. So, yeah.
All right, well, thank you for speaking to us and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Ending on that note, you can already see in the bottom lane so much action taking place between these two teams. Good jump in by Egypt to get the knock up down on towards King. 2 summoner spells blown by the Direwolves and forces King back to base very early.
Exactly right, and you can see now they're trying to zone away and deny CS instead of pushing in early into Braum, which is very hard to do. Really like that aggression. One thing I want to point out is that Egypt hasn't gone for Coin, Rakan. He's actually picked up a Spell Thief, which historically has not been the case. Seen a lot more Coin starts. Coin, of course, was changed a little bit where you have to be able to gather them. Maybe didn't want to contest that against the Braum. So instead going for a very harass-heavy kind of lane here.
And funnily enough, I got to talk to Egypt as well as Tegan about this during the League of Legends League of Origin. And Egypt was saying he likes Coin in lanes where he can't actually poke the enemy champions because he's never going to get gold from it, he's never going to upgrade the item. Whereas Spell Thieves, he's able to poke in lanes where there's a melee support, not too much damage coming out from 80k, which kind of makes sense when you're against a Braum.
Yeah, it certainly does. So I like the pickup, see whether he can get it ticking over efficiently. Coin does give you a little bit of mana sustain at the moment, however. Still someone's Spells Thief, so it's not going to be that much of a difference. As you said, just more harass coming out. You can see that straight away, Shern wants to get aggressive, is actually trying to invade top side of the map, get in behind the cannon. And we'll see whether this is going to be an early game gank. He's got double buff already. Please show me Shernfire, not mid lane. We have a pause.
Yeah, unfortunately there is a pause here on Summoner's Rift. But you're right, Shernfire's been able to sneak in right behind Cannon in the top lane. He was able to jump over towards the Rift Hell pit, dash over that wall. So we'll have to see if he's able to pick up first blood for his team here.
And this is going to be unsuspected from Swiper for a couple of reasons. A, Graves normally does full clears. He's one of the safest junglers. He farms very, very quickly and doesn't really lend that much CC to a lane. So that's why you normally see him full clear the jungle. At the same time, Swiper already warded out the river because he knows he's going to be pushed up. However, because Spooks didn't take topside, Scuttle Crab didn't offer him that protection, there was the dash over the wall. And there is enough CC that comes out of Gragas at this point in the game with Flash Body Slam, as well as that Q going to go down and allow for the movement speed slow, that you can take Cannon off the Rift. Really onus on Swiper right now to be able to dodge that combo, otherwise he will die.
It's also curious to see what level he's going to be when this gank comes through, because Cannons, they either go a little bit more passive by picking up the Lightning Rush at level 2 so they can escape those ganks, but sometimes if you're pushing out and you want to be a bit more aggressive, you take your W or your Shuriken. and that's going to be dangerous to Swiper if he's already done that.
Generally, you should start W and go for the harass, and then you should take E, because you have very little AP at this stage of the game, and Q just doesn't do all that much. So I would be very surprised if he's picked up the Q. It's kind of like Renekton, where you start Q and then go E straight away. You have to be safe in that lane. As you can see, it looks like it's Fantic's computer that we're working on right now. However, it depends whether he's at level 3 or level 2. So we'll be able to check that out. Looks like he's pushing in, so he should at least have the experience advantage, you would have to think, for Swiper. But, I mean, Graves, at the moment, doesn't take Thunderlords anymore, so we'll be able to keep up with him with the Storm Raiders and really be able to chase him down that long lane.
And as much as Graves is one of those junglers that likes to go for full clears, clear his side of the map, reset, pick up a couple of items, and continue to snowball that way, Schoenfire is a very aggressive jungler himself. So Swiper might have a feeling or two that he could be right behind him.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he is aggressive, but he's not normally an aggressive ganker. He's an aggressive invader. And when I saw him, I thought that, maybe he was going to try and challenge top side of the map. Of course, that wouldn't be the case because Spooks is a Raptor starter generally on Lee Sin. So Sherm would know that. I mean, we had a lot of games of Spooks Lee Sin at League of Origin that Sherm would just be able to pull up footage. Of course, Sharp was a coach of the Vic squad as well, so would have been able to see Sam put in that work. So we'll see whether this is something that they really are able to read, because I think that this is unsurprising. I was surprised when he went for this early game.
Well, let's see what happens in the top lane for him. It feels like he has to get something rolling for his team on the top side of the map now after that start in the bottom lane for the Direwolves, because King sent back to base really early. Now the Chiefs bottom lane have a massive lead.
And the problem is if he shows and he doesn't get the kill, Spooks is just going to go straight to his double golems, and if you take away double golems or the Raptor camp early, you get such a big golden experience advantage. And it is very hard to catch up from that, because as soon as you're a level up on Lee Sin, you're able to 1v1 the Graves pretty effortlessly. So we'll see whether that is something that Shern is able to do. It's such an interesting matchup, the Chiefs versus the Direwolves, because you have a team that's kind of built around pushing lanes and a jungler in the Direwolves, and then you have a team in the Chiefs that really is Spooks is a facilitator. I mean, he's there to prop up losing lanes or help a bad lane through a matchup, maybe camp out Swiffer's lane if he gets any freedom. They really are clashing playstyles in that regard, and right now, Shern has made the first move.
He certainly has, so we'll have to see what's going to happen to the top side of the map for the Direwolves and how Spooks is going to impact the bottom side of the map once he shows top lane. Because even if Shern gets a successful gank top side, if Spooks can make his way into the bottom lane and the Direwolves push out, that could potentially be 2 kills for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it certainly could be. The other thing to note is that Kennen doesn't really lose the lane after 1 kill. I mean, he's going to come back. He's still going to be annoying. Probably going to go towards a cull if he has enough of the gold, and then just continue to spam out. I mean, really, Gragas will start being able to shrug off the harass at triple ring as well as Boots 2 pick up, probably the tabbies coming through. But it's never going to be like that effortless lane for Gragas. He always has to be careful.
Yep.
So an early kill is definitely nice. It will get Shern ahead and allow him to start that snowball. But really, as you said, for the Direwolves, the big worry here has to be the fact that King is behind half a level. And if you ever give up that experience advantage in the bottom lane, they hit level 6 before you on both champions, especially Zaya Rakan, can spell big worries at that mark.
Especially when you're up against Raze and Ejim, 2 players that have played these champions time and time again. Unfortunately, we're still in this pause. As you can see on the screen, it's potentially an FPS issue, I believe, with the Direwolves computers. You can see Victor right behind them, trying to fix as many of them as possible. But unfortunately, we're going to be some time before we can get back into this game.
Yeah, we've been let know it's going to be about 5 minutes. We'll see whether that is the case. We'll keep you guys updated as we find out more. The Zaya Rakan lane was interesting on the early aggression, because normally on Zaya, you see Q picked up first to try and get the early push. But you saw that they actually went with a W start, which is a lot more extra harass damage. I want to see if they play this again, whether that is because of a melee start or just because they got that very good engage from the Rakan.
It also helps out because of the matchup, Zaya-Rakan synergy. When you pop W on Zaya, Rakan gets it as well. So at level 1, gives you plenty of attack speed to do that extra bit of damage you need.
Yeah, it certainly does. And there are so many cool interactions between these champions. You're going to see that also Rakan gets a longer range on that E, going to be able to dash very far out of the team fight. It catches you off guard a lot of the time, as well as the recall that, able to join each other, get back to base at the same time. So it is very interesting that we're seeing them played at the same time with all those synergistic elements.
And we'll get to see more of those interactions later on, but for now, we're still in this pause. So to bring you guys through this one, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Strong start to OPL. Split 2 2017. Thank you, the casters. T-Gun, Rusty. I want to start in this pause by asking you guys about Fish. Because he's misquoted. He's misquoted you. Well, he's attributed your quote to someone else, Tegan.
Yes,
Do
he
you want
has.
to elaborate?
Yes, he has. So at State of Origin, we saw Ejim play Rakan.
Please, League of Origin, please.
Sorry.
Legally
it's the only Origin for me.
Sure.
And I argued with Ejim and Destiny pretty aggressively, saying Spell Thieves is what you take when you can poke the enemy, not coin. And they both said, no, Tegan, you're an idiot.
It's a separate issue.
Obviously.
And here we are.
Well, that may happen, right? That may happen to be true. He's taken Spell Thieves.
Yeah.
He's taken Spell Thieves.
And then Fish comes on
Fish, Fish has decided to say that it wasn't me.
Yeah.
And I am
misattributed.
I am angry. I'm very angry right now that the one thing I've done properly in quite a while, all right? I don't do much correct, but this happened.
All right.
Has been misattributed.
Let the record show that it was you who suggested Spell Thieves over Coin, not Ejim. But let's talk about the Chiefs bot lane. So Zyrakan, we've seen it for the first time. They got an early. They burnt King's Flash early. So is this kind of? I mean, you've obviously played against it and as Rakan a bit in solo queue and around the trap. So is this kind of how you expect things to go?
No, I didn't expect it at all. I think that Direwolves expected Ejim to start E, which is his shield, or maybe even Q, which is his heal. So when he started the W and got the knock up on King, it was really just unexpected, and they just ran them down and burnt the summoners. And that was really, really smart by the Chiefs to just take that sort of line of play into it.
Yeah, of course. And going for Coach of the Colossus with your Rakan as well, naturally at level 1, if you hit the knock-up, you're going to be able to win the trades. When you've got Zaya, it was mentioned on the caster desk that you've got extra attack speed and just on-hit damage. Braum, very reliant at level 1 on getting the 4 hits off with his teammate. But if someone starts the skirmish knocked up, then you 100% lose that trade and have to back away. Braum wants to hit the level 2 mark, so he has the shield, or they'll just outright lose.
Right. Well, there you go. Okay. Well, I think we are ready to go back into the game, so thank you for your insights. But it's now time to hand it back to your casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thanks, Hingers, Rusty, and that other guy. We're about to get back into this game real quick. Thankfully, I believe this pause has been resolved here.
I actually really like these intermissions where we just send it back to the desk, they hang some shit on Fish, and then they just toss it back to us. Like, that was one of the best pause breakdowns I've ever seen.
I still have no idea because I did not reference anything Tegan said because I knew he was very vocal about Spell Thieves. Destiny is very vocal about Coin. Ejim was on both sides of the story, and the only thing I focused on was Ejim because that's the person playing Rakan
Tegan is
today.
actually ripping out his hair in front of me right now. He might be bald when we get back to the analyst desk. I don't know. Because and you're upsetting a man that is about 3 times bigger than you, by the way. So I'll just watch yourself, Fish.
I can bench Tegan. That's all right. We're hopefully getting back into this game real quick as Tegan walks right past us.
Please get me back into this game because, it's going to be interesting to see whether it works out, however, because there is one thing about saying you can harass out, but it does lack the sustain that generally Coin brings you, a little bit more regen coming in there for the health pool. So it will be interesting because if anything goes wrong down in that bottom lane, Ejim might be a little bit stuck to trouble.
Definitely could be. I like one point we'll get into that point later when we focus on the bottom lane more because Shonefire is right behind Swiper.
Here we go.
We should look at that a little bit closely first as Chippy's going to be chasing on forward. They are level 3, so Lightning Rush has gone through. Stun comes out on towards him. Body block, flash forward. Slow does not connect, but they do burn Swiper's splash. That will force him back to base.
I mean, that's still absolutely fine because you got Chippy's flash out of it as well. Swiper's just going to be able to go back to base. The wave's pushing into Chippy, so he has a mini freeze there. But as I said, not picking up the kill means that all of a sudden Spooks has access to that bottom side of the jungle, is able to get some good deep vision as well as take away the Krug. So you now know that underneath this turret, they can harass pretty much whenever they want.
Yep. King moves up with Destiny, sees that the Krugs have been taken, only one small Krug left remaining. King's going to try and pick that one up for himself. He is taking so much harass underneath these turrets. Level 2 at the moment, resets
hate to see it.
That's not great.
Yeah, and now all these creeps aren't really set up either. And as we keep saying, the harass that will come out from Zyrakan underneath turrets is pretty strong. Need to watch out for using too much mana here, though, does Ray. And they're also just missing creeps.
At about half mana now in the bottom lane for Raze and Ejim, who are constantly keeping the smoke up, making sure they keep King and Destiny locked down underneath this turret. This kind of frees up Spooks to move where he wants to and just kind of shadow Shernfire almost.
Yeah, it certainly does, but at the same time, Shern has timed out the Raptor camp really nicely here. So he's going to be able to take one away at the same time. So catches up in that experience as well as the CS. Now we'll get back to base. You can see that Spooks already has his shop there. And Chippy's burnt the teleport as well. So everything across the board, pretty even.
Egypt tries to go for an engage down in the bottom lane. Destiny puts up the shield and blocks the majority of those feathers, so trades back and forth, both expending mana, but nothing else.
And you can see that mid lane as well. Something's gone a little bit awry for the Chiefs because Swift is behind in CS and is also getting pushed into his turret. That doesn't normally happen in many Taliyah matchups.
One thing we usually see in this Vitamin matchup is the mid laners taking either teleport or ignite, either to stay in lane a little bit longer or use the ignite for kill pressure. Swiffer has gone for Ghost. He's gone Storm Raider Surge on Taliyah as well.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Not even a Thunder Lords to try and win out the lane in the poke. Much more of a team fight kind of build. You can see that right now they're pinging out. Spooks would be on top side of the map. They've just got the wrong side. They think he's a Krug. He's actually just taken away the Gromp from Shern, and now potentially looking for a gank here.
There is no flash available for Chippies.
Chippies is pushed up a long way.
Spooks will have to take some turret damage if he goes behind him. Seems like he wants to recall and head back to base. Swiper is content with just harassing and farming out here. Spooks does end up going back to base. Shernfire will now spot that his camp has been taken away. Chippies does have a slight experience advantage at the moment. Again, engage on towards Destiny. Braum just takes no damage when he tried to get any form of harass or engage down on towards him.
And if you're the Chiefs duo lane, you have to get a little bit nervous here because you just force back King at level 1. He didn't even get to have access to the first creep wave, and yet you were still equal on CS. That's a little bit strange. Should be at least like half a wave up. The other thing is that they're starting to lose some of these trades just because they're engaging onto the Braum. And you can see, as soon as you engage onto the Braum, it just throws up the door. All the feathers kind of just do nothing.
Yep.
So a little bit worrisome for the Chiefs.
And as we mentioned at the start of the game, the onus is on the Chiefs to get ahead early on in this match. Top lane's completely even, bottom lane's becoming very even as well. And the mid lane's going slightly in Fantic's favor. So not looking good for the Chiefs at the moment, especially with the gold lead so close. There's 100 gold separating the two teams. And in fact, it's Direwolves with that slight lead.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's just completely even right now. Across the board, you can see that mid lane is going to be where a little bit of the gold is held. He's up by about 8 CS, so that's a creep wave. At the same time, Spooks is pretty even with Shern in the jungle, even though Lee Sin should not be able to farm as quick as the Graves. So that's where everything's being held right now. Invade coming in on the red buff, though. Spooks does not have Smite, so he's going to have to back away, although he does have the quicker collapse out of mid lane.
He also has the execute from his Q, but Shernfire is a level up above Spooks. Swiffer is nice and healthy. Fancy is chugging through his final health potion as well as using the Doran's shield.
I mean, he's healthy, but he has no mana. So really, what can he do if he engages over there? He's probably going to have 2 spell rotations. At the same time, Shern looking for Swiper again. Hasn't timed this very well, however, as the flash is back available, and he's already got the ultimate. So it's very hard to all-in Kenneth at this stage because he just stuns you up, and then you can't really do all that much.
He has put a lot of pressure on the Chiefs, though. As you can see, Swiffer has moved into the jungle trying to assist Spooks, ducking back into Fog of War. Shernfire is now going to work on his own blue buff. He should be taking that for himself. I doubt Fantix will pick this up.
And it just allows Graves to farm quickly. It's actually one of the best things you can do for a Graves is give him access to a couple of blue buffs, either the enemy or your own if your mid laner doesn't need it. So really like the fact that they're doing that. Ejim goes for 2 very aggressive wards here. Destiny probably going to pink out that brush, although he actually doesn't have one. So I think that's a little bit of a mistake. Returning to lane with just Sightstone, and now he's going to be caught out here by Raze.
Raze going to throw out the feathers, locks him down, gets some poke damage, but no follow-up from either player. Ejim is still level 5. Both King and Destiny, who were half a level behind, have caught up. And Ejim's now the one that's behind this lane.
Yeah, you have to think that maybe that gives Raze a little bit of a experience lead. Ejim is very well known for just leaving the experience. You can see that now he catches up, catch-up mechanics. Pretty OP in League of Legends at the moment. And really, across the board, everything is just incredibly even. And you would expect the Chiefs to have won topside of the map pretty heavily, but thanks to Jern's early pathing, has been able to get, the Gragas on even footing, as well as the Vladimir actually ahead.
Meanwhile, Spooks is able to give blue buff over towards Swiffer. Let's see if that changes the dynamics of this mid lane. He's falling slightly behind Fantix in farm, and Fantix will slowly starting to get an even footing in trades as well. He's going for his Proto Belt as soon as he possibly can. Already Swiffer trying to shove it back. There is some good damage from Taliyah, able to constantly harass this Vladimir. This is what we expected from the start of this lane.
Certainly is, and all of a sudden now you have a big wave built up. Fantix going to be able to be harassed. Second teleport actually used into the top lane bit. So a lot of pressure now bottom. if Chippies is able to just walk back to lane. And as he has such a big creep wave there, actually, Swiper pulls it back, so does the right thing.
But they're going for an engaged bottom. So many feathers thrown out. They lock down the Varus. Spooks is already here, jumping on top of Destiny. Good use of his ultimate to knock them all back. And they lock down Zaya as well. Ray's taking so much damage from the Winter's Bite. That's a forced gank bottom lane when Chippy's had his teleport available.
Yeah, it certainly was. However, Chippy's got all in out of Swiper, and he also nearly died. So, across the board, Chiefs get ahead in a couple of engages. Now maybe look towards a dragon pickup as they have got everything pushing in. Although with no summoner spells out of the jungler as well as the bottom lane duo would be an aggressive move.
So teleport is used by Chippies to get back into his lane, and that's a very nice engage coming out from Raze. We see the Zaya's not used a lot defensively to avoid spells. He used it offensively so he can get on top of King and Destiny without being crowd controlled and locking both of them down for Spooks as well as Asian to catch up.
Exactly right. And off the back end of that, they will actually take the dragon just because they were incredibly healthy. You can see that Swiffer actually going to be backing on a ward here. Shern's going to face check him. Shern needs to be careful.
Throws out the smoke screen. And will duck away from Swiffer, who still has his blue buff. He's caught up in CS since picking up the blue buff, but it's just been a farming lane between these two so far.
Yeah, and you have to wonder how much of this is just the strength of Duran's shield fit. What we thought would have been a very good harass lane for Swiffer turned into a pretty easy sustain lane, honestly. And you can see now Chippies actually has the purchases that we were talking about before the game. Ooh, Shern.
Smite away that final Raptor and be absolutely fine, but you're right, Chippies has picked up his triple Doran's ring as well as the Ninja Tabby, so he's going to be completely fine in this lane now until Swiper picks up his way of the Ruin King. He will have some sustain from the Bilgewater Cutlass, but not enough to keep up with Gragas at this point in time.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, and Gragas is going to go towards Iceborne Gauntlet, so his wave clear gets even better, honestly. Love the mini roller build out of Gragas at the moment. Just gives you a lot more options than you previously had in the matchup. And you can see that Chippies is actually using it to bully out Swiper.
Yep. As we mentioned, as soon
Missed a cannon creep. That was experience and everything. Like, I know that the cannon creep gold is kind of turning into a meme, but missing out experience on cannon creep is pretty bad.
Yep. And this is a melee champion zoning out a range champion, something you don't usually see.
You can see that he's just clearing with the barrels. Has been able to max that one up. And Swiper went the traditional AD cannon build. I think it's only really Marin that's playing the AP cannon at the moment. And, allows Chippies to have some really easy itemization here.
As I mentioned, Swiper needs to pick up a couple more items, but with this cheap build from Chippies, it's very inexpensive, keeps him online for such a long period of time, which you really need against Kenna, but mid lane.
Flashes!
Fancy's going for an all-in, trying to take down Swiffer, both of them trading fairly equally, but some of the spells burnt across the board.
And all of a sudden, Shern's face check Spooks. Does have to get the heck out of there. You can see that his duo lane's moving up. And no response really out of the Chief as of yet.
And this is a great play from the Direwolves. They know they've got an advantage mids, and they take
Here
over
we
the
go.
jungle. But look at this, going for the engage. Spooks going to get there first, but Shernfire's there as well. King and Destiny very low, but look at Egypt himself. First blood is picked up by Shernfire. They lock down the Zaya and Rakan as well. Egypt's only the last person alive for the Chiefs, and then engage goes completely wrong for the Chiefs.
Really nice engage out of Egypt. Actually was able to get the RW combo off pretty flawlessly, but Spooks kicked away King, and in the end, King was able to turn around with so much damage. You can see now they're potentially going to throw Egypt back in there with the wall out of Talia. The threaten is enough to keep them off the turret. So whilst they're able to pick up 2 kills and 1,000 gold leave, will not get first brick just yet. But you have to think this is warning sides because we think the scaling is already on the Direwolf side. And that's a big first play.
It seems like a very poor attempt from me there, but let's look at that fight one more time.
So this is what we're talking about. Able to get the ult onto 2 members, gets a big knock up, but then for some reason, Spooks just kicks away King. And that means that Shern comes in with so much damage at this stage of the game. They're able to pick up 2 kills. And you have to think that Spooks has made a couple of mistakes with kicks so far in this game. First game probably should have been a kill. Ooh, that's nice harass.
That is aggressive. Chippy's knocking Swiper back into a fully charged barrel.
I mean, now he can turret dive him if he wants to, so going to force him off another wave. Chippies has taken control of this matchup. Very well known for his aggressive laning phase and playing carries, but this time looks absolutely fine on the tank.
Let's see if that forces teleport out of Swiper. You probably won't, unless Chippy stays for this wave.
Even then, I mean, you just can't burn 3 teleports into lane.
Another aggressive move from the Chiefs here. Egypt taking the brunt of the damage. Shernfire's already on top of him. Here comes Fantix. The red buff is ticking, but he gets King from behind, shoots out a couple of arrows, will pick up that one. Swiffer's now going to die to the Ignite coming out from Fantix as well. Raze is trying to run away. This is a disaster for the Chiefs so far. Chippies is teleported in, up behind Swiper. Destiny's on top of him, gets the Witness Bride, gets him to stand behind Wrong as the man with the barrel will slowly headbutt him down. Destiny lives, and that's an early ace for the Direwolves.
And the Chiefs are being absolutely destroyed, Fish. This is why the Direwolves should be the favorites coming into the season. Just individual outplays across the board. Chiefs not able to win their lanes, and now with this terrifying team comp coming online, I mean, there's not really much you can do against the late game, Vlad.
Certainly not. 7-1 in kills. It's a 4,500 gold lead for the Direwolves, and they get the first turret. Most crucially, it's a mid lane turret that the Direwolves take down.
Exactly right. Rift Herald is also still up, so they can push out the mid lane. They're already winning top. Go take the Rift Herald whenever they want and just really rip the guts out of this game. Chiefs don't really have that many options left. I mean, they're not even really doing aggressive builds, and engaging onto a Braum just seems like a little bit of a strange decision here. Spook's caught on the back line. As you say, King able to get in there with a flank, and just no one can kill Fantix. He's an absolute monster already at 15 minutes into this game.
It's just so curious to me. You already mentioned, engaging on towards the Braum, already a questionable decision, but they had full view of Fantix in the mid lane.
And that's really poor out of Raze.
Held on flash for so long.
Yeah, and now Swiper's going to be taken down in line.
Caught out, King and Destiny rotate towards the top side of the map, catch out Swiper, and Schoenfire's there to help out his team in case they got into any trouble.
They're going to try and dive the Gragas. He is pretty tanky right now.
Oh, he's going for it. Let's see. Spook's going to lock him down. Swiffer gets out of turret range. This should be a kill for the Chiefs. That's well executed, but still, turret trade top side of the map goes in favor of the Direwolves.
I mean, it's going to be a 1-for-1, and potentially they're going to trade turrets if Swiffer stays down there. It's just whether the Rakan and Xayah can defend this structure. It's going to be very dangerous. You can see already that Fantix heading down. Ooh!
Egypt going for the engage. King gets locked down by the charm into the knockup, but it's a 3-on-2 for the moment. Chiefs fancy their chances. They will repel Direwolves from that second turret, but they didn't take down the bottom lane outer.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. So in the end, it is going to be Direwolves coming out ahead, still holding on to that 5,000 gold lead. Egypt's mechanics on the Rakan are still really impressive. The problem is that there's just no follow-up for it right now. They're lacking in damage. They're behind across the board. King has picked up 3 kills in this early game. And potentially it's going to be Rift Herald picked up. Really, only Swiffer can match the Gragas at this stage just because of how much armor he has. And no one can match Fantix.
And this is where Swiper's meant to come into play. He's meant to be able to go in those one-on-one lanes, sustain against either the Vlad or the Gragas, who are heavy sustained champions, but he just can't.
Look, he just takes no damage. Normally when you see Talia at this stage of the game, she's going to be able to shove out really hard. She's going to be able to get there first with the wall. And Fantix just does not give a damn about Swiffer.
Going for the engage again. Goes for the all-in despite being low on health. Flash away from Swiffer. Nice and early, make sure he doesn't take any more damage. Now fancies his chances against Fantix, going for the one-on-one.
Bringing in Spooks as well. Duo lane heading down.
Flash forward, here comes Spooks. Doesn't tag him with the Q as Fantix goes into the Sanguine pool to avoid all that.
Went for the flash kick there, and you could see that straight away Fantix still had pull available, gets 3 summoner spells out, only burns 1 in return, and opens up that bottom side of the map. Really nicely played out of the mid laner of the Direwolves.
Direwolves are playing fantastically in their first game back in the OPL. As you mentioned, favorites coming into this game, and rightfully so, showing their dominance again against the Chiefs.
I mean, I think it depends who you talk to. People had high hopes for this Chiefs squad. However, really is showing that Direwolves are here to prove that they're a legitimate contender again. And I think that they deserve that respect. I'm just not sure many people were giving it to them. And not much has changed from the grand final to week 1, it turns out.
Sure has not. Schoenfire. He mentioned he wanted revenge after their lackluster performance at MSI. Kicking it off with a win in week 1 of the OPL is definitely a good way to start just that. The Chiefs are going to try and sneak away a Rift Herald. Let's see if they can use that effectively to try and close this goal lead.
Gragas is over. They know he's here. So they can bring in the mid lane duo as well. They can get over the wall if they want, but can they actually get access to the buff?
Chippies tries to steal it, but good smite from Spooks will stop that from happening. Spooks will still pick up the Rift Herald buff. Now I'm curious to see how the Chiefs are going to use this.
Did Spooks just miss a Q on a red buff?
Yes.
Because if he did, that's a tilt-up. That is actually just legitimately one of those plays that feels really bad. And you can see that they're going to give up bottom lane turret because no one is responding to Fantix down there. I mean, no one can respond to Fantix down there. Farming ahead of the clock at Vladimir. 2 early kills. They're going to go towards the Spirit Visage, and Raze gets left behind. Has a chuckle about it.
I don't think that was very funny. I'd be mad.
I mean, should have got in the zone.
Spooks meanwhile is going to clean out the rest of his Raptor. The Chiefs are still about 7,000 gold behind the Direwolves, which is 20 minutes in is a massive gold lead.
Absolute, that's a huge gold lead. You can see the big majority of it is going to be in the AD carry position. About 4,000 of the gold is just in the duo lane. And then everywhere else, another 1,000.
Crucially, though, it's spread out quite nicely for the Direwolves. Yes, there's a big advantage for King as well as Destiny, but everybody's getting a piece of the pie. So there's not one person that Chiefs can say, okay, if we kill this guy, we neutralize that gold advantage they have.
Sure, but I think if you kill Fantix, you get a good chunk of the way there.
Good luck.
He's not that far, he's not that far ahead, but I think that in any comp that contains a Vladimir, if you kill the Vladimir, you have a chance in the team fight. If you don't kill the Vladimir, he generally kills everyone.
Well, good luck killing that Vladimir.
Oh, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm just telling you what the goal needs to be.
There's no health mitigation stats coming out from the Chiefs except for the one Ignite from Ejin.
Yeah, normally you see Morelli Nomicon picked up really early against Vladimir's. Instead, it is going to look to be something like Burning Face picked up from Swiffer.
No execution is falling by either Swiper or Raze.
Yeah, I mean, that's not going to come in for a little while. If you build execution is falling too early, you just, especially when you're behind, you just do no damage to anyone else. So they're not really looking to team fight right now. When they are, you expect them to go towards at least one Mortal Reminder. Once again, they don't want to go back together. I mean, Raze just shopped, so it doesn't really make that much sense. You can see that he's actually going towards what looks to be double Zeal item. The reason I say that is he's going for a rapid fire cannon or something like a static shiv. Obviously has another dagger as well, so potentially double Zeal. You can see that they've popped Rift Herald actually in the jungle. It's going to start from so far back, and they're looking to take bottom lane turret with it. Would be their first turret of the game.
Almost feels like they were forced to pop it there.
Yeah, they were. I mean, it was timing out.
Expire.
But they still started, and it's far enough back that if they're going to be able to get one charge onto the turret, should be able to pick it up. You can see that Chippy's doing the right thing, instead focusing on the creep wave.
So one charge from that Rift Herald will take out the turret.
And they've actually brought down Churn, so they're not going to get absolutely anything out of this.
Chippies will take that down nice and easy before it can even get a single charge onto the turret. So Rift Herald wasted here by the Chiefs, almost forced out of them.
I mean, and this makes sense. If Swiper is winning that one-on-one, it's a good Rift Herald because he's going to be able to chip Chippies out. Wow, that's a really bad sentence. He's going to be able to, chunk out Chippies and then force it onto the turret. However, because Chippies is just so confident at this stage of the game, definitely not the case. And Chiefs actually being forced out of top side of the jungle as well means that they're not winning the split push. They're not going to be able to get access to any of the Baron. Vision is denied. Direwolves can just rotate between mid and top and look to close this one out very cleanly. Has been a, honestly, great performance so far from the squad.
Near flawless from the Direwolves so far, except for that level 1-5 bottom lane. Even then, they were able to mitigate the disadvantage they had nice and early. But there's an engage from the Chiefs, forcing them underneath this turret. Teleport will come in from Chippies nice and early. They lock down Rakan straight away. They get the first kill already. Raze will flash away from that. Swiper's in the middle of the team. Big stuns, but is it going to be enough? It's not. King somehow survives. Swiffer is going to try and run away from Vertex, who's chasing him down. Spooks will tag him with the Q, but the Direwolves have already got 2 kills in this fight.
And that was a near perfect engage. They're able to get the big combo. Spooks, you're dead. That gives them access to Baron as well.
Too many slows coming out from Chippies. Vantex gets the transfusion to take the little bit of blood left in Spooks away. Swiffer now is going to get locked down as well. King throws out a couple of barrels, a couple of arrows, I should say, and Vantex just chases him down. 4 kills for the Wolves.
I mean, they just look so polished. They're going to have a tank that is available here to start up the Baron. It is warded. However, teleport was used. Only 2 members available in the Xayah and Rakan. They're not that low fish that this is a contestable Baron, unless they're able to kill Shern somehow, and it just does not look to be the case. I mean, Chiefs have to give this one up, as well as a 12,000 gold lead at 24 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's got to be a miracle steal here, but it's not going to happen. Fnatic Smite secures the Baron. 12-2 in kills, 4-0 in turrets, with an 11,000 gold lead and Baron buff ticking for the next 3.5 minutes.
And let's have a look at this again. 3 people get charmed up there. Ejim is on the back line, actually gets a 5-man charm nearly in the end. And you can see that the problem is no one does damage. They're flashing in, they're really trying to force this one. That looked like an AP cannon move, not going to lie. In the middle of 3 people, he just gets absolutely destroyed. And then, unfortunately, the sustain is there, the tankiness is there, and there's just no damage on the Chiefs. There's no way that they can really win a team fight at the moment. And it doesn't get easy as the game goes on.
After this, they got the kill towards Swiffer, move towards Baron. They took that. Now Mountain Dragon is going to be picked up by the Direwolves. Their second Dragon of the game, third Elemental of this match.
I mean, and they can take anything they want, really, at this stage. The map is their oyster. They really have put on a clinic in this game 1. And the big question now becomes, what is the change in game 2? Because the Chiefs felt like they got drafted into a corner behind mid lane being such a focal point. They had no answer left for the Vladimir. Looked like they did not suspect it at all, which is strange because Fantix has always been a huge Vlad player. And there was just a ticking time bomb put on this map.
And Direwolves' draft looked fantastic. It looked like the onus was on the Chiefs to get ahead, which you never really want to be in that spot. And on top of that, every single lane, as well as the jungle, just did well for the Direwolves, despite early advantages going towards the Chiefs.
And you can see that Spook's looking for the desperation play, is in behind them. However, no one else really available. They just don't care.
They just find Swiffer. They lock him out. He'll get taken down to kick the fight off. Mid lane inhibitor turret is already gone. Egypt tries to jump up as many people as possible. Good stun locks coming out from the Chiefs, but it doesn't matter. Spooks is that next target. Feathers have been thrown out. Swiper's next. No one from the Direwolves are dead as 5 members strong. They're going to push for the win here. Only Ray's left to try and stop them.
And they just don't do enough damage at this stage of the game. Direwolves come in game 1, 14,000 gold lead, 26 minutes in. They're going to take it.
And the Wolfpack's former member of Ray's watches helplessly as the Direwolves take down his Nexus. Direwolves go up 1-0.
I mean, if there is a statement to be made in the OPL, kicking the absolute crap out of the Chiefs in game 1 is definitely that for the Direwolves. And you can see they are smiling in response.
And we already heard it from Ray's. Like, this is the most important match for them. They're not too worried about week 2 to week 9. It's week 1 and 10 when they have to play the Direwolves. Those are the important games for them at the moment. Dropping game 1 in a best-of-3 series and not a great start for the Chiefs.
And I mean, just juxtapose those two people. I mean, you see Fantix's big grin. You know that he is very active on the roster as a captain. That's the 2 captains of the Chiefs, Swiffer and Spooks. They're kind of looking at each other like, what the hell do we do? I mean, look like they had strong lanes. Look like they got everything they want. Priority pick of the Zyra Rakan. That was definitely a curveball because not many people have played against it, and it just did not work.
Yep, it seems like every single aspect of the Direwolves play was near perfect, except for that level 1 play bottom lane, but it didn't even cost them that much. King and Destiny caught up nice and fine.
I mean, it should have cost them a lot. I mean, they got forced off wave number 1. Experience lead was to the Chiefs, gave Spooks access to the bottom side of the map, and Swiper didn't die. But in the end, King and Destiny were just able to withstand it. A couple of good skirmishes kicked off by Shern, and they were right back in the game.
Yep, great solo lane mechanics coming out from Direwolves. Perfect team play from them as well. They pick up near flawless game against the Chiefs. To break down that game 1, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, gentlemen, the smart money was on Direwolves. It turns out smart money was good money, and your heart was wrong yet again, Tigan.
Yet again?
Well, I mean, just, you know.
Come on.
You seem like a guy's been heartbroken before. I don't know that for a fact.
Just got heartbroken right now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this to you. No, let's talk about this game. I mean, that is a statement game from Direwolves. This is game 1, week 1, and they say, look at us. We are the team to beat for the rest of the split after that.
Yeah. And it's really hard to sort of take anything away from Direwolves that game. They just played really well the whole time, aside from the poor level 1. All my notes just say, you know, Chiefs did good things and then had really, really poor execution. I think that was just the tale of the game, was good ideas, bad execution.
Yeah, I'm happy to echo that as well, right? Their execution was actually quite poor, and we'll see examples of that as we go through. But from the get-go, it felt like it was just clean and easy from the Direwolves, and no matter what the Chiefs tried to do, whether it was execution from them or whether it was just the Direwolves playing around it better, is always going to be up for debate from this, because I was still quite impressed with the Direwolves.
I mean, was there something broader for you guys when you're looking at just how these teams are approaching this game? I mean, the Direwolves said, look, we have retooled our entire practice and we're trying to be more effective in the way we play. Chiefs, meanwhile, are saying, look, we're here and we're hungry. I mean, it felt like the Direwolves did look a much stronger team, and the Chiefs did not seem as hungry as maybe we thought they should have been.
I mean, I'd almost argue the other way.
Sure.
Is that the Direwolves were playing more slowly and just letting the map happen, trying to scale up, because that's what their composition was designed to do. They had the Vladimir, they were always going to hit late game team fighting extremely well, and they had the Graves that was trying to out-farm, whereas the Chiefs felt almost more hyphy, like they had to make the plays. They were forced into making decisions, and that's where things started to go poorly.
We can say that might be a poor thing for them getting hyphy, but at the same time, there was a lot of champs that they wanted to play. Like,
yeah.
Egypt has been very, very vocal about wanting to play Rakan, and generally when you play champs that you really want to play, you play better.
Yeah.
And he was playing well. Even the cast touched on it, saying his mechanics were looking really good. It was just...
I mean, Spawn and Egypt have said, we are going to be the best Zaya Rakan duo on the server, and obviously Egypt's holding up his end of the bargain. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, no. What?
No,
the thing he said.
That's definitely a Spawn thing to say. I can't actually contest that. I 100% believe you.
Yeah. But sorry, I interrupted you. But you were saying Egypt was playing well on Rakan.
Yeah. It's just, even if he plays really well, there's a ceiling to how he can play on that champion, especially when he's playing against a Braum whose whole identity revolves around just saying, "Oh, that's enough. I'm going to stop you right here, and you can't go any further."
Well, I want to talk about this pick ban phase, this draft phase, because picking the Braum into Zaya Rakan, I mean, Sharp said, "Look, we haven't had a lot of practice against Zaya Rakan, but Braum definitely blocks all those feathers."
Yeah. There's nothing you can do for Zaya. Yeah. Once the shield goes up, all the feathers stop in front of it, and we touched on upstairs. A lot of Zaya's damage is backloaded into the E. I can't remember what it's called for the life of me. I'm a player, not a caster, excuse me. But if the feathers all stop in front of you and you don't get any damage out of it, you don't do anything. And that's what happened. Braum just completely stopped their lane.
And Zaya excels when they come at you. And for the most part, everyone else on that team that wasn't in the laning phase was going to kill you if they came at you. I don't actually like the Zaya pick here, primarily because they first picked it. And I don't think there was any value in that. They could have went for the Lee Sin Rakan duo and have been happy with their first rotation. Got the jungler and support. Look at what the response was going to be because they first picked Gragas Direwolves. And Gragas is countered by Braum. Maybe they even wanted to pick that themselves, the Chiefs, like there's options there, but they buried themselves in this hole by going for the duo bottom lane and trying their best to make it work, when ultimately I think Caitlyn just would have been better than Zaya in almost every way in this game, because you still win bottom lane, you still scale better up, you've got better lane control.
Yeah.
The way the level 1 played out could have even been better.
But you don't have that sweet recall time.
Imagine that.
You don't have really cool voiceover lines.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Come
on. Because that's why we pick them.
Exactly.
That's why I pick it.
Pro play. Well, All right. Well, I also want to talk about the bans, and we'll get graphics up in a second. But I know you guys said earlier on, look, it's going to be a lot of jungle bans. You saw Zach, you saw Elise. We also talked about the possibility of a Thresh ban. That definitely came out. So I guess hats off to you guys for predicting this well.
I mean, for what it's worth, T-Gun, we said it was the other team that was going to ban the Thresh.
Yeah.
So
we didn't think that Direwolves would ban it off themselves, but we did say coming into it that their draft phase would be heavily influenced by Korean, by Chinese play, and that's what they've been doing over there. I believe you said that in the LPL, Thresh was reaching near 100% ban rate, something like that.
Picked or banned.
And that must be where they've sort of drawn their inspiration from.
And the final thing I want to talk about with this draft is just so many mid lane bans. I think we saw 5 in total. Oriana, Kassadin, Cassiopeia. So that kind of limited the champ pool for Swiffer to be able to pick against the Vlad. So he's picked up Talia. Now, did that kind of matchup go how you'd expect it to?
I mean, the matchup goes as standard where one of them will push. Vladimir just tries to hold on. He has Doran's shield now, so it's a bit better for him in the middle lane. But for me, I look at the Talia pick, and I actually do think that was the wrong pick. Whilst it is a good champion into Vladimir, it has decent roaming, the ability to move around the map. I see it as just good bans from Direwolves forcing the champion out of Swiffer. Taking rid of like 6 mid lane champions, I believe, total, getting rid of the Oriana, it helped a lot.
All right. Well, sorry. Do you want to...
Just one thing about it is while... You're right, and it was the wrong pick in this game. Are we being results biased? Because it could be the right pick if he gets roams off early and actually gets utility out of it, instead of just doing what he did, which was basically nothing. Is that less of a problem with the draft and more a problem with just their overall team play, or are we just sold on Talia just sort of sucking?
Let's wait for game 2 and see if these champs are repicked and we can recontest this argument. But I do want to also move on to a particular play I want to highlight, which is the first blood that Shern got off in the river near bot side. Now, this is an example of Chiefs wanting to do something and it just kind of not working out, Rusty.
It felt like one of those big swing, no ding moments from the Chiefs. They come in, they try and make the plays. It's Zaya Rakan. They actually get all of the roots down. but Spooks kicks away the Varus at the last second, and even then, I don't think they had enough damage to secure that kill, so the kick was more of an afterthought, like we need to exit the area. They've tried to engage a fight where they didn't have enough damage to secure kills, but they still engaged the fight in the first place. They should have known that.
I mean, there's not much more to say. King still had a heal at the end of that, so I think you're absolutely right. Even if he didn't get kicked away, he's not going to die. And they just took the wrong fight. And you know, the idea is right. The idea is, all right, we've got our spikes. Let's get in there. Let's fight. We've sort of punished them early. We should realistically reap some sort of benefit, but it just didn't happen.
Well, the thing is that fight allowed Direwolves to get ahead, and they kind of just, you know, they got further and further ahead throughout the game. But there was one moment towards the end where it looked like this was the moment where Chiefs, if they could win this fight, things could maybe turn around or start to turn around. This is the top lane fight in the turret. Now, Rusty, I mean, Ejim just goes in too early here.
Yeah, Ejim goes in. His engage was actually great. And I don't actually think Ejim going in too early was by any means a problem. I think the teleport positioning from Swiper, if that was a teleport, I don't know where he came from, but it was late. Comes in, thinks he might be an AP cannon of sorts. And as far as I'm concerned, Ejim did the right thing. I think the Chiefs did the right thing. And this comes back to what we were saying before, where the execution might actually be a big part of the problem. If they know they're diving top lane, why is there not a ward from the Lee Sin going in to set up as he's going in, or a little bit beforehand so he can go in with Swiper? Because the disconnect between those two, the timing between them being different, is why there was no chance in winning that fight.
Yeah. I'd also like to just highlight how Fantix played that fight. There was a point where he could have continued on to Raze and just shut him down. And looking at Fantix's item build path up until that point, if Raze is dead, no one ever kills him. But instead of just chasing him down, being that tunnel vision person that just wants to kill, he turned when the cannon came in and cleaned up the backline, which means that after the fight, they're very easily able to take Baron and just sort of close out the game really cleanly. So it was a really interesting sort of decision tree from him, and he made the right one. I just wanted to really highlight it because most people would have just killed Raze and been happy. Instead, he turns back, saves his team, and then they reap a huge benefit from it.
Yeah, there's actually some really good awareness from Fantix throughout that game, and more so just mastery of his champion. There was a point where he ignited Swiffer, pressed the Q, knew exactly how much it would do, and then walked over to the next target as watch this, the ignite killed him. Like little things like that.
Like
Fantix is a god.
It's like when you put on your sunglasses and walk away from an explosion. You know what I mean?
Basically,
like,
yeah.
I've done it. I've done what I need to do. I'm walking away now.
There was a point where he ulted, I think it was who was it? It was either Raze or Ejim.
Raze,
and they were just burning down, and you could see on the player game, he's just sitting there like, I'm
I
gonna
know
die. There's nothing I can do.
All right. Well, looking forward to game 2. That's only game 1 of this best of 3 series. So what do Chiefs need to do to get back into this series, Tegan?
It's hard to highlight one thing. I would say that their ideas are there. Their decision making is there. It's just execution's falling apart a little bit in multiple places. And if they can sort of tidy that up, they should realistically be able to just come back and steamroll, because all that happened was they made small mistakes and Direwolves just capitalize on every single one.
But isn't that kind of the thing? You can't make small mistakes against the Direwolves because they're probably going to win laning phase. You know, so if you are making small mistakes, they're going to be able to, and they capitalize on those. I mean, you've got nowhere to come back, right?
And that's why I was saying, if they don't make those small mistakes, they can win, because I didn't see a lot of proactivity from the Direwolves. I saw them just sit there, let the Chiefs make their mistakes, and just absolutely crush them from them. So
yeah,
that'd be my only real complaint from the Chiefs.
Like, make fewer mistakes. Good analysis, Rusty.
I would say feel a little bit more aggressive even. They had pushing lanes bottom. They won it at level 1. They had a pushing middle lane. It's a Talia. And Spooks has freedom of the bottom side jungle. I just feel like the Lee Sin could have at least reached out a little bit, trusted his team, and whether that's vision, knowledge of where Shermfire is, whatever the reason may be internally for the Chiefs, they should use Spooks more as an asset that can invade if their lanes are winning.
Well, let's take a look at the total damage for the champions, because I know, Rusty, when we were watching this, you were saying, look, maybe the Chiefs aren't able to, to close it out with damage, but look how much damage Talia's doing, right?
Yeah, look, early game, definitely going to be doing a lot of damage. Kennan's up there because he spends most of his time hitting a tank. But for what it's worth, you're seeing lots of damage, I would imagine, mitigated by the side of the Direwolves. They build tanky, so whilst their damage done doesn't look as meaningful as it is from the Chiefs, all the damage the Direwolves did was very meaningful in comparison.
Yeah, because there's less health.
It's sort of like playing against a Soraka. You're going to do a hell of a lot of damage, but the other team doesn't care.
Yeah.
Right? That's what happened against Vlad here. You're going to do a lot of damage against him. I'm sure Swiffer did a hell of a lot all game just in the lane.
Yeah.
Right? But that damage doesn't matter because Vlad just sits there, heals it back, doesn't really care, and continues to do his thing.
Hey, you know, the other thing I want to talk about before we move on is this is the first game in the OPL we've seen Rift Herald being... No, it's the first time we've seen it, and there was a moment where Chiefs let Rift Herald loose in the bot lane. And Swiper doesn't engage off the back of this, off the back of Riftel taking on Gragas. Now, what's the thought process behind that? Should he have gone in then?
So when I saw it, I said that he was going to TP. That was all I could think, right?
Yeah.
He backed off. He's just going to TP. It's hard to see what his thought process was going. I still think he was just looking for a TP personally. Otherwise, I don't know why he's backing off. But I even wrote down here, it was a really good play for them to take Herald. They snuck it really, really quickly.
It was great.
And then I wrote down bad use of Herald because that's what it was. They just sort of let it go.
The timing was good, I think. They put it as the Direwolves were sieging the middle lane, so they wanted to place it in the side lane. If Gragas ever left, it was 2 turrets gone. But I think Swiper was a little bit too afraid of maybe someone coming down to haunt him without the proper vision there. And so he backs away and just lets it die. Ultimately, it was quite poor, but I don't know if it was the wrong decision by any means from the Chiefs. They just let the advantage or potential things subside.
All right, we've talked about potential changes for the Direwolves going to, for the Chiefs going to the next game, and I want to talk now about Direwolves before we go into this next game. So what do they need to change, or is there anything they need to improve on going into this game too?
Their level 1 was pretty poor. So if they can just sort of sit back and just get into lanes pretty standard, they should be fine. Everything that I've seen from them shows that, like you said before, they're just going to win lane if they just play stock standard. So why risk it? Why go for that level 1 trade? Yes, historically, Braum's a strong level 1 champion, but if you don't need to take that risk, why are you doing it? What do you gain from it?
Rusty?
Yeah, there's not a lot of value in telling a winning team what to change if it's winning, right? But it's saying that I think they could play a little bit faster, more heavy from the top side if Chippies is playing so well, which he currently is. You saw the ultimate even using the top lane. His mechanics are well and truly warmed up. So maybe just get Schönfire working with the teleport member of the team more.
All right, well, that is us. That is all from us here at the Analyst Desk before we get into Game 2. Let's check out some highlights from Game 1.
Going for the engage, Spruce to get there first, but Schönfire's there as well. King and Destiny very low, but look at each himself. First blood is picked up by Schönfire. They lock down the Zaya and Rakan as well. Egypt's only the last person alive for the Chiefs. This is a disaster for the Chiefs so far. Chippies is teleported in, up behind Swiper. Destiny's on top of him, gets the Winner's Right, gets him to stand behind Wrong as the man with the barrel will slowly headbutt him down. Destiny lives, and that's an early ace for the Direwolves.
And to mitigate the disadvantage, they had nice
Here
and
we
early,
go.
but there's an engage for the Chiefs, forcing them underneath this turret. Teleport will come in from Chippies nice and early.
They lock down Rakan straight away. They get the first kill already. Raze will flash away from that. Swiper's in the middle of the team. Big stuns, but is it going to be enough? It's not. King somehow survives. Swiffer is going to try and run away from Fantix, who's chasing him down. Spooks will tag him with the Q, but the Direwolves have already got 2 kills in this fight.
And Direwolves come in game 1, 14,000 gold lead, 26 minutes in. They're going to take it.
And the Wolfpack's former member of Raze watches helplessly as the Direwolves take down his Nexus. Direwolves go up 1-0.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into the second match of this best of 3 series between the Direwolves and the Chiefs. And what a fantastic first game for the Direwolves. It was near flawless.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, as soon as they were able to turn that 3v3 in the bottom lane, all I can think about is how they engage, they burn everything into a Braum shield, Spooks kicks away the Varus, and then they get absolutely obliterated. That bled over into a 5v5 ace. I mean, the Direwolves just looked on top of that game after about a minute level 11.
Yep.
Minute 11, not level.
It's not Spooks Q anymore, it's Spooks R apparently, as he kicks King back.
No,
into safety.
none of that. I think that they were just disconnected. They were on a different page. You could see that Spooks thought he had the execute damage available. No damage came out of the Zaya because she is very front-loaded at the start of the game. Late game, when she has her crit items, of course, the auto attacks start hurting. But early on, she is very dependent on abilities to do damage, and then Shern came in and cleaned up the fight. I mean, that's all it is. That's just not knowing the damage that you're going to get out of your AD carry.
Top of that, felt like Direwolves drafted for success heading into that game as well. Every single lane went well for them. They took skirmishes fine against the Chiefs early on. They won the first 5-5 as well. Just seems like everything was down to perfection for them.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I think that the big thing we have to take away from this is they're still hitting tanks. And they know that if they force Swiper off tanks, that he is going to be much more uncomfortable in the carry versus carry matchup. And once again, they take away the Galio, which is the best tank. They take away Zac, which is an option from the jungle position. And now the onus is really on the Chiefs to get something rolling in an early game to be able to close this out.
They certainly have to. The Chiefs' 3 bans were Kassadin, as well as Tom Kench and Fiora hitting the bench very early on against Chippies, Zyra, Galio, and Zac, the last 3 bans.
Yeah, as soon as you have Chippies in the top lane, you have to respect the Fiora because they can last pick it on the first round of rotation, then ban away things like Jace as well as the Kennen, and there's nothing else that's really going to be able to deal with it. So it's a good ban. However, you don't like to have to see it come out so early. Also, I think this Ashe pickup is a read against the Tahm Kench because as soon as you take away TK, you know they want to play pick.
The first pick from the Chiefs, instead of going for that Ashe, instead of going for something else, it was going to be Elise, and the jungler of choice for the Direwolves is going to be Nidalee.
Quickest jungler in the game right now. 4 traps on Raptor Camp means that you clean that one up real fast. We've seen rise in popularity, at least in solo queue so far. Shern is a very good carry jungler. However, that means that they have to get CC out of somewhere else. I mean, you know that Destiny's going to have some, but I'm not expecting a carry top lane. Maybe a Gragas comes back out again for Chippies, because you need CC in lanes to allow Nidalee to really get free roam.
I mean, we have seen Nidalee played in League of Origin by Only, who's playing for TM this split. And he's very vocal about how he likes playing it into Elise especially, so it seems like Showfire's on the same page there. But Thresh has been left open, a champion we didn't expect to be left open, picked up by Ejim as well as Rumble.
Yeah, let's talk about the Nidalee a little bit more. The reason you like to pick it into Elise is Elise has to choose whether she farms or whether she jungles quickly. Because you either go Moby Boots and something like a Dark Seal and just take off around the map. I know that's how Spooks likes to play the champion. Whereas Nidalee, if you miss one gank, will take away your whole jungle. She is just so quick at farming. So I think that that's why they like playing it into things like the Elise in. The danger is your vision actually has to be quite good. Because if you ever face check an Elise as Nidalee, you generally die. So I think that this matchup does give Shern priority, but their vision control has to be on point.
Again, almost feels like even though we've only seen 3 champions from these 2 teams, the onus is on the Chiefs again, heading into this match.
The onus is on the Chiefs. They have a little bit better team fight just because they've locked in the AP top lane. And you can see that the response from the Direwolves is going to be get rid of AD mid laners, because you know that if they lock in the Rumble, that allows the Zed pickup, it allows the Talon pickup, and maybe Swiffle will get a little bit better of a lane matchup, because now they're not banning out his control mages, they're banning out assassins.
Can we see another Jace ban coming after the Chiefs, most likely targeted towards Chippies?
I mean, yes and no. You don't really mind.
Could be Fantix playing it.
I mean, Fantix is what I'm trying to say is Fantix is a good Jace player. So if you are looking for something that is a little bit more control in the mid lane, Fantix can just play Jace in there, and it does scale up nicely.
Java ban being thrown towards Chippies as well.
Yeah. Fantix did play it at League of Origin, however.
He did. So let's see what Direwolves decide to pick up. They go for Camille as their top lane pick of choice. It's one of Chippy's most prominent champions this year.
I mean, like fish in a barrel. Camille ults someone, then Nidalee just sits there and throws spears at them over and over again. See whether it is going to work out. One thing that is a little bit of a worry, however, is Camille gets shoved in early by the Rumble. Everyone kind of gets shoved in early by Rumble, as well as the fact that Dorian's shield is incredibly strong. And Ray's going back to the Xayah.
Yep, 2 games in a row. Swiffer is forced to show his hand here, though. So we will see what the mid lane pick for the Chiefs is.
Against Braum as well. I really liked the Braum into the Xayah matchup. It stopped a lot of that aggression.
And it's not like he's going up against short range AD carry. He's up against Ashe, who has 600 range to the 500 of Xayah. Now, Swiffer does get Cassiopeia this game, though, so that kind of denies the Vladimir.
I mean, definitely denies the Vladimir. Cassiopeia is one of the best consistent damage mid laners out there. I would like to see Talia. Ryze is also historically a really good matchup. You outrange Cassio, able to trade level 1. And you can see that now that the control mages are left open, both mid laners just look a heck of a lot more comfortable. He just flicked through 3 picks that he was happy to play into it. In the end, however, Orianna, as well as the Camille in the top lane, gives a lot of team fighting and a lot of CC to this lineup.
It does. I mean, the Direwolves team comp, the only champion that's not really grand team fighting is going to be that Nidalee. But if Shernfire is able to get the ball rolling, we've seen what Nidalee to get ahead can do with single spears from a distance.
I mean, and at the same time, Elise isn't a great team fighter either. So you have someone that is going to be putting early game pressure on through very quick farming in the Nidalee versus the best ganker in the game. I mean, Elise with Moby Boots is just unrivaled. You get red buff, you run into the lane, you start auto-attacking people, and you chunk them out very effectively. Of course, double percentage health damage on remaining health, then missing health, depending on whether you're in human or spider. So going to be able to impact the lanes. It's just whether Shern can out-tempo that.
Yep, very different team comps from these two teams. Chiefs seems like they got a little bit more team fighting potential this time round, whereas Direwolves move a little bit more towards pick potential, seems like, with an Italy pickup.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you have Ashe Nidalee, there's going to be a lot of pick if you can deny vision. I mean, you don't want to walk into either of those champions. The scary thing, however, is that you got Cassiopeia Rumble. And if you don't pick up enough MR early in the game, I expect Fnatic to actually go towards something like a Banshee's Veil, which is very good now on mid lane, and since it gives AP as well as that big magic shield. They will just all burn down because there isn't a legitimate tank apart from Braum really on that lineup. Camille, definitely more of a diver, definitely more of a fighter. So if the Chiefs do manage to get their mages ahead, there is a lot of damage to come out of this composition.
I'm excited to see how that top lane matchup is going to go up as well, because Rumble used to lose against Camille, but Camille has been hit by a lot of nerfs since she was released. So we'll have to see if she's still able to go toe-to-toe against the Rumble in the top lane.
Some of the most deserving nerfs of all time, Fish. That champion on release was not fun to play against.
No, she was not. But as we head on to Summoner's Rift, let's check in with Hingers, who I believe is standing by with Coach Bolt.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Vault, coach of the Chiefs. And you guys have picked Zai into Braum, despite the fact that I feel like Ray's had a difficult time against Braum in that game one.
Yeah, so the matchup's a little bit rough because of the feathers, like interaction with the Braum wall. It's not really a huge deal. Like, we saw the lane went really well at the start, like level 1. It's still a good lane phase. It's just like there's a little like soft counter interaction. It's not like bad. It's just sort of like an even lane, and that's fine.
So is there other stuff in your draft that you feel kind of balances that out? Where do you guys feel like you're strong right now?
I think we're strong like across the board still. Like we won, well, we went even or won in all of our lanes in the first game, and it was just like a little like lapse in team fighting that sort of cost us the fight. So I think we're all okay.
All right, well, a difficult loss in game 1, but potentially clawing it back in game 2. Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck.
Thank you.
There you go. Vault very confident in his team there, saying that they went even or won all their lanes in that first match.
I mean, it depends what you call even or one, right? Because as a Gragas, you expect to fall down. So yes, technically on the board, they had even. But I would say that is a big win for Gragas. You can see the 4 traps set up. That allows a very quick first camp here. A little bit of help. You just need one of them to die on this one. As it does, that will give you the reset. Then you just keep resetting in the cat form. Really one of the nicest players in League of Legends at the moment.
Really just so quick in the jungle. Always has been since she's been moved into that jungle role. Kick things off already. Swiffer is going toe-to-toe against Fnatic. Storm Raider Surge against the Thunderlords from the Orianna.
Yeah, the reason I actually like that trade is that Cassio picks up creep aggro later than the Orianna because she starts throwing E's first. As soon as Orianna auto-attacks, then you can auto-attack as the Cassio. And he also has Corrupting Pot, which means he has an additional potion available to really be able to help out that lane. So Swiffer doing a good job already getting a biscuit out of Fnatic for 1 Corrupting Potion charge, and see whether this pressure does continue. Because if one thing we saw during the offseason was that Swiffer's Cassio is still a terror to Dark Triumph.
Good hook on towards King. Locks him down by Zaya as well. That's an all-in. Ignite is ticking. Feels like a misplay from King stepping up right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. And King actually, positioning-wise, had a couple of rough games at League of Origins as well. Raze gets spotted out there, will take over the Blast Cone. I like that because it does mean that Nidalee has to hop over the wall if she wants to come in. And you can see that they're right. This lane is still a shoving lane. There's still a lot of pressure out of Egypt. So I like the fact they stuck with it. It's just whether the team fights are affected the same way, because I feel like Raze... Ooh, good hook.
Going towards Destiny. Good lockdown, even through the shield. Raze just does way too much damage, especially when the feathers come back.
Ooh, that's what I was going to say. That was actually a really cool interaction, is now we've got a gank.
That's a cleanse being used by Fnatic's, flashing early, but Spooks is right on top of him. Good spear coming out from Shernfire. Flash forward, first blood picked up by Swiffer. Fnatic's is going to be taken down, and look at that Shernfire! He's able to get a kill back and flash over the wall to get away.
Yeah, really nicely done there. It is, however, going to be a kill on the Cassio versus a kill on the Nidalee. And if you're going to trade that, you would rather the hyperscaling team fighter get the kill on the Chief side, as well as the fact that, ooh, actually, top lane.
Yeah, that was a solo kill. Chippy's got a solo kill on towards Swiper, doing that gank in the mid lane. So, good gank from Spooks, but great return kill from Shernfire.
Let's have a look at this one. So it actually, I want to see who died first, because I actually didn't see who got the first blood. I just heard the call. So you can see Swiper, actually it was Swiffer that picked it up. And Chippy's just doing a really nice job there of sticking with the play. Swiper, why did you turn back around?
Ooh, questionable decision there. But good play from Chippies. Picks up a solo kill in the top lane.
Swiper does the right thing, however. The lane was slowly pushing into him, so not going to teleport back. Can hold it for a level 6 gank, potentially bottom lane. So you have to give credit for Chippies for picking up the solo kill, but you also have to respect the fact that Swiper didn't just tilt off the face of the earth.
Chippies does the exact same thing. He moves straight back towards top side of the map. Understands that gold lead will probably be equalized thanks to the minion wave, but happy to just keep his teleport up.
Yeah, and we'll see whether the lane is pushing heavily into Swiper and allowing him to freeze, or whether he's going to have to push out. The thing about Rumble is you generally don't have a great freeze. The last hitting is fine, of course, but you do want to be pushing up and applying pressure in that lane. Sword and shield build, and now
Return
in big trouble again, although Italy is here.
The Grounder's going to keep Fantix in place. Swiffer's trying to look for a good cocoon. Gets a lot of damage down. That's a dead Orianna. Stonefire couldn't find a way to get into that fight.
I mean, tried and true. Just gank Swiffer's lane. That seems to be the game plan right now out of Spooks. Nothing fancy about it. None of this power farming. You can see he's actually 23 CS behind the Nidalee, but just continues to gank, continue to output pressure. And you will be able to keep up in that gold as well as farm experience and continue to get Swiffer ahead.
And Cheats have a lot of pressure bottom lane as well, so it puts even more pressure on Stonefire. The only way the Dials have any form of lane that's winning for them is top side of the map, where Chippy's picked up that solo kill, but still 10 CS behind Swiper at the moment.
And this is why I actually really like the Tom Kent stand from the piece, because I actually believe that Varus is Razor's best champion. And now we have more pressure out of Chippies.
There's no flash for Swiper. Will dodge the spear, but walks straight back into more damage. Good damage from Stonefire. Swiper tries to turn around for more.
Yeah, he's going to have to back away. Spear was actually quite close. I actually think King is a better Varus player than he is an Ashe player, is what I was trying to say. And you can see now Fantix is just in a world of trouble.
Swiper just wants to go toe-to-toe every single chance he gets. Fantix is going to have to be a little bit cautious.
You can see that he's already 6 CS up in a lane that has 5 creeps pushing back towards him. He's going to be able to pick up all of that underneath the turret, as Cassioza wants to do. So really nice play. Oh, misses one.
But going back to that, you mentioning a little bit more better of a Varus play here.
Yeah, so when you get rid of Tahm Kench on the side of the Chiefs, you're generally showing the fact that you want to prioritize Ashe, in my opinion, which means that straight away Direwolves had to pick that one up because they don't want to go into a kill lane, especially with Elise locked in as a jungler. So instead, they pick up the Ashe over the Varus, and I think that that is what is allowing Raze to now get ahead in this lane, because King showed at Origin that he is very, very comfortable still on Varus and had a good game one even when he was behind.
Whereas for the side of Raze, we haven't seen anything from him because in Origin, he was playing mid lane.
Certainly was. Actually had a quadra kill.
Schoenfire's being caught, throws out a spear, doesn't find him, and Swiper gets an easy kill to Schoenfire.
This is how you play out lanes that you have a push in. And you can see right now they want to actually go for a dive on Fantix. Don't think that's a good idea because the Braum is right behind him, although Hook might land here.
Oh, Ejim tries to go for the prediction, but a little bit wide.
Yep. So when you have a legitimate kill threat against you, you don't stand at turret, you don't try and harass, you shove out the lane, you disappear into fog of war, you want to ult mid lane or you want to ult the jungler. Really heads up play out of Swiper there. Actually gets himself a kill back as well as a big CS lead right now. And I like it.
Mirar King in a lot of trouble. Bray's going to lock him down. Good hook from Ejim. They've already used Flash. Will take the Lantern back. Allows the Ignite to pick up the kill as well. Good play in the bottom lane.
Fantastic play. You don't want to overextend for the kill. He knew it was going to go down for Ejim, and it denies this big creep wave away from the Ashe. So even though Raze doesn't get the kill, he still gets all this gold he's going to be able to pick up off the back end of the turret. Really nicely played. We already mentioned on the Analyst stats that even though Thresh is Destiny's best champion, it is certainly one of Ejim's as well.
It certainly is. Now in the bottom lane, Raze has an assist over King, as well as a 20 CS advantage.
And isn't it amazing? I mean, this time around, you actually look at it and you think maybe Direwolves actually have some areas to open up, but it is the ganking jungler and the fact that Spooks was really busy early that has actually meant that this game is really heavily in the Chiefs' favor so far.
Yep, they've got about 1,400 gold in their favor over the Direwolves just 9 minutes into this match. Mid lane Swiffer's looking towards his tier, as well as the Rod of Ages nice and early. Fantix picking up his Lost Chapter and Double Doran's Ring.
And if you take a look at the gold, it is actually more than, just an 1,000 gold advantage. Because all of a sudden, Shern is still up, but it's in Nidalee, and we've already said she doesn't have access into the lane.
That's 200
Whereas
gold up as well.
everywhere else, it's going to be Swiffer with a meaningful advantage, 80 carry at this stage with a meaningful advantage. So this is how snowballs start, because the areas of the map that are winning are not the areas with high CC. They're the power farming areas that you expect, but the Chiefs have got a very good team fighting comp with Xayah, with Cassiopeia. So the advantage is more than a foot.
They're going for a dive on towards Swiper, who has already used the ultimate trying to clear out the wave. Good turret jungle coming out from the walls. They pick up an easy kill on the top side of the map.
But this is what they have to be able to do. They have to be able to get the split pusher ahead, because if you know that you're falling behind in what is the team fight, you have to be able to... Let's hold that.
Ooh, Spook's going to jump straight on top of Fantix. Goes in, very low, repels away the final turret shot. Swiffer's going to have to take that one. Shockwave as well as the arrow from downtown. Swiffer, where are you going? That's not your base.
And all of a sudden, they feel pressure to force because they knew that Camille had a play on the top side of the map, and they give away 2 kills. One of them was an assist by King as well on an arrow from downtown. And actually, Chippy's just behind you guys. You might be in some trouble.
Destiny's going to get hooked up. There's an exhaust nice and early on towards Raze. Locked down by the ultimate. Goes invulnerable, picks up the lantern. But here comes Chippy's big play from Egypt. Knocks him out of the animation. Off the wall you go, Chippy's. Just swatted like a little spider.
Yeah, that was beautiful out of Egypt. That definitely saved Razor's life. However, you have to take another look at that mid lane play, because the Chiefs would have been able to pick up first brick and force Fantix away from that turret. Instead, they just give up 2 kills for absolutely nothing.
And Paul's coming out, I believe, from the Chiefs says we had some eyes on Egypt, who was talking over towards the refs. Unfortunately, we'll have to see what's going to happen, what's happening here. We'll try and get back to you guys as soon as we can.
And that man on your screen, Fantix, has turned into an absolute monster.
He has.
He's always been a great player, but...
I mean, he looked like the best top laner at State of Origin.
Certainly did. I mean, had 3 Flame Horizons, I think, in the last 3 games. Definitely was set up through success in the pick ban phase. But he was known for being a really good offline player, but not really as a LAN player. When Direwolves had managed to make it to the final and the semi-final, Fantix only really had that one great series in 2015 Split 1. Now, ever since we've bought everything offline, really is turned into a great LAN player.
Every game at the OPL played here at the Riot Studios. He's played at League of Origin, at the ESL Studios as well. So he's got lots of stage experience under his belt now. I mean, every player that's come in has had that. We've seen lots of teams, fall behind the first week when they finally start on the stage, and slowly towards the end of the split, work out those nerves, know that it's just a natural part of it. And
we've finally got all this full-strength rosters back as well. We're going to be able to see Abyss a little bit later on. They've now picked up Luch. They have all of that experience as well. Of course, Luch suspended for the first split. So now they're back to a full-strength roster. They've been able to pick up Rosie. Kuden definitely didn't have a great split for them. TM now settling on a roster, a little bit younger, but they've brought in T-Gun. I mean, that guy's just on every young squad ever. If I say young squad, I'm like, and they have T-Gun. So it's really interesting to see how the OPL is really going to open up at the moment. And you can see that Direwolves, even though they fell behind early in this game, have been able to take some measures to really stop it snowballing out of control. They picked up a turret top. They're able to get the split push and Camille ahead. And now Fantix has been able to grab a double kill.
But that was such a weird force from the Chiefs as well in the mid lane. Diving in between 2 turrets for Orianna, taking up so much damage and going even further after Spooks died. It was really questionable from them.
I mean, I think what should have happened is as soon as they got the cleanse out, they should have turned around and just zoned 2 creep waves. I think that's a much better low-risk call, and it wouldn't have meant anyone fell down. However, at the same time, you understand where the pressure is coming from. They've just committed everything top. Our bottom lane is winning so heavily. If we can open up the middle portion of the map as well, we really take over this mid game. It was an overreach, and unfortunately they got punished for it. But the Chiefs, you can tell, they have pressure on them because they want to be able to take these games convincingly.
They're currently fighting with their backs against the wall. 1-0 down against the Direwolves in this best-of-3 series. With Direwolves fighting back, again, puts a lot of pressure on the Chiefs. If you're able to take Game 2 convincingly, great, we're back to an even game. We can show that both teams can be one-sided, but when Game 2 is close and Game 1 was a complete, you just write the one off the board, not looking good for them.
I mean, it is still in the Chiefs' favor. I think they're still 1,000 gold up, and they have really shut down the Ashe. So I'm not surprised. As you can see on your screen, a potential visual bug is being investigated right now, so we'll see if that is able to be resolved quite soon. But the thing for me is the patch is a very quick patch at the moment. We saw all throughout Origin there was very few long, late games. You know, hitting the 30-minute mark was generally when the game looked like it was going to be over. It takes a little bit longer to close out, but the actual middle portion of the game is relatively quick at the moment because of Rift Herald and all the priorities that gives you able to open up the map. So if Rift Herald is taking this game, especially if it's by the Chiefs, and they're able to unload it on the mid lane, they will be able to open up the map enough to be able to look for those team fights.
So if we break down this game currently, for the Direwolves, top side of the map, looking good for them.
Get Camille ahead. That is legitimately the aim. Like, get Camille that far ahead that you have to send 2 people to respond to it. If they're able to do that, then we saw it Chiefs versus Legacy, I think, last split when Tally was playing the Camille. It is just so hard to shut down that split push.
I mean, we've even seen the final game that the Chiefs played in last split's gauntlet against Sin.
That was a Fizz.
It was a Fizz top, which got really far ahead, and it was just game over from there. And there was quite a few of those games for Flares when he was playing on the Sin lineup.
Yep, certainly was. Fizz may or may not have been slightly overtuned at that period.
Maybe.
I mean, he got through some pick bans, so maybe not as busted, but certainly had a high priority. Fizz and Claire, definitely the 2 champions that really shone at MSI, being able to open up that top lane.
And currently in this game, Shenfai he's still slightly ahead, but it's only 200 to 300 gold ahead of Spooks at the moment. Mid lane was where it was really big for the Chiefs. That's where Super was up 2-0. But now in the mid lane, Oriana's been able to fight back. She picked up 2 kills for herself and is probably going to be able to neutralize that lane again.
And the thing about Oriana is if you get your Oriana ahead, you always have a shot in a team fight. I mean, you know, you put the ball onto a Camila or an Italy that's pouncing into the back line. If she's really fed, she takes 75% of the health of anyone she hits with that ultimate and dissonance. So,
I mean, that man on your screen, Raze, he crushed the hopes and dreams of all the Queenslanders at League of Origin with 1 shockwave.
Quadra kill shockwave.
Right as Queensland look like they're about to win their first game at League of Origin, 1 shockwave completely ruins it for them.
So actually, no, I stand corrected. It wasn't a turret taken in the top side, so they didn't stick around for it. They used the teleport instead. That wasn't even a teleport.
And that
Chiefs get down there.
That makes sure that Chiefs hold on to 1,000 gold lead. Yeah, he didn't use his teleport.
He must have. I mean, there is no other way for him to get down there.
Yeah, he was down at the bottom lane, so that's...
I'm calling that's a visual bug.
He is now down in the bottom lane, though. So he'll be continuing to push there. Swiper did push in the top side of the map. Already both bottom lane duos. 80 carry supports will move towards top side.
I mean, it makes sense when you're winning by 30 CS. If they force the swap, you want to be able to match it. You can see that right now, however, because Shern is ahead, he gets first access towards the Dragon. Now we'll get some deep vision as well. And Swiper needs to make sure he doesn't get turret though.
He's carefully moving down towards this bottom lane.
I mean, I think he just ulted from here. I mean, there's absolutely no point if you haven't seen Shern of approaching the Great Wave, although he will.
I feel that if he didn't see Chippies use the E there, the hook shot, he would have had to. But showing that hook shot now, he has some time, but Nidalee already behind him.
Yeah. So you can see Shern moves in, is actually level 9, equal highest level on the game.
It's not great.
Yeah.
King has fallen really far behind.
Yeah,
he's level
so
6
far behind.
to level 8.
And he's being forced away again from the top lane turret. And there it is, Equalizer. This is why we love Rumble so much, especially if you're playing a heavy macro game, because you're just able to force them off turrets. And now Raze gets another turret, solo gold. They move into the mid lane instead, however.
Arrow thrown out, grounded being used there on towards the remainder of the Wolves. Arrow doesn't connect. Dial's still going for this one. That's a 5-man force. Ejim is being locked down by the ultimate from Camille. He's going to be the first one to die here.
This is a bad force.
But King already dead. Chippies is very low. Spooks is running straight behind them. Swiffer doesn't have his ult anymore, but turns around. Gets good damage, but is it enough? Swiper does not have his ultimate. Raze is catching him behind. Only locks down Destiny. Big ultimate from the Braum. Shockwave gets dodged out by Spooks. Only connects towards Raze. Sternfire is going to have to try and run away from this one. Chippies and Destiny trying to get out as well. Blast Cone gets Chippies over. Raze still chasing. That's an execute though towards Sherd. Flash forward for Raze, but Hookshot gets Chippies back to safety.
Really strange there out of Spooks, not burning the flash to pick up the kill. Instead, they just want the Rift Herald, but still bad force out of the Direwolves. They lose top lane turret. They trade equally. They lose tempo on the map now because everyone has to go back to base. That was a 5-man force. Similar to what we saw in the Chiefs game, honestly, with Swiper teleporting in. And now, off the back end of that should be mid lane turret falling down as well.
I really want to see how Swiffer played that fight because they had a good opportunity to get a good ult off, used it early. Still has both his summoner spells available.
Yeah, I mean, when you're being dove on by 5 people, probably not all that much reason to use your summoner spells. As you can see here, was able to output so much damage on the back end. That was a good ulti. I mean, it locked Chippy's underneath the turret and took away all the threat of him. I think that if he had have managed to dodge that spear, he probably would have flashed the wall, but instead wasn't able to do it. See that the closeout onto the rest of the squad was pretty clean from the Chiefs.
So Chiefs now 2,000 gold up after that forced dive from the Direwolves. They have 2 turrets to none.
Okay, now the ideal play here for the Chiefs is to get side lanes pushing and look for a pick mid lane. You've got yourself a Thresh that's going to be able to land a death sentence. You have the Grounded that is there. So if they can get both waves pushing and collapse on mid, that's when Spooks is going to be able to use the Rift Herald and you look for multiple picks. Instead, it looks like they've caught out Shern, potentially, who was looking for some deep wards.
He'll jump away, gets back to safety. Both King and Destiny were standing on top of a pink ward, looking to see if they can throw out an arrow into the mid lane for an easy kill for Fantix. Shockwave back up and available for the Orianna.
You can see that Fantix, with those 2 kills, actually caught up a lot in CS as well.
Yep.
They have left him alone in the mid lane.
I mean, you take away that turret gold, and I believe he's ahead in that mid lane. Currently, it's 5,200. Yeah, he's 100 gold behind Swiffer.
Yeah. Absolutely nothing in it.
Top side of the map has gone back in favor of Swiper, though. He's 400 gold in the lead over Chippies. But it's, again, although it's a 2,000 gold lead, it's spread out so much that it's a component of an item for each person almost. It's not fantastic, still a lead that you'd love to have.
But the problem is that Swiper being up a component means that he can actually match your Swift. So you can see that right now, Chippy's only play is to collapse into Fog of War. Sure, he has a little bit of control over that side of the map, but Hex Drinker, not really what you want to itemize towards as a Camille. Definitely want to be able to go for early Trinity Force, earlier Tiamat, for a little bit of wave clear.
But King has fallen so far behind. He is 60 CS behind Raze.
They see Fantix go back, so straight away, they get the wave pushing. They call out Rift Herald.
Here he goes. Old mate Herald.
Good going now.
Woo! That turret's almost dead. Chiefs will be able to take down the mid lane out of turret, and a hook lands. Double play back in. Rumble equalizes to boot on top of Cassiopeia. Good shockwave. Turret will fall. Spooks will repel and get back to safety. Raze all the way in the front line. Snipes out Fantix underneath the nose of the rest of the Wolfpack.
Yeah, really nicely done from Raze, and the confidence to play up like that is because of the Xayah ulti. You know when you have ulti available, they can't return fire. All of the wave clear is gone, and now the Chiefs can look into pressure at tier 2 with other lanes on the map pushing at the same time.
They do lose Harold, so this is a little bit slower, but still without the mid laner, all that wave clear is just missing from the walls, and Ejim so close to hooking up King.
Yeah, it certainly was, and all of a sudden, what was a close game just because of the Herald play, and this is what we're saying, this is how tempo is built now on the new patch, you're able to take down 2 turrets in the mid lane. There is no way that Direwolves can now, shove in the wave far enough because tier 1 mid is still available for the Chiefs to be able to get early access to River as well as the Baron area. It just becomes so much harder unless you can break that mid lane turret in response.
And now Direwolves, they are well and truly behind the Chiefs. 4,500 gold almost behind the Chiefs. 7-7 in kills, but those 4 turrets are what separate these 2 teams.
And again, out of Swiffer, we're actually seeing double mana stacking items on Cassio. He's very tanky. And Chippies might be in some trouble.
Spruce is going to try and wrap around Chippies. Hook shots will still be available. Egypt plays him out of the hook shot again. Hooks him straight back up. He's going to try and flash away with his ultimate. Spruce not going to continue the chase. But still, what a big play from Egypt.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, if he had have ignited there, definitely would have been able to pick up the kill instead. Held one of his summoner spells. Does trade his flash for Chippies. So I think that is definitely worthwhile. They will now have access to one of the Mountain Dragons as well. Died so quickly, I don't think anyone has taken a risk.
Dragon, as you mentioned, is available to be taken, and Chiefs move straight towards that objective. Mountain should fall here. Doesn't look like anyone from the side of the Wolves
are here to contest this.
And you have to applaud Boots in this game for being able to pressure the map hard enough to keep up with Churn.
Definitely.
I mean, we've spoken about it so much. Moby Boots Elite, there's not Churn.
He's going to get caught out. Already used one of his counters. Will bounce back over the wall. Lens spin on towards Swiper, looking for the play. Avoids the equalizer. A little bit poor positioning from Swiper. Dodged out another spear though. Showfire says, all right, let's go back for this. Swiffer is there. Brom's there as well. He's ghosting for this one. Flash away from the poison. Good move by Shernfire.
Yeah, really nice from Shernfire. However, it does get forced out of the jungle. And I think this is a concerted effort from all of the Chiefs members to really protect Spooks, because Spooks did so much work early game. He's 1, 2, and 4, 5 of the 7 kills. That now you have to defend his jungle and allow him to continue to farm up. Otherwise, Shern will get stronger.
Swiffer picks up blue buff as well. That's going to be a very terrifying Cassiopeia to go up against in the mid game. King will be able to take down red buff. Already completed his Blade of the Ruin King, so at least has one item, but Zaya, Essence Reaver, Rapid Fire.
As well as Boots too. I mean, let's just put everything there. He's 60 CS behind. And if we know anything about King, it is that he does not like to be behind on Summoner's Rift.
Nope.
Without Boots too, he is very easily going to be able to be chased down by either Rumble or the Cassio in the side lane, so has to play so far back.
Rapid Fire Cannon for Ray's going to give him that crucial range that Zaya needs as a very short range AD carry. We normally see them go for a Phantom Dancer next because of that short range, so the 2 Zeal items that mitigate that disadvantage almost.
And the thing about PD is it just gives you much better killing potential. So if Shernfire jumps on your head, if Chippies jumps on your head, it's going to be a big deal. As you can see, Bork is a very good item.
It is.
It gives you access to Baron because of the percentage health damage that you just saw, as well as very good sustain and attack speed at this stage of the game. Double dips a lot. However, without any real HP stacking members, is going to lose some of its effectiveness. Now the Chiefs are trying to bait Baron, but they haven't really done all that much due diligence. Scuttle Crab, potentially, or a ward there. If it's a ward, then they really should have swept the area.
So they've kept Swiper bottom lane. He's going to continue to split push against Chippies, it seems, who's heading back to base. For the Wolves, they've kept King and Destiny top side of the map, holding that wave just off the turret, going to push that one out when they can. King will head back to base for another shot. Chippies has a big buy though. Trinity Force spells Hex Drinker. I'm curious to see if this is enough to take on Swiper, or is Swiper too far ahead now?
Yeah, and the interesting thing will be when Swiper gets the Zhonya's hourglass, because then you get Zhonya's ult that comes out and really nullify a lot of the pressure that Camille wants to put down in the 1v1. And now you can see Chiefs, with the fact that they have Cassio and Elise, they're going to start up this Baron, and they do it so quick.
That is so fast. Fantix was spotted out with the command attack, but look at the position of the rest of the Wolves. Nowhere to be found.
I mean, they can potentially shockwave it because Egypt is so Spooks is so low.
Very, very low from this Baron. Shockwave connects onto 2. Egypt lands 2. Shernfire over the wall. Can't get the smite down. Secured by Spooks. They will take down Egypt, but he sacrifices life for that one. Flash over the wall by Raze. Fantix is low. Forced to be healed up by King. Sniper all the way in the back lines. Will get taken down. Swiffer's forced to flash over this wall. Raze going to town. Feather after feather after feather into the Braum. Goes on a killing spree. Baron buff and 3 kills for the Chiefs.
So such miscommunication out of the Chiefs there. You could see that Swiffer wanted to walk around. Swiper wanted to go over. Just so much of disarray throughout the entire lineup. However, they get the objective. They're able to win the team fight on the back end. And they will have the Baron buff available on 3 members. So all's well that ends okay, but not the cleanest of execution out of the Poison Blue.
Definitely not. Still secures him a nice 6,500 gold lead against the Wolves. 3 minutes and 30 seconds of Baron buff to work with as well.
Let's have another look at this. So Spooks took so much damage that Shern went for the steal and fell early, but Egypt had already gone over the wall, and that meant that as soon as the equalizer came out, I feel like everyone should have gone over, but Swiffer's like, I still don't want to burn my flash. All right, I'm going to have to. And you can see that this was a really key grounding because it stopped the hook shot, it stopped Destiny being able to go over the wall. So Swiffer really did save that team fight, but you feel if he had a flashed earlier, would have been even better.
Definitely. A little bit lack of synergy there. Swiffer's actually gone back to base and picked up Banshee's Veil for himself. And we do finally see the Zhonya's Hourglass for Swiper. Banshee's Veil is just such a strong item on AP Major since it's been reworked. Chippies has been spotted out here by Swiper. He's going to hook shot away.
And Egypt is actually
Ray's
there
behind
as
him.
well as Ray. So
hello.
Yeah, if we could say that, yep.
Goodbye, Camille.
Race just does so much damage, and now we're seeing the difference between a Xayah that was put behind versus a Xayah that's being able to pick up like 80% crit. And of course, going to be able to do so much damage with that E scales very well with crit.
Is he going for rapid fire static shiv? He
Little
picks
bit
up a raise. I mean,
both of them don't apply on the one auto attack anymore. That's what used to happen when, you know, Vayne could one-shot you with a tumble.
They still give you some additional effects, just not the big one that we used to see.
Ooh, that hook was so close.
Yeah, almost locking him down. Sherfire will back off from that. Direwolves are trying to defend this bottom lane inhibitor turret. Mid lane is under siege as well. Swiffer moves over to give those minions Baron buff, so get some chip damage on towards the mid lane inhibitor turret.
And you can see they're very comfortable because they know that Chippies doesn't have TP, so there's no way that a flank comes through. You feel that's the only real way that they lose a brute force fight right now, is if Chippies is hotline and gets a big stun onto multiple members. Instead, they're just going to dance around, swiper. You're not that skinny on the rumble.
And this is where rapid fire kind of comes into play again. Ray's been such a sort of short-range champion, it's hard for him to siege, but when he gets that proc, just walks up, throws it at the turret.
Yep.
Good chunk of damage comes out. And just rinse and repeat until eventually the turret will fall.
Also, there is a little bit of poke damage that comes out from spiders and harpoons, so it's not the worst.
Ooh, Agent still
actually flash for it.
Fishing with these hooks.
You can see that's the poke that we're talking about. Yep. And actually engaging
onto
onto
they've locked
Swiffer.
down Swiffer. He pops his ultimate, hits no one. Direwolves get an easy pick onto the Snake Lady.
And now they have to run, and you know that the pursuit out of Shern is pretty good. Looks like they'll be able to get back. They got 80% of the turret health. However, Swiffer getting picked at a crucial time means that Chiefs still not able to break the base.
And the meme lives on. No Swiffer, no clue. Chiefs will back off, retreat, wait to fight another day when their captain is back up and alive. Razor will continue to pick up red buff for himself. He did go for the static shiv after all. You can see they still do proc, just not together.
Yep. There's none of that big front-loaded burst that used to come out of it.
So it's still efficient. Still a gold efficient pickup. Venomous is a little bit more common, as you've mentioned earlier, to give more damage reduction. But look at this. Straight on top of Fantis. Even gets a redemption. Rage just doesn't care. Get out of my lane. I played this in the League of Origin. You don't belong here, Fantix. Go back top lane.
That was really well played out of Rage. You can see he's just so confident to march forward. At the same time, Sherm was stealing away a blue buff and now has been scouted out by Ejim. They're just going to dance around each other. Mid lane should be available right now, as there's still 20 seconds left on the Orianna. She is majority of the wave clear.
No Baron buff for the Chiefs though, so let's see how effective they are at pushing this turret. They might try to go and force this one down. Ejim could look for a pick, doesn't have flash to jump in behind the turrets. King with the Hurricane has some decent wave clear to add on, but this bottom lane inhibitor turret is low. Hook goes wide, but Chiefs get the turret to kick things off. Naked inhibitor down in the bottom lane. Spooks gets tagged up by a couple of spears. We'll have to retreat here. Direwolves positioning a little bit aggressive.
And I mean, that's all they were really looking for. They wanted to be able to break that turret. They're waiting for Razor's ultimate to become back available before they really fight. You don't want to get hit by a shockwave or something like that. When you do have Xayah ulti up. So in the end, they just back away. It's still 8,000 goldfish. And they have a very good scaling comp in their own route, right? Definitely not the case as of last game where eventually the Direwolves would just overtake them. You have to think that Xayah Cassio scaling, definitely better. And in a team fight, no one really matches Rumble still late game.
And Raze is just going to be so safe now. He has a Quicksilver Sash picked up.
What are Shern and Ejim doing? Every time I look at the minimap, it's just Shern and Ejim like dancing around each other on the Nidalee as well as the Thresh. It's going to be really hard to hit spears against Moby Boots users. So Shern loves a challenge.
Persistent man, Shernfire.
Certainly is. You can see right now goes into the mid lane.
That spear...
high wide, not very handsome. That was a god V arrow.
Just clicking the wrong direction. Didn't quite know what he wanted with that. Just threw the spear because he could. He's going to try and take down Raptor Camp here. Spooks wants to contest him. Gets some good poke damage. When he takes some in return as well, that's an at least below half health. That extra spear might have been enough.
Ooh.
Good use of the ultimate by Raze. Throws the ultimate the wrong direction. But look at that fantastic Dark Passage from Ejim. Gets him back to safety.
And it doesn't matter that the ultimate's in the wrong direction because all you're looking to do is disengage that fight because they use the big engage ulti. And now if they're able to land any CC here...
That's if they don't take too many spears to the face. Swiper looking aggressive, trying to find an attack.
Good job by the Wolves. They get a turret for themselves. They successfully defend against the Chiefs.
As you said, I mean, that was just all about the fact that Sherm was able to land a couple of crucial spears. Stop the pursuit in its tracks. Has gone the very supportive build with the Athenes.
Oh, look at the gold difference for 80 carries, though. It's 4,500 gold in favor of Raze.
As well as 2 levels. Spooks took another Q from Sherm.
Stop dying. Almost died.
Sherm is just absolutely nailing him.
I hate Nidalee.
You can see now Swiper getting collapsed on in the top lane as well. Direwolf starting to fight their way back into this one. Do get control over the Baron area through a Rift Scuttler as well, Fish. Chiefs don't really look like they have a great response right now.
It doesn't look like the Chiefs have a 6,000 gold lead. The Direwolves are playing this one as if it's dead even. They're slowly catching back up. All the Chiefs got from that Baron buff was the bottom lane inhibitor turret.
But now they have a huge pushing wave bot, and they know that Chippies doesn't have TP. So if he does showdown there, which he's going to have to, that is going to be the big signal to go. And in a 4v5, doesn't matter how far you've closed the gold gap, it's still going to be real hard to win a team fight.
Chippy shows bottom lane. Chiefs turn towards Baron buff. That's getting melted. Cassiopeia's going to join as well. Going to fall even faster.
They have to go for a steal.
They're pulling back off. Good hook. Lands into the Fantix, forces the cleanse. Box going to try and zone him out. They're going to finish it. Picked up by Spooks, nice and easy. But Direwolves, they want to fight. Redemptions are being popped nice and early. Shermfire taking a lot of damage from Raze. He has to flash out of this pit. Swiffer's on the front end, missing his ultimate. Here he goes, tries to get on top. He can't. Egypt right in the middle. Hell of the back line of the Chiefs are very low. Egypt will be the first one to fall. Hookshot comes out. Chippy's looking to try and get on top of Raze. He's kiting back, throwing out feathers, looking for the lockdown. But there's the slam from Chippy's. Isn't enough. Raze stands and delivers. Won't be enough to take him down. Eventually, Spooks gets the double kill, goes on top of King. But Direwolves, they win this team fight.
And that was all off the back of a fantastic shockwave out of Fantix. Catches 3, is able to chunk them out of the fight and just absolutely destroy the Chiefs' backline. Swiffer also whiffed another ultimate.
Yep.
So Direwolves, even though they lose Baron, pick up 3 members of the Chiefs. And this game is getting very close.
The only reason why the Chiefs pick up a goal lead off of that is you still get 300 gold per person for the Baron kill. So now 7,000 gold on the lead, but it doesn't look like it from these team fights. A big item has been picked up by Raze though, Mercurial Scimitar. So has that lifesteal. And let's look at the fight again.
Yeah, so let's have a look at this one. They take a lot of initial damage and none of them are able to get healed up by the Redemption. And you can see Raze is prioritizing the Nidalee at the moment. So they should not be fighting at this stage. Swiffer has to pop over the wall and it's a 2-man shockwave, but it chunks out the top laner and the jungle. So they can no longer fight. And you can just see that from there it turns into kind of a kite war. And Chippy's just on the Camille has so much chasing potential. Raze does still do a heck of a lot of damage.
He does.
But that was really well executed.
Spooks just had nowhere to go as well. Easy pick up by the Wolves. Still a 6,000 lead for the Chiefs. With Baron buff, let's see what they can do. We've already taken down another Elemental Dragon, so Ocean Dragon picks up here.
And it becomes how do they engage? Because right now the tools for engage from Direwolves, you know, big shockwaves, the ability to be able to hit arrows. At the same time for the Chiefs, it's really can we land a good enough equalizer or a cocoon? And both of those are a little bit harder. Egypt has been slightly unlucky with death sentences, we have to say.
He's learning some great ones though. His plays are on point too.
His plays have been really good. You can see right now they can't even push into the Orianna. Range really is starting to hurt them.
Raze just does so much damage as well.
Swiper's been engaged on here.
Redemption being used nice and early. Cocoon locks down Braum, but Destiny is very tanky in the front line, has picked up his Locket of Iron Solari.
And what is the shop that the Chiefs are really waiting for? I mean, they don't get much further ahead in this game. We're getting to the point where items are starting to not matter. King is a full item behind Raze still, but Raze can't get access to the team fight.
I was going to say it could be Void Staff for both Spooks and Swiffer, but there's not much magic resistance from the Wolves. Yes, we have 2 Maws. That's not it. Spooks though, locked down by Chippies. You've got nowhere to go. Eventually you come back down.
Here we go
on top of you, but look at Raze defending his jungler, throws out the feathers, gets one in return. Equalizer will cut off the western walls. Fantix, big shockwave, but dies in response. Double kill picked up by Raze.
And that might have been what they were waiting for. Overcommitment on a pick. And it wasn't about going anywhere, it was about buying time for the rest of the Chiefs squad to be able to collapse. Now 2 members down, one of them being Fantex, who died with his flash available, means that the Chiefs going to look to break the base again.
Flash and Cleanse available for this Orianna, still falls. Chiefs now charge towards the mid lane inhibitor turret. That's going to go down. They only don't have their jungler, so they should move towards the bottom side of the map to take down bottom lane inhibitor, which is their next course of action. Direwolves just sit, wait for the jungler, wait for their mid lane to come back up, and then look for fights against the Chiefs again.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see that they're still trying to chase them out of the base, but 2 inhibitors down now makes that task very difficult to be able to come back into this one. Big news story for me is the fact that Fantex is 320 CS on the clock, is 60 up over Swiffer, and has that Void Staff, so it does a heck of a lot of damage. And the Camille is really, really strong in the one-on-one. Still not a team fighting build. Not a Titanic Hydra going towards a Ravenous, as well as the fact that it has a Maw. But as far as the one-on-one situation goes, Chippy's is incredibly difficult to deal with.
It certainly is. You can even see Spooks going for more of a tanky build here. Sold his Moby boots, went towards the Ninja Tabby.
I think that's smart. I mean, you get knocked out of Moby so quickly in these team fights. It's not really going to add anything. As well as the fact that you've got, you know, Chippy's hammering on you, as well as King, who is still pretty damn far behind.
You don't really need to get anywhere fast anymore. There's the Mormam Mortius popping up on your screen. Gives you a magic shield when you get low on health, as well as lots of lifesteal.
That lifeline coming in can save you. You can see that right now, Direwolves have done a really good job of shoving bottom and mid out. So the Chiefs are dealing with those 2 waves. Bottom will push naturally because of super creeps. Swiper just giving the mid lane wave a helping hand. As soon as that crashes, there's no way you can defend this top lane outer. Unless you want to make your last heroic stand there. You lose a team fight in this situation, however, it is game over. So you expect Direwolves to start seeding a couple of objectives.
Spooks looking for a catch towards Schönfire. Can't find him.
Chippy's is bottom lane, does have teleport up.
But the Chiefs take down the final objective, which is something Direwolves can't contest. Top lane inner turret. This is the final inhibitor turret they have to siege.
And look how much damage Raze does. Marches forward with that rapid fire cannon and absolutely chunks Fantex out.
Direwolves still just trying to hold these minion waves away from their base. Chiefs taking this slow and steady. They've got a 7,000 gold lead, but from what we've seen in these last few team fights, it doesn't look like it's that much.
It doesn't really matter at the moment. You can see they're still trying to push up 2 waves. Chippy's has got that last wave very far down. Mid lane as well as top is much easier to defend as opposed to top and bottom.
He's coming back to base, so they could try and force a flank here. There is a ward behind.
I mean, he stopped his recall.
Did stop. He's up against super minions, so it still pushes very heavily for them, and the Chiefs engage on towards the turret. Inhibitor turret down to half health.
However, they took a little bit of poke damage. They need to be careful here.
Grounded has been used. That turret is incredibly low. One more wave is enough to take this one down for the Chiefs. Chippy's is back in base, now dashing in forward. Spooks gets a stun towards King. Good cleanse. Spooks actually going to die. Shockwave onto Swiffer. He's incredibly low. Next person to die will be that mid laner. They do get the top lane turret, but 2 members of the Chiefs are already dead.
Yeah, and you can see that members of the Direwolves just able to survive. They have their teleport play available here. Baron is up and alive. They need to be careful.
Egypt gets tagged up by Winter's Bite, throws out the feathers, forced to flash away, stand behind Brom, King in trouble, ultimate used by Raze. 1 by 1, they just fall to the feathers. Chippy's is going to get behind him, but
Raze
it doesn't matter.
Pentakill.
Raze is going forward, that's a double, gets the triple, gets the quadra kill, as Chippy's is going to be the last one to fall. Pentakill picked up by Raze.
What a great team fight out of the Chiefs. That's a genuine 3v5, and Raze just marches forward and cleans them all up.
1 by 1, they fall like dominoes. Raze gets revenge against his former team after they take them down in game 1. Chiefs will tie up this best of 3 series 1-1 against the Direwolves.
And it took a little bit longer, Fish. It wasn't as clean, but you could see that in the team fights, the Chiefs were able to make it work. A little bit of a face palm coming out of Sam there. Spooks laughing his head off, actually. Don't know what that was, but Direwolves. The Xayah this time went through, had the scaling, and King was just so far behind.
He certainly was. He didn't have a great performance at MSI, especially in his first couple of games. And last game, I mean, falling down at level 1, also questionable, was able to be saved by the rest of his team. This game really being targeted by the Chiefs almost.
Yeah, it certainly was. And the other thing you have to look for is the fact that Shern is going very farm heavy in the jungle. And Spooks this time around was able to make him pay. I mean, straight away goes towards Moby Boots, really gets Swiffer ahead, made a couple of mistakes diving onto that Orianna. But you have to think that a lot of that early game was on the back of Spooks being able to get into the lanes and influence where Shern could not.
Yeah, it definitely was. And we already saw Shern how impactful he was in that first match in Graves, blowing flashes from Swiper on the top lane nice and early, making sure he stayed ahead in tempo as well. Spooks reacted accordingly, but as the small skirmishes that went wrong for them in that first game, this time around, though, the Direwolves could not keep up against those skirmishes.
Definitely agree. And for the second time, the Chiefs were able to get Rift Herald as well. But this time, they used it to great effect, really opening up that middle of the map. You could see that they were much more comfortable when it was an equal footing in regards to the team fight. Certainly a much better performance.
And with that, they close out the game with a pentakill going on over towards Raze. Now the series is tied up 1-1, and to break down that game, let's send it back to Hingers, Rusty, and that other guy on the analyst desk.
We have ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. Chiefs clawing back a victory in that second game with that massive pentakill from Raze towards the end of it. And I'm joined here at the desk by Tigun and also Rusty. And gentlemen, it's a very, very different game from the Chiefs this time around.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing we can highlight is the bot lane.
Yeah.
The whole game, it just looked like Raze had King's number.
Yeah.
And my take of it is, Direwolves drafted Ashe away from Chiefs. They looked at how they were picking, how they were banning. They banned Tom. They picked Elise first. They're going for a pick comp. We even said they're going to look for Thresh and things like Ashe. Is picking Ashe away from them worth it? Because he looked a bit uncomfortable.
I mean, it's hard to say that it isn't worth it, right? Just based off the bans alone, the Chiefs get rid of Tahm Kench. You're like, well, they're picking Ashe. And if you don't have the Tahm Kench as a pick into the Ashe, then naturally you feel like you need to pick it just to take it away from them. They get first pick. But honestly, I agree with you. I feel like they didn't have to pick it, but they also saw the Elise there. And if you want to avoid a full pick comp, like the perfect pick comp, the Exodia of what a pick composition wants to be, you need to be the Ashe. And that's where I think the big problem stemmed from.
And in terms of a broader thing, before we go deep on the draft, was there anything in terms of the style, maybe the mentality that you guys kind of picked up going into Game 2 for the Chiefs that kind of turned around for them, Tegan?
It's really hard to speculate on mentality, but it seemed like they played.
But just do it. Just give it a crack.
Pretty much the same way they did in the first game, but just a lot cleaner.
Sure.
Like I was saying, that's all they
Fewer
really do, right? And I mean, there's not much more to say about it than that. It was just a lot cleaner, a lot stronger from their bot lane, and they carried through there.
All right, well, let's go deep on this draft. Again, picking Xayah, this time into Braum. And I guess we were skeptical about this pick in the first game, and then Vault defended it on camera in the interview. And how did you guys think it went this time?
I mean, for the first part, laning phase, I still believe that Braum beat Xayah. It just makes sense, right? That you've got the door, it stops the feathers. That's a primary part of Xayah's lane interactions. But what I really liked of the draft of the Chiefs outside of that is that they picked a Cassiopeia with the Xayah. And Cassiopeia's prime purpose is to prevent people from closing distances and getting to your AD carry, as well as being a second major threat. This is something that I felt like was missing in game number 1 for the Chiefs. It's now definitely prominent in the second game. Swiffer's presence to make sure that Raze, when they had a good laning phase, which was mostly on Ejim, very surprisingly, some people were walking into hooks. I don't know how it happened.
That level 1 hook.
Yeah.
I honestly said, did he disconnect? Because that's what it looked like. He just walked forward with no real reason and just got hit by a hook in the face.
Look, I know a thing or two about disconnecting because my internet's terrible, but you usually turn around and walk back home. That's what happens when you disconnect.
A little bit after you run into the enemy and hit them with your face.
Yeah, so like the Thresh did well. It got him through the laning phase. That's important because they got through that successfully. And it also put King behind. So the Ashe was mostly just going to be an arrow bot that went the Blade of the Ruin King build. So not even cooldown reduction there. So the AD carries were the biggest difference between these games, but all of the Chiefs drafted to protect their AD carry super well if they chose to, with all their zone control and pick.
I just want to touch on quickly the Xayah pick again. They were picking into Braum, and like you said, the laning's weak, but I think Chiefs' whole ethos from the draft, like you said, picking Cassiopeia, is Braum can only protect so much. He can't stop everything. And with Cassiopeia, with Xayah just throwing stuff at everyone, what does he stop? He has to choose one thing, and if he stops the Xayah, the Cassiopeia is going to run rampant. If he stops the Cassiopeia, the fed Xayah is just going to kill your whole team.
Too many different threats. Well, the Chiefs went ahead early in the game, and it led to the Direwolves trying to make plays. And in particular, there was a bit of a desperation play, a bit of a messy mid-lane dive, T-Gun. I want you to take us through this replay with Rusty, because it just felt like they were trying to make something happen here.
Yeah, it looks like they saw their opportunity. They decided we do have a little bit of pick. We need to make something happen because they were a little behind. But this very obviously wasn't it. They overcommitted to the dive, and they just got caught out by really, really smart collapsing by the Chiefs. It goes on for a long time, so obviously Chiefs needed to do a lot to do it, but as long as they react well, Chiefs are going to eventually win this trade.
They were playing the numbers game against the Chiefs there just a little bit, Direwolves. They had the advantage. People were always going to be there at the get-go from the Direwolves, but Rumble was always nearby. Their opportunity to get Rumble straight away into the fight is what secures kill number 1 for the Chiefs. And just like that, continues to rampage all the way through the jungle, all the way up to the Herald. And just because the members of the Chiefs are able to collapse, it kind of indicates that with a composition that you've got, if you're the Direwolves, diving is not always ideal.
Absolutely. What do you think of the use of the Rift Herald this time around?
Better than the previous one.
All right, we're learning. It's early in the split. It's a new thing. We're still putting it all together. Rusty, I also know you were interested to talk about the Baron fight about 20 minutes into Game 2. We'll get that up in a second. But what in particular about the Chiefs just being able to extend on their lead do you think was good this game?
I mean, extending on their lead, for the most part, I think it comes back to mostly compositional reasons again. Schönfire, for what it's worth, still almost got in for a steal, but thankfully for the Chiefs, they get it. This is actually something that Spawn mentioned as well, the hesitance to go over the wall and accepting things. I note there's still communication concerns maybe for the Chiefs in there. But being able to get the Baron is the most important part of what their composition needed to actually accelerate the lead, push the game further in. They don't really run a tank composition. They were running for pick. And once you've got Baron, you won't lose lanes as convincingly. Split pushing is not going to work against your Rumbles. And then Dire will start having to have these desperate team fights in desperate groups.
So obviously no one wants to take a team fight and lose 3v2, lose 3 versus losing 2. But you're saying that just having the Baron left on those 2 members was good enough.
Yeah, 100%. Just having the buff means that they can still have tempo in the game, still have momentum and push it forward.
Even if you only have it on one person, it's still worth it. He's absolutely right. As long as you have the buff, it doesn't matter. And it's even better if they got that onto a split pusher. If they were playing Camille, just like Chippy's was, and they get that on the split pusher, it's almost game breaking. That's how valuable it is to just keep it on one member. It's even worth trading away 3 or 4 people for it.
Well, this was also a very different game in the bottom, like we said at the start. Raze going ahead. I feel like we just want to watch this again. This sick pentakill from Raze. Now, what allows him to do this, Rusty, when we bring it up?
I don't want to be that guy and say Fantix does something that you should never do, but we will get to see it, so you can decide for yourself what Fantix does here. As you can see, probably a big part of the damage that wants to kill Isaiah.
Just so many feathers everywhere.
Yeah, and a lot of this comes down ultimately just to wanting to kill Raze, so they put everything into killing him. But with all of the protection, again, the team composition the Chiefs have designed very well to keep him alive. It's not that simple. You kind of have to work front to back and get to the Zaya.
So you think, I mean, okay, if you're in scrub tier like me, you know that the first thing the first target in any team fight is probably the damage dealer, right? You go for the AD carry. But you're saying in this team composition, because there's so much protection, you have to take down some of that protection?
Not specifically in the team composition, but in this instance, because they were stipend with their backs. They weren't all coming out as a 5-man unit, so the Direwolves weren't playing front to back. And if you're by yourself or like 2 people are trickling into the AD carry, then Raze will stand still and just throw feathers at you until people die. Whereas as a 5-man group, you can Camilla Rayana him.
Yeah, and you even saw he was pretty aggressive in that fight. You saw him flash forward nearing the end, because when the enemy's trickling forward, you can't really deal with the ADC and the front line at the same time. They needed to just, instead of just trying to rush back and all really just haphazardly running into it, needed to sort of regroup it and just fight smarter instead of just trying to get in there really quickly.
All right, let's take a look at the total damage done to champions across the board in this game. And I think we'll see that Zai's way ahead of everyone. Was that
like 100K?
Yeah, it's doing all right. Doing all right. It's not bad. Yeah, I mean, are we seeing this globally as well? Like Zai's just busted, or was this just a particularly good game from Raze?
I don't think you'll ever see graphs like this consistently globally.
Sure.
Tripling your lane opponent's damage, that's definitely an outlier. And that's just an element of really good play by him and really good play by his team to make sure he's surviving through every fight.
It'd be interesting to see the amount of damage done by Zai versus the amount of damage prevented by Braum, because presumably the Braum is there to soak up that damage. We don't have that on this graph, obviously, Rusty. Maybe we'll get it later. We'll see if the Boffins backstage can get it. But Rusty, is there anything on that on that graph that really stood out to you aside from Zaya's damage?
I guess when you look at Zaya's damage, you have to contrast that to his opponent as well. Someone that was meant to be able to freely do the damage, but lost the lane so hard, was king on the Ashe, was not the best performance from him, unfortunately. And we mentioned this at the start, you know, is it the fact that he's just forced to pick the champion so that the Chiefs don't have it? But ultimately, he plays a lot of Ashe, so not the best performance overall.
Moving into Game 3 then, what do we want to see differently? Because we've seen two pretty one-sided games overall, I think. We've seen a lot of consistent bans from Zach, Galio, Cassidy coming out. Is there anything different that you want to see from either of these teams in Game 3?
I want Chiefs to keep banning Cassidy.
Sure.
So it's not only is it just strong, but it's also one of Fantix's strongest champions as well, as far as playstyle ways goes. So you sort of keep that core band going, the Cassidy and the Fiora, keep the respect bands in there. Don't get sort of overconfident and cocky just because you did win this game. Just go back to what just worked and sort of understand that situation where Zaya is tripling Ashe's damage isn't going to happen again. So you can't rely on that. And you need to just sort of take it back and say, yes, you just went absolutely bonkers, but scale it back, go back to what's tried and true, and just play your game.
Do you want Direwolves then to reban that Cassiopeia like they did in Game 1, Rusty?
Yeah, I definitely want them to still look towards it. Orianna and Cassiopeia were banned in Game 1 by Direwolves. Both were picked respectively in this game, and Ori actually usually has a good lane. And so maybe Elise is the bigger problem when you want to highlight how it plays out. Schönfire, he is a farming jungler, and when Spooks is successful in getting ganks off, then it's going to be a bigger problem for Direwolves to contend with it. So perhaps the Chiefs will go back and just prioritize the Elise. Direwolves need to go back and say maybe it's the #1 ban priority because we want to win our lanes slowly. That's what the Direwolves mantra is all about.
But you're already banning Zach, so you're already banning junglers. So then you add Elise to that as well. Then you end up in a position like you did in Game 1, I guess.
The difference is side of the map as well.
Right,
so with the Direwolves being on red side, they're forced into those bans, whereas in Game #1, the Chiefs are on the red side. They have to ban the Galio, they have to ban the Zach, or their opponents will pick it themselves. So there is a possibility coming into Game 3 that the Direwolves will get the opportunity of the Zach or something else better.
I'd also say Schönfire's champ pool is deep enough that they can do that. We saw him play Graves in the first game, if I'm not mistaken. He can also play things like Lee Sin. He could even play something like Gragas Jungle.
But his Italy wasn't bad.
I'm not saying it was bad.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you were.
But I'm saying that going back to banning things like Elise to sort of just, again, shrink that jungle pool as much as they can could help him.
All right, well, that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. Let us watch some highlights before we get into Game 3 with the casters, Spawn and Fish.
Cleanse being used by Fantix, flashing early, but Spooks is right on top of him. Good spear coming out from Schönfire. Flash forward, first blood picked up by Swiffer. Fantix is going to be taken down, and look at that Schönfire. He's able to get a kill back and flash over the wall to get away. Swiffer's going to have to tank that one. Shockwave as well as the arrow from downtown. Swiffer, where are you going? That's not your base.
There we
go.
go.
This one. That's a 5-man force. Ejim is being locked down by the ultimate from Camille. He's going to be the first one to die here.
Bad force.
But King already dead. Chippies is very low. Spooks is running straight behind him. Swiffer doesn't have his ult anymore, but turns around. Gets good damage, but is it enough? Swiper does not have his ultimate. Raze is catching him behind. Only locks down Destiny. Big ultimate from the Brawl. Shockwave gets dodged out by Spooks. Only connects towards Raze. Sternfire is going to have to try and run away from this one. Woo! That turret's almost dead. Chiefs will be able to take down the mid lane out of turret, and a hook lands. Double play back in. Rumble equalizes to boot on top of Cassiopeia. Good shockwave. Turret will fall. Spooks will repel and get back to safety. Raze all the way in the front line. Snipes out Fantix underneath the nose of the rest of the Wolfpack. Very, very low from this Baron. Shockwave connects onto 2. Egypt lands 2. Schönfire over the wall. Can't get the smite down. Secured by Spooks. They will take down Egypt, but he sacrifices life for that one. Flash over the wall by Raze. Fantix is low. Forced to be healed up by King. Sniper all the way in the back lines will get taken down. Swimmer's forced to flash over this wall. Raze going to town. Feather after feather after feather into the Brawl. Goes on a killing spree. Baron buff and 3 kills for the Chiefs. They're going to finish it. Picked up by Spooks. Nice and easy, but Direwolves, they want to fight. Redemptions are being popped nice and early. Schönfire taking a lot of damage from Raze. He has to flash out of this pit. Swiffer's on the front end, missing his
Chippy's
ultimate. Here he goes, tries to get on top. He can't. Egypt right in the middle. Hell, the back line of the Chiefs are very low. Egypt will be the first one to fall. Hookshot comes out. Chippy's looking to try and get on top of Raze. He's kiting back, throwing out feathers, looking for the lockdown. But there's the slam from Chippy's. Isn't enough. Raze stands and delivers. Won't be enough to take him down. Eventually, Spooks gets the double kill, goes on top of King. But Direwolves, they win this team fight. But look at Raze defending his jungler, throws out the feathers, gets one in return. Equalizer will cut off the western walls. Fan takes big shockwave, but dies in response. I'm Brom, King in trouble. Ultimate used by Raze. One by one, they just fall to the feathers. Chippies is going to get behind him, but
Raze
it doesn't matter. Raze is going forward. That's a double. Gets the triple. Gets the quadra kill as Chippies is going to be the last one to fall. Penta kill picked up by Raze.
What a great team fight out of the Chiefs. That's a genuine 3v5, and Raze just marches forward and cleans them all up.
One by one, they fall like dominoes. Raze gets revenge against his former team after they take them down in game one. Chiefs will tie up this best of three series 1-1 against the Direwolves. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The first match we have in Split 2 2017 of the OPL. We're going to Game 3 as the Direwolves are still going to be taking on Chiefs here today. And that game, a lot better from the Chiefs, but it wasn't the one-sided match we saw in Game 1.
No, it certainly wasn't. But at the same time, you have to look at the discrepancy between the 280 carries in that game. Raze was able to get so far ahead off the back of a very good duo lane with Ejim. Ejim was on fire. Raze did 25,000 more damage than King in that game. King didn't even crest the 10,000 damage mark in what was a very long game. So really hats off to the 80 carry of the Chiefs because he was 100% the difference maker along with his support.
He was making a lot of plays himself as well, moving deep into the front line. We even saw in the pentakill, went all the way forward after the flank came out from Chippies. Didn't have much fear, Raze, in that game, and almost single-handedly put the team in the back. After that dive from the top side of the map to finish off the game was almost botched by Swiffer and Spooks.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they're two members that didn't have a great mid to late game. I mean, Spooks had a very good early game, was able to get Swiffer ahead, but then Swiffer didn't really do all that much with his lead. In fact, threw it all away when they dove underneath the tier 2 turret for Fantix. Shern also had a funny game. He had a really good dive top side of the map, but then didn't really get that much else done. Went for Athenes on Nidalee, which I don't necessarily agree with. I've always been a big proponent of going Rylai's Crystal Scepter as your second item. So, you know, questionable play from some of the big guns in this match.
It certainly was. We saw a much different team composition from these two teams. Again, Chiefs a little bit more team fight oriented. They had a few more tanky frontline members heading into that game, especially with the Thresh pickup, which, by the way, Ejim played fantastically in that game. Whereas for the Direwolves, a lot more pick coming out, especially with the Nidalee pick for Shernfire, which I don't think we really expected coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the Graves in the fact that it's just a farm-heavy jungle. If it ever does get into a lane and land its skill shot, able to do a lot of damage. However, at the same time, wasn't really able to use any of that farm and get any lane apart from maybe top that far ahead.
No, was not. And heading back into this third game, Thresh is going to hit the bench again, as well as Galio and Syndra, which Direwolves have been banning out against the Chiefs. Swiper has been playing Galio non-stop in the top lane. And Swiffer on that Syndra, very, very big pick for him.
And at the same time, they recognize they need more of a front line. So they go towards the Gragas with their first pick again. Chippy's looked very comfortable on that tank. Maybe one of the only tanks he's looked very comfortable on. And that will force the first adaptation out of the Chiefs squad.
And immediately, instead of going for the Xayah pick that we saw from them in game 1 against the Gragas, Raze will pick up Varus heading into this match. Good against tanks, has a lot of percentage-based damage, and denies that pick away from King as well, who should default into Ashe again in this situation. His support, or most likely his support in this case, will be a Lulu.
Yeah, however, we have seen a little bit of Lulu mid lane. Ejin came back from Korea, a changed man, no longer a Thunderlord's master, much heavier on the Courage of the Colossus as well as the Wind Speakers. So we'll see whether that is a trend that continues. A little bit of a dangerous lane here going up against Zyra. However, with everything, if you're able to get some form of CC onto Zyra, you can blow her up very easy early game. She is just so damn squishy.
You certainly can. Direwolves now looking to see what they're going to lock in as their 80 carry, I presume, as they've hovered over Jinx as well as Jhin, but instead Ashe is the locket of choice, which we expect. The Ashe Zyra lane,
first made famous by Cloud9 ages ago, has come back into the scene, a very potent lane, no matter what the changes have been made to these two champions.
Yeah, completely agree. And you know that King is like, I don't want that to happen again. Just get me priority in lane. Get rid of these stupid melee supports. Get me something that pushes. Get me something with priority and let me go to work. Because in the last game, that definitely was not the case, Fish. And he was put fire in a hole that he could not climb out of. And you can see that even though it's a Gragas first pick, the Chiefs still think that that's a flex.
Yeah. Swift is picking up Rumble heading into the top lane. Immediately they ban our top laners again with Fiora hitting the bench. Move back to that Zyra really quickly. We saw quite a bit of it during League of Origin. Jake was very well known for playing that on Team Victoria. Had amazing games on the champion. So we'll have to see if Destiny can do the exact same thing heading back into this match.
If you think that, you know, the play style of Jake, Destiny should be a little bit more suited to the Zyra. Jake, however, played it fantastically. Really, for me, was one of the standout players of Origin. Got to have the luxury of having him on my team. And I thought that he and King laned very well together. And you can see that this is kind of strange early Chiefs because they've hedged their bets. They've banned a top laner and a jungler.
Yeah, they banned away the Graves. Shernfire played it in game 1 with Chippy's picking up Gragas heading into the top lane.
The protect the 80 carry comp, Fish. I hate to cut you off, but that could well and truly open up for a Karma mid lane, especially if this is a Vladimir lock-in. And Karma does well into the matchup. I think that Direwolves may have just put themselves in a little bit of a hole.
Potentially, but with this Graves ban, it does leave Jarvan open, and Chippies will take that into the top lane. The Direwolves team comp, again, just looks so dangerous.
But how do you get through what is going to be Lulu, Ivan, most likely Karma? I mean, if they're not willing to pick the Karma, it does throw a little bit of a wrench here. Maybe they'll go for an Assassin, kind of LPL style protect the 80 carry comp.
That could be it. That's going to be it. Swiffer takes that Assassin of LeBlanc into the mid lane.
So this is strange now because all of a sudden what they've done is they've taken a protect the 80 carry comp into a relatively good 1-3-1 comp. If you can force Vlad to match you in a side lane, Rumble's going to have to push early on the Jarvan, although Jarvan should have kill threat at some stage of this game. What you have now is a 3-man unit of a Lulu, Ivan, as well as a Varus, so we should be able to siege down relatively well against Gragas, Zyra, Ashe. So little bit of a change up here. Chiefs definitely not wanting to go all in on Raze. If there ever was a time, it probably is now. He's just come off the back end of a pentakill to win you a game. But hedging bets slightly.
Yeah, well, it's Direwolves, very similar team comp from game 1. This time, instead of a Graves, they've got a Jarvan, which arguably does so much more for them. Has great lockdown, can set up Gragas nice and easy, can set up Zyra, can set up Vladimir.
And the pressure is on Shern to be able to impact the lanes, because even though bottom lane should have a fairly decent push, I mean, Ashe Zyra, we talk about it all the time, is able to shove in quite well. You know, you look at Jarvan, he has very little wave clear early game versus a Rumble. You have a look at the Vladimir, and probably going to get chunked out by the LeBlanc, who is a very oppressive laner. So that's really where the Gragas comes in, because you're up against an Ivan. You should be able to dictate that jungle matchup. Everyone knows how much I hate Ivan. Ever since he nerfs, I think he's useless. But we'll see whether Spooks is able to make it work.
Yeah, apparently Spooks still prioritizing this champion heading into this match. Excited to see Shernfire on the Gragas again, though, because Adam Azai was one of his more prominent champions. Made some great plays on Gragas. Hopefully be able to do the same thing as he has on Rift for this match.
Completely agree. And I just can't help feel, as we get onto Summoner's Rift for Game 3 between Direwolves and Chiefs, that if that was a Karma mid lane, the priority would really sit with 3 pretty good lanes for the Chiefs. And an Ivan that's going to be able to buff up Raze late game. I really think that this is one of the few games on the current patch where you could go all in on protect the 80 carry.
Potentially. I mean, we saw it a couple of times at League of Origin as well, and the 80 carry in question was King. But we'll have to see what happens in this match. We'll have to see if Swiffer can pull off that trade in the mid lane on the LeBlanc. He's taken teleport this time around, so good cross-map play, but doesn't have the Ignite to deal with the Vladimir.
Doesn't have the Ignite, means Vladimir will be able to turn around and return fire at points in this game. But he does have terrific chase down. So here we go.
That's a lot of purple people for the Chiefs team in the bottom lane. They're going to try and chase down Destiny and King. Good slows. That's a flash from Swiffer. Predicts the flash from Destiny. Locks him down.
Not sure about that.
Now Swiffer's going to take a lot of damage in return. He's going to have to be forced back to base, and minions have already spawned. King tagging him again. That was really weird.
That was a force. I mean, what it does tell me is the Chiefs want to win bottom lane. All of a sudden, if Spooks can get down there with red buff, you know, able to march in there, get the little bit of the auto attacks as well as the Q, going to be able to lock up the Zyra nice and early. However, that's a force if I've ever seen a force.
Teleport being used very early by Swiffer, heading back into the mid lane, so no summoners available for him. Spooks is going for the purple skin as well, so I believe the Chiefs have a full purple team complement into this game. Thanks, Lulu. This game is going to taste purple now.
However, Spooks will show an award, so should give Shern time to be able to invade, see whether the Chiefs are able to get the push and really scout for that. He's trying to freeze up here in the top lane. Does a relatively good job.
I mean,
we'll push back slowly because there's only range creeps left. Swiper, of course, not going to let that happen. Instead, just sitting there burning them.
Swiper is always going to be able to push this lane as Rumble. Java doesn't really come online until he gets 1,300 gold, where he can pick up his TM. That's when he can start to trade. That's when he can start to go all in.
Ooh, here we go. Shern's going to spot out Spooks.
Shern is fairly low. No smite available for Spooks. He will tag up blue buff. Shernfire seems like
you can see straight away they just bring the whole team over.
Ejim coming along towards Shernfire, tags him.
Actually, he's gone Thunderlords as well, so not Wind Speakers. Normally, when you go a little bit more protect the comp, you go for the Wind Speakers. Maybe it's a Zyra in the lane that they want to focus on shutting down.
Destiny already positioning quite aggressively. Well, bottom side of the map, dead even between the two. You expect King and Destiny to push up early, as they do have the Zyra on their side.
This is what you hate to see, though, if you are kind of a Direwolf member. You got your blue buff invaded on Stolen. Gragas has no jungle really left apart from the top side. You look over at Ivan, and he's got 4 prepped camps. He's going to be able to go to the Raptors, he's going to go to Wolf, he's going to go blue buff, then he's probably going to smite away the Krug. And he's going to be level 4 at this stage of the game. And he's going to have 3 buffs. And this is the thing that really annoys people when you're playing against Ivan. When he gets rolling, when he is able... Oh, he actually doesn't smite, so probably going to look to be invade heavy here as well. Going to really look to push that advantage.
Upside of the map though, Swiper and Chippy's going at it. Good trades. Just keeping it up in the top lane, trading back and forth. Swiper will continue to push this lane, which means that Ivan can move bottom.
The problem with Jarvan top lane has never been like HP pull or anything like that. As hang on, this is what we said might happen. No.
Flash on Destiny as Spooks will go down. Easy first blood for Raze, capitalizing on that level 1 burnt flash. So far, going in the Chiefs' favor, slapping King a couple of times as well, just showing that he is still here.
Exactly right. Forces him out of lane. You know, the big plays out of Ivan. You see Ejim continuing to harass as well. Is Doran Shields 80 carry, so they're hard to take down. However, all of a sudden, the burnt flash out of Swiffer as well as the teleport does pay dividends. First blood going across. You can see already a 10 CS advantage as well in this lane. They're going to look to shove to turret and get an early shot as well. Chiefs really rallying behind the 80 carry.
There is a good 10 CS lead in the mid lane though, going for Fantix, who is still holding us to a single health potion, but Corrupting Potion for Swiffer, fully expended. Especially after he burnt his teleport to get back into the mid lane at level 1. Means he can't just go back and shop and come back into this match.
Ooh.
Destiny coming back into the lane and almost dying again.
And all of a sudden, as actually we have more action, so I won't talk about that.
Swiper and Chippy just going to slap each other a couple of times.
Yeah, all of a sudden Destiny is really far behind. He's actually going to be like a level and a half. If King's able to pick up the CS and not die, he will be accelerated, but that is just really dangerous. As you can see, Chippy, and this is what I was going to say, is struggling in the trades, not because of health or, you know, ability to do damage, just because of mana. Jarvan's really mana gated at the start of game. As you can see now, Shern actually looking for Swiffer.
Oh, over Spooks' head. Swiffer is dead. Shern's going to pay for it with his life, but my goodness, that man is confident.
And actually gave the kill over to Swiffer there, so that's a bad gank coming out of Shern, because if Spooks is able to pick up this CS, they really don't miss out on any experience. And what was a big winning lane over for Fantix actually now gives a little bit of a gold advantage over to Swiffer.
Does. Let's see if that affects this lane in any way. Has gone back to base, picked up the Hextech Revolver. It's a little bit of extra burst for the LeBlanc when she comes back into the mid lane. Top side of the map. Swiper's still pushing.
This is what resourceless top laners do when they're strong in the meta. They just continue to push in, going to continue to make J4, you know, expend summoner spells to get back to lane if he wants to catch any of the farm. You can see actually not the priority right now, so a 14 CS advantage over to the Rumble.
What shall I see?
Whatever you want, Ivan.
You can see a Scuttle Crab and a River.
Aw,
he's gone. Egypt has to clear out a couple of wards in the bottom lane. Fantic's still being traded upon by Swiffer here, but just doesn't take damage. He's got a Spectre's Carl as his first item.
Yeah, it certainly does.
How do you burst through him?
Doran's shield was always going to make scaling laners like really hard to deal with. And you can see that in this game, that means in the shape of the Vladimir being able to be up 15 CS. You can't really auto-attack harass him out. Shern is showing on Scuttle Crab, so Swiffer should know that he's heading towards that lane. And once again, Spooks has Ivan, is going to look to take away the blue buff again. You can see 15 CS down, but is a level up just because he's prioritizing the big camp.
And he already prepped that with the 2 wards he placed down towards the Raptor camp, so knows that Shernfire can't be there.
And Shern is just going to look here and be like, God damn it. He's really annoying to play against Ivan.
Just walks over and says, thanks for the blue buff, I'll take that, and distort back to
That's
my
actually
W.
a big deal because all of a sudden you can actually give blue buff on the bottom side of the map over to Raze if you want, or Swiffer can just get back-to-back blues, which means that he's going to be able to, you know, focus against the Vladimir a little bit more successfully, although he's still 19 CS down, so you would have to say if there's a decisive winner in this mid lane so far, it has 100% been Fantix.
Top side of the map, it is in favor of Swiper. Jarvan has gone back to base and picked up his Tiamat, so he does have the opportunity to wave clear, go for those more aggressive trades now.
But whilst he's up in Creep Swiper, I would be interested to see how much is lane farm versus how much is him being a double goblin. Because time and time again, he has just walked into his own jungle and taken away Spooks' farm. You can see now Shern actually looking for a gank here.
He's down Raze, good body pop. Rooted as well by the Zyra. Raze is dead. Easy kill by King, throws out the arrow. Good flash by Ejim though. Will narrowly avoid that. King was looking for the double.
That means all of a sudden they want to invade probably onto Spooks' blue. He does have Smite available, so going to be difficult to accomplish. Nigh impossible, one would say.
Takes away the blue buff. Shernfire wants this camp. Spooks is going to wrap around, looking to see if he can take it back for his team.
This is dangerous out of Shern.
Egypt wants to fight here, gets shielded.
Ooh, actually, I'm going to say potentially a turnaround kill there, as Shern went very low, but a good double root.
Swiffer now using his ultimate on towards Fantix, locking him down with the chains.
Fantix doesn't care. I mean, he's already got the cow. You can see that he's just going to be able to steal this one back up. Ooh, nice. Actually, uses the chain again there.
That's the combo. Spooks is behind Fantix, misses the Q, but Swiffer still goes in for some damage.
That might have actually been a kill there if Spooks was able to connect it, just because of how much damage Vladimir does to himself with his pull.
Good chain from Swiffer. Dodges out the blood rush that came out from Fantix, forces him to use the ultimate. Swiffer going back in. Good trades. We'll get some health back, but not much.
See whether he actually wants to look for a dive here. He knows that there's no ultimate available. He knows there's no flash, so he can play up and aggressive.
This is really good pressure coming out from Swiffer. Spooks is going to find Shernfire as well. He's a level up over the Gragas.
And you can see that all the Chiefs members actually converging here. They want to continue to pressure out this lane. The problem is when you start trading health back, Vlad gets his back in his advantage.
Instead, the Chiefs use that advantage mid lane, head towards the Dragon, looking to take down the first Elemental Dragon of the game. So they'll start with a slight gold lead of about 600 to 700 gold, and an Elemental Dragon in their back pockets.
And I'm wondering when Swiffer actually walks across, if he does walk across and grab that red buff, because it's just been sitting there. It's probably about to time out, honestly. And you know that would have really helped with those trades, and it helps getting your health back in the mid lane, which is a big deal.
Especially since the Lunk is going to be auto-attacking anyway, thanks to the Hextech Revolver and eventually the Gunblade.
Yep. Arrow, high wide, not very handsome.
Yep, goes straight along the wall, not quite where you want to be aiming that at. But they're looking for a pick there. If that connected, that definitely would have been a kill.
Still not so sure about the kill. I mean, he has double summoner spells up because he didn't burn them last time, as well as the Lulu ult. Fantix starting to lose out on this lane quite heavily.
Bilgewater Cutlass being picked up by Swiffer as well. So he's going to start the chunk and has that extra active to do a bit more damage and slow down Fantix significantly.
Actually burnt Teleport to get back to lane. So this is a small victory for Fantix. Swiffer will probably look to clean out this wave and hopefully get back for his Gunblade as soon as possible. But did back on a cannon creep wave, so not going to lose all this much.
Bottom side of the map, both these AD carries are rushing towards Blade of the Ruined King, but it's going to be King that gets locked down first. Here comes Daisy and Ivan, both summoner spells used. Flash forward by Raze, looks for the snipe, gets him underneath the turret.
And all of a sudden, Swiffer's here looking for the Zyra as well.
Zyra's caught, she's going to be stuck underneath this turret, incredibly low. There's Swiffer, just auto-attacks him a few times. We don't get to watch that, it's a little bit too brutal. We are a PG-13 show.
Certainly are. You can just see Swiffer's eyes lit up there. Straight away, dives over the wall, able to pick up another kill for himself. So now 2-1-0. That CS advantage that the Vladimir was able to pick up means next to nothing now. First turret going to go down. They will trade it most likely for a Rift Herald. You can see that Jarvan is going to walk across and actually help out the Gragas.
Now the Chiefs, they're 3,000 gold up after what was a flawless game one from the Direwolves.
It just looks strange. I mean, Direwolves are executing so well. And you can see that Raze in his player cam is actually all fired up at the moment.
Of course.
He's performing incredibly well. One of the big question marks we actually have from Split 1 is not whether they can play individually, but how this duo looks. Now he goes back, picks up his Bork, and is really looking the goods in games 2 and 3 for the Chiefs.
In this game, Blade of the Ruined King really matters when you look at the front line of Vladimir, Gragas, and Jarvan.
Yep. All going to be
Lots of
HP
health.
stackers, not much armor coming out amongst them.
Now I'm curious to see who's going to be getting the health mitigation stat here, because Gragas and Vladimir, two champions that rely a lot on getting health back halfway through a fight. Someone has to stop that.
I mean,
now
the
only
E does.
Ejim with Ignite.
The E has it off the back end of... ooh. Out of Ejim.
Varus' Blighter Quiver does have it. Fantix, though, trading against Swiffer. It's a good trade. Active use from Bilgewater Cutlass to slow him down, but Ivan just walks in, grows some brushes for Swiffer, and doesn't do much else.
I mean, he's just walking around. I think Swiffer's saying, I need help pushing, and Boost is kind of saying, I don't push. So...
And Ivan, what do you expect from me? Ah, hits the minion. That's not great.
Swiffer's absolutely out of mana right now, so can't do anything, really. In fact, they're calling Ejim over as well as Raze, like, we really need to shove this wave out. I think that it's time to send LeBlanc to the side, though.
Swiffer's going to head back to base. You'd expect him to complete his item and pick up his boots. Hextech Gunblade is complete.
I actually think this is the best lane assignment that they have. Keep Vladimir mid if you can on wave clear duty, and just match that with the Varus, who's going to scale very nicely, and potentially get Swiffer into a lane with the Ashe. Of course, you're not going to want to keep Zyra around in that situation. However, we'll just run back mid, and they send Raze back to the top lane again, potentially looking to push down turrets.
Trying to pick up the last bit of CS that is pushing on the top side of the map. Easy pick up by Raze. Has got some damage in the top lane turret, so can push that out and eventually chip away the top lane outer.
I mean, that's kind of what happens when you're a Rumble in these lanes. They're actually looking, but not finding anything.
Good route on towards Schönfire, locked down as well by Spooks, and as you saw on your screen there, Spooks can go back to base, pick up the Gunblade, which is traditionally a hybrid item, and LeBlanc is a very heavy burst mage, so it's curious to see that this has become the item of choice.
It's just that massive nuke that you get off it, as well as the additional CC makes it very worthwhile. Ooh, Zyra might be caught here.
Throws out the ultimate. Destiny was not there. Schönfire is there to back him up. Curious ultimate from Raze. There was a ward in that brush, so he did have vision.
Yeah, it certainly did. I thought he was going to step a little bit... Raze thought he was going to step a little bit further forward. You can see the Swiper, once again, just uses the ulti, clears away that bottom wave. Chiefs will get the advantage. In regards to the fact that they've got a couple of turrets now.
Tricky play from Swiffer. Will lock down Fantix. Throws out the Gunblade as well. Spooks now going to continue chasing. Humor play used by Fantix to deter Swiffer and Spooks from pushing any further forward, but another good route. Fantix in some trouble here. The chain will connect. Swiffer will lock him down, and the rest of the walls just slowly catch up to the mid lane. Swiffer, though, body pulse, knocked back, will get a wild growth, but immediately snared up by Destiny. That was flawless execution from the 4 members of the Wolfpack.
Fantastic play out of Schön, and Swiffer had flash as well as the ultimate available. Now they're going to be able to use the Rift Herald. They'll be able to bust open the first turret for them in the game.
Harold!
And really equalize that gold lead. think they actually could have stuck around for maybe the second one. There's no equalizer available.
They decide not to. 10 seconds till next dragon spawns. Harold gets another charge going.
Dragon.
Doesn't do too much.
If it's Infernal, makes a lot of sense. Not really, does it?
Mountain Dragon instead.
I mean, equalizes a mountain. However, not really the most important dragon right now for them.
They could rotate bottom lane, which is a slightly safer play. Let's see how Chiefs react to this. Schönfire now stuck in this pit. Chiefs could collapse.
Certainly could. I mean, also the Vladimir could just collapse, and now Egan's probably dead.
Egan's in a lot of trouble. He's forced to flash away. Fancy's going in. Sanguine Pool. Arrow pops as well. Egypt's still alive, but there is the arena built by Chippies. Good pick on towards the Vladimir. Double kill picked up by Swiffer. Chippies is trying to run away, but he can't. The Chiefs collapse, and the captain picks up a triple.
What a play out of Swiffer. Was able to actually land multiple passes in that rotation and just picks up so much damage, teleporting back in. He's now 5-2-0, and in the side lane, no one really going to be able to match LeBlanc. And they needed him to grab the kills because he's 30 CS down. But time and time again, just able to make this LeBlanc pick work.
With that, Chiefs, they take the Mountain Dragon for themselves. They now have 2, and Raze is going to chip away at this turret. 2 Mountain Dragons and red buff. This is going to burn real quick.
And you have to think that the call should have been to just collapse and burn the dragon, not to leave a Gragas do it by himself. And Shern actually even has to use the ulti there to try and clear out mid-wave that took 90%. Let's have a look at this. So Ejim, very brave, just walks at Shern as a solo. And you can see that Fantix doesn't really want to pour everything into the Lulu. In the end, they're going to have to burn it. And Griffith just able to get in there. Raze does a lot of damage.
Egypt's dead. Caught again, 2 times in a row, but Chiefs can't capitalize on it this time round.
And this game has devolved into like really sloppy play again. Much like game 2, was very calm at the start, but now the tempo has picked up and the mistakes are starting to roll in from both squads.
Yep. Still the Chiefs that have a lead. 2,000 gold up over the Direwolves with 2 Mountain Dragons in their back pocket. 1 to 2 in turrets. Take a look at the gold distribution. Top lane fairly even. Chippies is slightly ahead. Jungle very, very even. Mid lane, in fact, quite even. It's 80 carries again. That's where the gold lies for the Chiefs. Raze is sitting nice ahead of King.
Yeah, exactly right. It's because Raze has been able to knock down all of those turrets by himself, pretty much. Picking up solo gold on the top lane, as well as splitting it 3 waves on the bottom. Mid lane nearly fell as well, so that could have been even worse. And you can see that it's materializing itself in the fact that, once again, he's on 3 items, including his boots. And unfortunately, for King, he's a full item behind.
Swiffer's going to find Schönfire here, who body bops forward, but immediately distorts away. Waiting for him to come back. That's not going to happen. Chippy's fancy to fight against Swiper in the bottom lane and lost that trade, so he's heading back to base now.
The way that the map is currently set up, they do have an arrow play to make. You can see that Swiffer down in the bottom lane. Ooh, Swiper nearly stopped that back.
Didn't know it, but he almost was able to stop Chippies from getting back to base. Swiper's going to continue pushing out, rely on his natural regeneration to get topped up.
And you can see that time and time again, Spooks is just using this to take away all the big camps away from Shern.
Swiper will take
getting
that.
all of his bottom lane camps, but none of his top.
Hello, Fantix. Here's a chain. Prepped that one earlier. Here's 2 more. Takes quite a bit of damage. Right, Fantix doesn't really care. Unless you kill him straight up, he's just going to regenerate all that health back.
But it does put some pressure on, because if he rotates on half health, entering a team fight like that, you have to burn the ulti very early. Shern's keeping up because he's getting Raptors and Wolves over and over again. But Spooks has done a great job of denying all major buffs.
But again, the game a little bit slower now. 2,000 gold lead for the Chiefs is not that critical, but it's all on Raze again. Hurricane to the components of a Zeal being picked up.
The thing about this game is I don't know if they have enough damage to burst through the shields that are going to go down on Raze. And on the flip side, there is definitely enough damage out of the Chiefs members to be able to light up someone like a King or a Schönfire very quickly.
Gets caught again. Destiny's going to tag him with the root. Ultimate comes out shortly after. Body bot from Schönfire will knock him up again. And Ejim just been caught time and time again. Slowly going to fall here. King gets that final auto attack down.
I mean, but look how long it takes to kill anyone. Sure, that was without Jarvan, but they still use the ultis to pick him up. Jarvan now going to hammer away at this bottom lane turret. That actually might be a structure picked up, and this game going to be back to pretty even fit.
Yep, close to even. 500 gold is what separates these two teams, but Chernfire has been called out. Tries to knock Swiper back into Fantix. Equalizer used. It's a good one. Chernfire getting very low. Flashes away late. Swiper picks up that first kill. Can Fantix get a return? He can. Nice and easy.
Very nicely done out of Fantix. Now 40 CS up, as well as having that extra kill. Lots of MR, which is what he needs. Raze has to flash away from Chippies. So this game actually starting to look much more Direwolves favored as they're getting some picks.
Slowly going into Direwolves'
They're going
favor.
to have the gold lead. I mean, they're about to pick up that top lane turret. Chiefs have continually sieged into mid and just not being able to pick it up.
Dead even in gold, slightly in Direwolves' favor. The only thing Chiefs have as an advantage right now are 2 Mountain Dragons. Which are not very useful unless they're starting to knock down these structures and neutral objectives. Raze without his flash means that he's vulnerable to the Chippy's ultimate as well as the Chernfire body bop knockback. King staying his distance away from these turrets as Chiefs equalize the turrets taken in this match, 3-3.
Reclaim 600 gold lead, so not all that much fit. And this game feels like it's one big team fight away from exploding. Chiefs, you can tell, want to force people to side lanes. They keep sending Swiffer back to a side lane. He has teleport. Probably has kill threat on Chippy. Definitely does not have it on Chernfire anymore. Sorry, not Chernfire, Fantix.
Big item power spike for Spooks here as Redemption as well as the Theme's Unholy Grail have been picked up. That's the 2 items you really look towards on the Ivan.
Do you think that means that maybe Aegian will go towards an earlier Ardent Sensor?
Potentially. We'll have to see what he picks up. Looks like he's moving towards Redemption first.
Well, yep.
Which makes sense. Double Redemption is still very strong. Not as strong as on release, where it was just disgusting. Still a decent pickup. Especially when you're trying to protect Raze, when you're trying to protect Swiper as well as Swiffer. More heals the better. Now grouping up though, but pings coming out from the walls. My fancy apply. Swiffer jumping in very aggressively. Will distort back, but locked down by Shern. Knocked back, forced splash away. Spook's now the target of choice. Redemption keeps him alive a little bit longer, but Chippies gets that first kill. Fantix on the back line, and Swiffer's gonna fall. The Direwolves are cleaning up this fight. Pop goes the E-Gym as the arrow from downtown, and Fantix ultimate connects. Swiper is a sitting duck here. Tries to throw out these harpoons, but Chippy's slowly slapping away with him with that big old stick. Will take him down, and Direwolves clean up a team fight.
All of a sudden, the Direwolves just pick up a 4-for-1 and are able to make the team fight work. That's going to lead to a Baron. There's absolutely no way Raze is able to stop this one. Instead, just goes towards another Mountain Dragon for himself. And just like that, Direwolves pick up a big gold lead and bust this game open again.
And what was that team fight? The Chiefs had Swiffer jump into the back lines when the Direwolves were collapsing? Very, very questionable calls from them. So they do get a Mountain Dragon as a consolation, but against a Baron buff, and now a 3,000 gold lead for the Wolves.
Yeah, and the thing was, not only did Swiffer dive forward, it was about Spooks following. So now all of a sudden, Spooks is caught amongst 3 people and flashing really into no man's land. That is not where you want to be with Ivan. You want to be with your AD carry. You see Fantix dashes in onto Raze, and because they don't have any protection there for him, really just has to run away from Fantix. There was not really all that much else the AD carry of the Chiefs could do. And that's a 3,000 gold lead.
So yes, Chiefs have 3 Mountain Dragons, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to use it this game, the way the Direwolves are currently playing. Raze is still looking to try and pick up more items for himself. Has the Hex Drinker looking for his second Zeal item.
And only the Morellonomicon. No Mortal Reminder yet picked up by Raze. You have to think that's a little bit of a mistake because a lot of these team fights are being turned around by how much damage can Fantix do. Now level 15, highest level on the map as well as Chippies.
Sonya's Hourglass picked up as well. He's got a bit of armor, invulnerability, MR and health. Bunamy is big.
He becomes public enemy #1. Is now Aegian caught again.
Again getting locked down. Arrow connects. Destiny's moving forward. Big ultimate by Destiny. Swiper's ultimate not in the best positions possible. Swiffer will pick up a kill in the back lines. Now chasing towards the rest of the Wolves. Fantix able to soak up enough damage here. With that, Direwolves take another turret. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Top laner for support. But Raze is very low. The Direwolves are sticking around for a little bit longer.
They certainly are. They want to be able to push in with these Baron up creep. They feel there's enough protection on Raze to be able to clear this one out.
Fantix trying to get as much life back as possible. Swiffer going to dash over the wall. Some poke damage on towards Fantix. We can see the chips here and there just don't do enough to knock him out of the lane. Direwolves will eventually back off, but they got what they came for, another turret.
Yeah, exactly right. Turret, 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst thing for the Direwolves. A little bit of freeze frame action.
Oh, lots of freeze frame action. People were waltzing all over Summoner's Rift there. Fortunately, we'll head into another pause.
I think I know what that one was. It looked like the game stopped for a second, and then everyone just moved forward.
I believe we call that, in my solo queue games, lag. Which is not very possible on a offline tournament.
Yeah, interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, but fortunately, a couple of technical difficulties here, so we will head into a pause in this match. But again, Chiefs started off strong, but this time around, it's the Direwolves that turn things around.
Yeah, and you have to think that a lot of it, once again, is on the back end of that man on your screen. 2 levels up, having a very good latter stage of the mid-game. Has been able to just zone away Raze, who seems to be a lot of the Chiefs' team fighting prowess at the moment. Ejim's being caught out. You have to think that maybe he's a little bit more used to playing go-in supports at the moment. And the Lulu is suffering in that regard, is going in and dying a lot. So we'll see whether he is able to pick it up. But this game, definitely not over. Direwolves right now, a couple of 1,000 gold lead, have the Baron buff for a couple, maybe a minute more. Didn't get to check it just before we went into this pause. But still, as soon as that Mortal Reminder comes through, as soon as the big Ardent Sensor items, as well as the shields, are able to be layered, do they have the damage to be able to burst through and really clean up Raze? Or is the magic damage that's coming out of Swiffer, coming out of Swiper, going to be enough?
It just feels like it's sustain against sustain. Sustain of keeping the AD carry alive, and this is the natural sustain of Jarvan, Gragas, Vladimir. It just feels like these team fights, they're just going to go on forever. Like, you'll have 2 people die, Zyra and Ashe, they're dead straight away. And then everyone else just lives for another 100 years and slowly whittles away at one another.
And the thing is that Vladimir has taken Ignite because he wanted to have a good laning phase, which he did. So the Ignite has done its job. However, without Ghost, can he get through everyone in the pool and really get into the backline? I think that's where Chippies as well... Yeah, nice, Sam. That's where Chippies as well as Fantix needs to be on the same page, Fish. Fantix needs to be diving only when Chippies dives through. Otherwise, he needs to be content with just, leeching off the front line and putting out that good damage.
Whereas the man on your screen there, Destiny, he's had a great Zyra game. Positioning his ultimates fantastically in these team fights.
I mean, really zoning away. And when you have big zones like the Jarvan ultimate, like Gragas ultimate and Zyra ultimate, much easier to play things like Ashe, where you don't necessarily have this escapability of the other AD carries. Stage you just stand and deliver, no one can really dive on top of you. Swiper has looked better in games 2 and 3 than he was in game 1. The Rumble ultimates have been pretty on point.
They have been. His Rumble play has always been good. It's been one of his
cheeky grid,
one of his pocket picks, even though he's known as a tanky top laner.
Big Swips likes to get on carries when he can.
Yeah, when he can. He's still searching for that long-lost Tryndamere game.
I'm waiting for the Scion to come back.
That his coaches always deny him.
Scion Sivir, Chief Specials.
Oh, goodness.
Just charge it down.
Press R, run at people, hope for the best.
Run it down mid, but actually in a positive way. As you can see, investigating that lag that happened was a little bit strange. It appeared on everyone's PC, so as you can see, IT in there, having a look, checking out the logs.
3 games, 3 pauses.
100%.
100%. 100% pause rate. Not great. I don't really like that stat.
And now the team really has to be able to reset, because if you're the Chiefs, you have to be able to say, all right, what's the next move? What are we building towards? How do we shut down this big steamrolling composition that is Jarvan ultimate, Vladimir ultimate, dive onto the backline, kill everyone? And then if you're Direwolves, it's about being able to stay grounded and not really be overzealous, because if you dive too deep on one of these fights, triple Mountain Dragon, Chiefs are going to absolutely be able to rip through structures. So it's about, playing it a little bit more calm. You're in the lead, sure, but you also still have to pick the right moments to go aggressive.
You certainly do. I mean, Chiefs are not out of this game yet. Just it still is a Direwolves dominant game after the turnaround they had in the mid-game.
I mean, it hasn't really been dominant. It just feels like inevitable. It feels like, the scaling's getting there. Vladimir's going to be able to punch through soon. It's still a difficult task. Double redemption as well as Ivan shields as well as Lulu shields is really hard to chunk out. So
how do you kill anyone?
You don't. I mean, that's what we've seen time and time again, is that one person... There's only been one team fight where 4 members of the Chiefs died. Apart from that, it's been 1-for-1 trades and just chipping away at objectives.
And something we talked about during Champions League was Swift has gone for an assassin. We saw in that last team fight, he was moving forward, whereas the backline was really just Ejim trying to peel for this Varus, because Spooks had to try and protect his AP carry, then he gets caught out. the backline is up against a Vladimir, and that's difficult. You'd have to think if it was a Karma, something different. Maybe they're all in the backline protecting this Varus, but not the case in this game.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, what could have been if there's a big 5-man shield coming out there? But, of course, there is an additional threat because there is no Karma in the game.
Yep.
And you have to think that 6 kills so far for the LeBlanc. Certainly not having a bad performance. No. It's just about whether he can get access to that backline. Spooks, on the other hand, suspect positioning. Like, his positioning has been real weird for a couple of games.
Very questionable from the Chiefs jungle, but unfortunately we're still investigating this lag issue. So to take us through the game so far, let's send this one back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, Fish and Spawn. We are investigating that lag issue while we're in this pause. I thought I might just spend a bit of time breaking down what we've seen so far. Chiefs taking an early lead, and then Direwolves clawing their way back, Tigger.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it on the head. This has been a very, very slow, passive, calculated game by both teams. Direwolves got set behind, but they've just taken it very passively, taken what they can when they can. They've been conceding dragons, which is a very curious decision to just give up 3 Mountain Drakes in a row.
Well, Chiefs have taken 3 Mountain Drakes before and lost a game.
I was going to say,
that's a thing that's happened before.
Does it matter if you don't have Mountain Drakes if there's no Baron left on the map? Because that's what they've done. They've just taken away the Baron instead. But it's been a game of them conceding small things in their mind to sort of claw their way back into the game.
I think the game has been very similar to the first one from the Direwolves. Just hold on, keep scaling, and just try and get to that late game power point where you'll have more potential threats there. In saying that, basically to echo what the casters were saying, no one's going to die when you hit that stage of the game, and I like what the Direwolves have actually done so far through getting their incremental advantages to actually get themselves into a position where they're in the lead, consistently getting picks. And not just getting picks, like Spooks, suspect positioning perhaps, may not always going to be in the right place. They're killing Ejim, who's not exactly the one with suspect positioning in team fights, but is half of the shielding combo that the Chiefs have got for protecting the AD carry.
I think he's like 0-5 now or something. They're clearly targeting him. But looking towards this game, is this a slower game because both teams are playing conservatively because they are, obviously respecting the other team? Is that what's going on?
It's hard to say. If you look at the itemization, Direwolves obviously expected it to be a slow game. Fnatic started with Spirit Visage after getting a commanding lead level 1 because of what Chiefs did.
Yeah.
To still then go Spirit Visage first means that you don't want the game to end in the next 30 minutes, right, at that point, unless Chiefs make a huge mistake. So I think that it was a decision by Direwolves to go into this. I'm not quite sure if Chiefs also agreed with that or made that same decision, or if it's just happened because of circumstance.
Yeah, I think Direwolves were forced into it just a little bit, again, by losing that middle lane, going for a Spirit Visage. You can't just go Spectre's Cow. You may as well commit to being the Vladimir item, and then he wants 2 items, and he needs 3 items to do damage with all of what he's got there. So they're waiting for those big spikes on the side of the Direwolves, and a lot of how they got back was by getting these picks, generating advantages and some map control, some vision. The Chiefs, on the other hand, I feel like Ejim's maybe the lone soldier trying to place that vision, consolidate, and match what Direwolves are doing. Doesn't have Spooks with him at the time he gets picked. Or even if he has Spooks, there's so much back-to-back crowd control and displacement from the Gragas that's able to bring him to his own team. So the counterplay is actually just have more people there, or don't place that vision and do it more meaningfully.
I will say, while we are sort of putting Ejim on blast here, there have been fights where Direwolves just commit way too much to killing him as well. They've obviously made it a point to sort of deal with him, remove half that shielding, like you said. But there was a fight I recall where they put in Jarvan ulti, Vlad ulti, Ashe ulti, just to make sure he dies. And at that point, you're just putting too much into that basket. So while they are capitalizing on his mistakes, they might be sort of looking at it too much and tunneling into it.
Yeah, a lot of resource balancing needs to be associated with the Direwolves' decisions here. If they want to commit too much, then they will lose the fight because the carries will still be alive.
Well, okay, we've seen each side take a game apiece. Now, this third game has gone back and forth a little bit over the course of it. So I want to get some predictions out of you guys. I mean, do you see a trajectory that means Direwolves will continue to claw back and will take this third game, or do you think Chiefs are going to hold strong?
I see what you're doing here. You're trying to get me to change my prediction. I'm a man of honor, of integrity.
You are in
of
control.
Chiefs still winning 2-1.
All right.
How dare you?
No, apologize. Rusty?
Yeah, you get him, T-Gun. How dare he?
Would you like to change your prediction?
I don't even remember what mine was.
You predicted
you
Direwolves
hedged your
2-1.
bets.
Well, then I'm not going to change my prediction.
You also
hedged your bets.
hedged because you also tipped Chiefs 2-0.
Look, the website was broken, Tegan. I
You
couldn't
had no
change my
integrity
tips.
at the start of the show, Rusty. You can flip-flop now if you want, because you flip-flop before games had even been played. So yes, so you're sticking with you think Chiefs will hold strong in this, Rusty. You think Direwolves will continue to claw back?
Yeah, I think that the Vladimir scalings and with the Jarvan actually there as a threat could be a little bit too much damage. And saying that, I do see very obvious ways that the Chiefs will win if we get to that stage in the game where their AD carry is above all else in terms of carry potential.
Absolutely. Well, if you'd like at home to call out either of our analysts for flip-flopping or for changing their predictions, tweet at OPL, hashtag IamOPL. Please let them know your thoughts and feelings. We've been throwing up a couple of tweets on the broadcast as well, which has been fun. None of my tweets get up. It's fine. I'm not offended by that. I don't know why the broadcast team decides not to. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Have you tweeted this series yet?
Yeah, I've been spitting fire the whole time.
Were they good?
No, well, look, no, not all my tweets can be good. Obviously, look, I'm tweeting a lot. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're rubbish. That's just a.
You're a volume guy.
I'm a volume guy. Thank you. I'm a quantity, not quality guy. I said it from day one. That's all I've been. No, I had a great interaction with Carbon. He's saying he's watching. Jungler for Legacy. He's watching, and I was like, yeah. Good on you. So see, why isn't that on the screen?
Because you said good on you.
It's quality.
That's great
quality
input.
content.
I know
That's
that our
incredible
producer's
input.
listening right now, and I will say, if mine doesn't get on the broadcast of these two, I'll be disappointed. It's a cracker.
All right, let's get back into. Let's go back to talking about this game. I feel because I have taken us off track, and I do apologize for that. So let's go back to. I want to talk about this draft. I mean, given you're saying Vladimir scales, do you think Chiefs have any hope given their draft they've taken to scale well into the late game for this game?
Yeah, they just need to play it a little bit more front to back, right? They need to actually have tanks in the front, have their AD carry protected by the Lulu, by the Ivern, and they actually look like a really good team composition at potentially sieging or something of the like, with LeBlanc able to actually be a surprisingly good champion at doing that.
One thing I will say is, while we say Vlad scales, Varus innately deals with a champion that heals with his healing reduction. On top of that, when he gets to the 6-item stage, he's just going to chew through him. As much damage as Vlad's going to do, he's not going to do more than Lulu and Ivan are able to sort of mitigate. So if it does get to that super late game item, I would still back Chiefs in it.
Okay? Well, that's. I'm just distracted because while we were just talking then, Frostgrin has tweeted at me saying, your tweets are bad and you should feel bad. And frankly, I don't even know what you're doing. Like, you're not even on the show, mate. You're not even. Anyway, look, sorry. It's difficult. It's difficult. I'm personally being attacked by the other casters. I'm feeling bullied. All right.
That's
it's
rough.
a pause. It's a pause.
I feel bad for you.
Thank you, Goon. Thank you. All right. It's all falling apart. Hashtag I'm OPL. Feel free to tweet in positive things, please.
Positive mental attitude.
Exactly.
PMA.
Guys, we're just trying to be positive going into this, finishing out this third game as we still are investigating a pause because of a lag issue. Now, let's talk back again to the game. I refuse to be distracted now. Despite the fact it was quite rude. Anyway, it's fine. Tegan, in these extended pauses as a pro player, when you're sitting there at the desk and this is a game is on a knife's edge, I mean, how are you maintaining control? Because you're not allowed to talk at this point, are you? You have to stay silent. And it's actually quite mentally taxing.
You can't even give your teammates any looks that could be construed as like giving them a signal.
No tapping on the desk.
Yeah, you just got to sit there stoically brooding over the game.
So you can't even Morse code communication.
No, and if you learnt Morse code to communicate in pauses, I think you should be allowed to. All right, that's some dedication. That needs to be paid off. But
are you just doing breathing exercises? What are you doing?
You're just trying to remember where the game is.
Right.
Honestly. A lot of the times when you come out of a pause, tracking summoners is hard, tracking ultimates is hard. Just sort of keeping track of what you're doing is the hardest thing. So you have to stay switched on the whole time and just sort of, when it goes back into the game, understand what your goals are, what you were doing, and to keep pushing on that instead of sort of collapsing into what is a standard setup for your team.
Well, the issue, I have an update for people watching at home. The issue has been identified. Both teams have been offered a remake for the game, but both have declined. So we are going to go back into that same game as soon as all of the teams are ready. So that means we're not going to game 3.5/4. We are going back into game 3. And while they're preparing that, Rusty, I wanted to get your final thoughts before we go back in. Is there anything you're going to be looking out for going into this this second half of game 3?
I mean, the idea is we watch if the Varus can do it or if Varus is going to die to all of the threats there. And honestly, with the way the fact that Chiefs and Direwolves both said they don't want to remake, I think they're both confident that they can either kill or be killed.
Okay, well, again, you've chosen...
That didn't make sense.
No, I just want to go back to...
I stand by it.
This is a mess. This is a broad mess, and I apologize. Look, it's day 1. We're still ironing out a few kinks, and I apologize for that. Rusty did pick Direwolves 2-1 on the desk, but he did tip Chiefs 2-0. Tegan, you've picked Chiefs 2-1 going into this. Is there final thoughts from you in terms of what you're looking at as we go into the second half of this game 3?
Have we ever seen a back-to-back pentakill from a person in a best-of-3 in the OPL?
Ooh, not that I know of.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
You think you think Raze is going to pop off?
I've got to believe in him, or else I got no hope.
Is Varus a pentakilly kind of champ at this point in the game?
Any champ that could attack another champ can get a pentakill, right?
Yeah. Like I know. Like physically, it can
Korean
occur.
advice right there.
I just mean, like, is it likely given where we are in the game, Tiga?
Given their team comp, yes. Unless Rumble just sort of steals it with his ulti and then laughs at him.
All right.
I mean, who else does damage consistently on the Chiefs team? Right?
Well, I feel like this we have successfully filled the requisite time for this pause. So that's enough from us. And we are going to get back into games. So let's throw it over to casters and apologize for that. But thank you. Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, guys. I take everything I said about Tegan back. He's the only one that has his head screwed on that desk. The only thing Rusty's standing by is his hedge bets and his hedge bets. And
I don't know what you're saying either. This is an absolute bloody disaster. Can we please get someone on this broadcast that speaks correctly? Like, because I can't do it either.
Oh, goodness.
At the same time, I mean, Figures has just dropped a chair.
I don't want him to do anymore. Hopefully we get back into this game as soon as possible.
We're going to get back in the game. Just to remind everyone, Baron Buff was picked up by the Direwolves. They were starting to make their push. They had sieged in. Unfortunately, Chippy's had gone a little bit too deep, traded his life for Egems. And I'm going to be rescued any moment now by a beautiful game of League of Legends. Really nice, actually, that both teams denied the remake, because at the moment, they both are definitely in positions to be able to win this game.
It's great to see. I mean, Direwolves do have a 4,000 goal lead. You might expect Chiefs, seeing that they're up against a Baron Buff team, like, yeah, you know, remaking it might help them out, but we saw this during one of the Gauntlet games as well. BBL's Legacy, who were down a significant amount of gold, and decided to not remake the game either.
And it's for a similar kind of reason, because Legacy felt like in that game that if they could just stall it out, they would be able to get their 80 carry far enough ahead that nothing could burst through them. And right now, the Chiefs are in a very similar position. I mean, the idea is to keep Swiffer off to a side, stack everyone else on top of Raze, and then hopefully your shields win. Like, if that works, they can't kill you, you win the game.
So you can only see Swiffer is pushing on the top side of the map, does have his teleport.
Ooh, gonna find him.
Gets a good body box, slams him with the K, slows down Swiffer actually. That was his ultimate
fair
use.
bit of damage as well. Churn now going to step into the brush. Oh, this is dangerous.
Wants him down again.
Ivan was there.
Ivan wants his cards. Not going to
get it.
That's taken away by Schoenfire.
You can't always get what you want.
Apparently not.
But if you try sometimes.
I thought we got a host. Apparently we can't get one of those either. Also,
I thought when we got rid of me from hosting the desk, it was onwards and upwards.
The Direwolves, though, are going to continue pushing on the top side of the map. Top lane inner turret is going to fall. Direwolves continue pushing for the inhibitor turret next. None of those have been broken.
Oh, here we go.
Good flash by Ray. Schoenfire over the backside as well. Only one summoner spell being used so far. Chiefs trying to turn this one around. Schoenfire is dead. Big pickup by Raze inside the spy. Swiper has joined the party as well. Chippies is forced to flag and drag out, but they successfully repelled the Direwolves on that first push.
And this is what I'm talking about. If you were the Direwolves right now, you cannot overreach. That was 100% an overreach. Raze had summoner spells available. They didn't even have to burn Ejim ultimate, and they're still able to pick up a one-team fight, force them away from the base. And the bigger Raze gets, the harder this game becomes for the Direwolf squad.
Slowly, they're still 4,000 gold behind, but as you mentioned during the pause, 3 Mountain Dragons. Any single advantage for the Chiefs in a team fight means they'll be knocking down structures really quickly. If Baron's online, that's going to fall.
And the next one's a Fire Dragon.
Infernal Dragon's coming up next. Big dragon for these two teams to look for.
Ooh, more of Malmortius picked up.
Jarvan's got that one.
Also on the side of Raze, actually. So simultaneous Moors. The graphic serves 2 perks.
And Raze really needs that one against Fantix's Destiny as well as Schönfire, all dealing magic damage.
It's a really nice pickup, in fact, because, you know, when you get down to low health and the lifeline kicks on for that lifesteal, you're going to have Bork, you're going to have Moore's lifesteal, as well as big shields coming in.
And that's when you just turn into a stationary turret and just stand and deliver.
Exactly right. That's why, in this situation, I absolutely love the Hurricanes. Normally, I'm a big fan of Phantom Dancer, but I think when you have this much shields, Hurricane definitely the first pickup that you go for. I would like to see a Phantom Dancer next. And then you become like a pseudo-tank turret as Egypt. Ooh. That was a spicy meatball.
Quick trigger fingers from Destiny there, trying to lock him down. Doesn't get the root. Well, was close. Direwolves have their eyes set towards bottom lane in the turret.
And actually, they might just have it in controlling this area and looking towards what will be the Infernal Dragon. Because I think that the Chiefs will give this up. The reason I say that is you can see Swiper and Swiffer both currently nearing that level 16. Swiper just got it, as well as Void Staffs. And once they have the Void Staff, they might feel they have enough damage to push through a lot of this magic resistance.
Potentially.
But right now, both of them sitting on the components, they definitely do not.
So that Dragon comes up in 15 seconds. Instead, Direwolves have some time to continue pushing bottom lane, which they decide to do. This is the final outer turret outside of the Chiefs' base, and one of the easier objectives to go for because it's nice and long space in between the 2 turrets to go for a dive. And they take it with ease. Big minion wave for the Direwolves. Picks it up nice and easy. And they move straight towards the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, and I think that that's a really nice leave by the Chiefs. I think that right now you can see Swiffer goes back. They've actually got enough gold for that Void Star. They're going to have double teleport advantage. That means that if they send Chippy's bottom lane, they can use 2 members to attack him and maybe take him down, and then collapse onto that Baron area. So there are options right now that the Chiefs have that maybe aren't available to the Direwolves, even though Direwolves still retain a 5,000 gold lead and look like they have the better team fighting comp.
Problem is, Direwolves now, they can keep Chiefs locked in their base. Only inhibitor turrets left standing, and Baron's coming up in 10 seconds.
But you don't want to keep them trapped in the base, because the Chiefs feel they have scaling. They right now are looking at it and they're like, we've got a 3.5 item Varus that is well and truly online. Ivan is like really ramping up. They're going to have a Locket in a second. Onto Ejim as well. So right now, if you're Direwolves, you want to be able to end this on the next team fight and not have it go to that late game where Ivan's going to be able to keep the Varus up through everything, because 80 carries eventually win out in this game. That's a good arrow.
Connects onto Spook. Schönfire's coming in as well. Chippies wants to lock him down. There is flash available for the Ivan, so they're taking this nice and slow. Raze throws out a good ultimate on top of the equalizer as well. Immediate locket being used by Destiny there. So Chippies will take most of that damage, so will King. But still, good coordination from the Chiefs.
Actually, really nicely done. They maybe could have even turned that. Now Spook's still low, cannot be the one to face check that brush.
They're not going back to base, so it's
TP coming in.
back from Chippies. They have a flank on towards the Chiefs. Do they just march this mid lane down towards the turret?
I mean, they're going to look to try. Really, it's only Spooks that is a little bit low at the moment. Still have eyes on the Baron. You can see they move in, they're going to clear it out, they're going to look to start it up actually.
They're going straight for it. Control will spot out that they have been spotted. Direwolves clear out the walls. Baron down to half health. Chiefs, they want to go for a fight. No equalizer, no Varus ultimate. Not much lockdown from the Chiefs, whereas the Direwolves didn't burn much. Baron's low, taken away by Gragas.
And here we go.
Direwolves get it. They go for the full fight. Fantix straight into the back line. Spooks has been locked down. He's the first to fall. That's the protection gone. Swiffer gets blown up. Egypt's dead. Swiper's the next target. And Raze is stuck alone. No defense coming out from the Chiefs. A clean ace, a clean Baron, and the Direwolves are pushing for the Nexus.
And they're going to be able to pick it up. We said that the Direwolves wanted to fight now, because if it went any later, they did not have the damage. However, at this stage of the game, 33 minutes in, they get the team fight they're looking for, and they're knocking on the Chiefs' door.
They're straight on towards the inhibitor turret. It was a close-fought game in Game 2. A complete one-sided affair in Game 1 by the Wolves. And now, with this Baron buff, with all 5 members left up, the Direwolves are onto the Nexus. They will take down Chiefs in the first ever match of Split 2 2017 of the OPL.
And really well played. I mean, they had a comp that they felt that they could execute on in the mid-game. It was starting to drag out, but they got the initiations they were looking for. And without ultis, I don't think the Chiefs should have fought. I think they should have just seeded the Baron buff and continued to wait to scale up, because late game it was looking promising, but the Direwolves, they take their one opportunity and they really make it work.
It almost felt like, you know, the ultimate coming out from Raze was crucial. Locked them down so they can't chase Spooks any further, but the equalizer on top of that, that's 2 crucial ultimates being burnt, which was easily mitigated by the Iron Solari, just simply walking away from it. And in that final team fight, they had nothing. The only thing that was expended by the Dials was that arrow, and they took such good advantage of that.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, when you have a look at that series as a whole, Direwolves definitely came in as a favorite, but I think that by the end of it, Chiefs were very scrappy, but starting to claw their way back in. I think that this split is going to be really exciting because Direwolves right now look like the better team, but I think that with a couple of tweaks, Chiefs might actually be able to pick up that game. And Direwolves want to be clearly the best team in Oceania, not taken to 3 games and over 3 and a little bit hours, the best team in Oce.
And you have to remember that the Chiefs as well, they're bouncing back from a 4th place finish last split. I mean, they were taken down by Sin, who went on to become the 3rd place team in the OPL after losing to Legacy. So still, they're bouncing back from a rough split 1, and now they have to bounce back from a rough start to the split as well, losing to the Direwolves.
And there's still going to be changes coming through. I mean, Volt, that was his last game as a coach. Haven't heard who is going to be replacing him, although there's mutterings around the Twitter sphere. But really, you have to take your hats off to Direwolves because in a game 1 that was very close, they showed their class, they stuck with it, and they picked up the win.
They certainly did. They take that one 2-1 against the Chiefs, but that's only the first match that we have here today. We still have one more best-of-3 series later on tonight. It'll be Regicide taking on Abyss. But for now, to break down that game and tell us a little bit more about the next one, let's send this one back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, T-Gun and Rusty, we have spoken about this game at length already, but there was a quick end after that long pause. T-Gun.
I don't want to talk about it.
All right.
I want to talk about it. Rusty was right. Direwolves got the victory.
Rusty
it was a 2-1.
You were half right.
Congratulations
I was
to Rusty.
absolutely right on broadcast.
You were
My
wrong
tips
on the
are well and
tips.
truly wrong, but that's a different story. I still think the fact that the Direwolves won that quickly is the biggest mistake of all from the Chiefs.
Sure.
But it's very commendable the Direwolves were able to win it that quick, forcing a Baron fight, getting all of the kills at the end of the game, like before the window actually closed, where the Varus was too protected.
And also looking back towards the start of the game, Chiefs took an early lead, and to have that mental fortitude, from last split, to then claw your way back into the game from the Direwolves, that's commendable as well, T-Gun.
Yeah, like I said, when they got behind, they realized they were behind and said, all right, what do we concede to just sort of slowly regain our ability to win this game? And they obviously chose the Dragon and just kept taking objectives away from there, getting their picks away from there, or based off the back of that, picking people off while they were trying to ward and whatnot. And it was really, really smart by them, really calculated. It wasn't just desperation plays. It wasn't them throwing themselves at a Rift Herald, at a Baron, at something and just hoping the Chiefs wouldn't notice. And that's the thing I want to highlight is they didn't get back into this game through luck or through like a one big Chiefs mistake of them not warding something. It was just constant, very clever, very calculated plays.
I think also this sets up a very interesting dynamic for the rest of the split because it wasn't a 2-0 from the Direwolves, it was a 2-1. Last split, Chiefs beat Direwolves 2-1 in week 1, and then Direwolves went on to win the entire, the whole thing, right? So these guys don't face each other again until, I think, week 10.
Yeah.
So, Rusty, I mean, this sets up a very interesting dynamic for the rest of the split.
It certainly does, right? And the Chiefs now need to bounce back after week 1. Finishing first is obviously super important in the OPL with how it places you in the playoffs and where you'll end up for your team. So, yeah, Direwolves starting on the right foot where they want to be. Chiefs actually being able to fall down in the first week. Still looked better than what I think we've seen from them. And they are close to being the Chiefs that we have known of old. Direwolves still got them at the start.
All right, let's take a look at this draft and we'll go through this pick ban phase. In particular, I want to talk about this Lulu from Egypt. We saw a lot of Lulu last split. I mean, is it still popular globally? You guys both play support. It's still big?
Yeah, it's always been a big pick, especially in comps like they play to protect the ADC comp. Interestingly enough, it's a pretty boring champion when you're a support player, and Egypt is pretty vocal about not liking to play boring champions, but still just went through it and went through the motions. But
so, I mean, in terms of picks for support in that role, if you're going up against a Zara, is Misfortune still a viable counter to that, or is that's old news now? That's old hat.
It's still viable, but it didn't really fit their team comp or what they wanted to do. And we've seen Egypt is a very good Misfortune, stealing Barons, getting triple kills, what have you.
Last split, game 1, week 1, anyway.
But, I would say Lulu is probably the right pick there for what they were aiming to do. I can't really fault them for it. It's just, it seemed like he was a little just iffy on it, not very confident, not very, I hesitate to say practiced on it because
he's obviously played a lot.
I assume he's played it a lot, but it seemed like he was just not his usual self.
And the little things like going for Thunderlords, not going for Wind Speakers, if the goal of the team composition was to protect their AD carry, why was he going for the Thunderlords, right? And is it focusing on lane presence? And if you are focusing on lane presence, why not be the Misfortune as an example, like opportunities there?
The other thing I want to talk about with the Chiefs picks is we've gone with Varus in that they've gone with Varus in this last rotation, not with Zai. Zai wasn't banned. I mean, would Zai have been a potentially better pick given that Raze had already had 2 games, was practiced, was in that zone, obviously had a great game too?
Zaya self-pills a lot better than most other ADCs, so you don't tend to see her in Protect the ADC comps. She also doesn't scale as well just off various steroids that the support player champions give you, so it's not exactly a champion that you can just sort of put into this comp and say it would be really good. You could make an argument for something like Caitlyn, I suppose, something like Twitch even, but again, I just find it really hard to criticize their draft because I don't think the problem that they had was in their draft. I think their draft is actually pretty solid. The only thing that I would sort of complain about would be LeBlanc picking an assassin and Protect the ADC comp. But you said something about how in Chinese drafts, this is what tends to happen. They draft, 2 or 3 Protect the ADC comp champions and then just pick an assassin because you need another threat.
Exactly, and they want to have that blowing up of the one person, and there's 4 threats. Even if you're one-on-one with the LeBlanc taking someone else out of the fight, there's less to kill your AD carry, so it actually has logic there.
All right, well, we're talking about the Chiefs, but obviously the Direwolves were victorious 2-1 in that series and indeed in that last game, and I want to shout them out for, well, we've seen some pretty dodgy Rift Herald plays already in the OPL, but then in this particular game, we saw a great Rift Herald play. And also I want to shout out Sher, because there's a great Gragas play from this, if we bring up this replay, Rusty.
Yeah, the big thing here, and I know T-Gun, you're big on this, is he doesn't auto-attack before he throws out the cast. That's something that everyone at home, if you're not doing it, actually do it. Just please actually do it, because it then works. They can't flash out of your spells, and they aren't able to dodge it. And the start of these picks, again, leads into the Herald, leads into the turret, and the thing that I like the Direwolves did here is they started with a pick. They didn't actually place down the Herald, then force Chiefs to respond. They responded and then took the proactive play and get the +1 because the Herald was already up and ready for them.
And keep in mind, we said it's a great Rift Herald play.
It's comparatively.
We need to say it's comparatively because they probably would have got that tower without Rift Herald. But finally, we see it used to secure an objective and do something as opposed to sort of, oh no, it's about to run out, I better use it wherever I am on the map and hope that something happens. So, that was a good Rift Herald play, but it was a greater play by Schoenfire, like Rusty said, just throwing the ultimate in instead of being that doofus trying to get the auto in for no real reason.
Absolutely. Well, the Direwolves also were able to claw their way back into that game, not just with plays like that Rift Herald play then, but also there was a mid lane team fight where they kind of, Chiefs tried to pull the trigger to go back ahead, but then Direwolves just turned the entire game on their head, Rusty.
They completely did, right? And Direwolves, they understand how they want to play this game out. It's generate picks, and Chiefs decided that at this stage they're going to be the ones to try and do it. And the unspoken hero here is always going to be Fantix on the top of the screen. It means that Raze, who's meant to be the hyper carry for the Chiefs roster, can't actually do anything and just dies. Gives a lot of time for King to get free kills, flashing off Rumble ults. Unfortunately for Swiffer, made a bit of a mistake at the start of the fight and basically just jumped into his own death, but they were trying to hit that wombo and trying to go forwards, which I don't think their comp was that good at doing. You kind of had this really weird combination of we want the Direwolves to come at us so we can protect the Varus, but we also need to engage them somehow, and it was a little bit lacking there.
Yeah, I would say that was just a tale of the mid laners. Fantix really well positioned, Swiffer giving himself up to King for no real reason. He double jumped into him and didn't. I think he maybe connected on the second one, but whenever you're double jumping to get on top of someone, even if it's an ADC, generally you're probably not going to kill them in the best case scenario. And in the worst case scenario, like we just saw there, he just died for nothing.
Well, the final thing I want to take a look at is a graph of total damage done to champions. Now, I know previously we brought this graph up, and I think it might have been a bit iffy, but let's have a look at this. I think this seems to make more sense. Is anything surprising there for you when you look at that, T-Gun?
Not really. Again, though, it is a game where Chiefs do a heck of a lot of damage, but it just doesn't matter because they're hitting a bunch of tanks. They're hitting a Vladimir who doesn't really care. So while you look at the graph and you think, wow, how did this game get out of control? Chiefs are pretty much across the board doing more damage than their opponents. It doesn't matter if that damage isn't effective damage. And I wish there was a way to tally that up into a cool little graph for the viewers at home to see, but how do you calculate effective damage?
So it'd be damage as per the percentage of someone's health that you've done, I think.
Something like that. Damage in team fights specifically.
Yeah.
Right? It's such a specific thing. But Chiefs are doing a lot of damage because they poke really well. They do a lot of damage in lanes and just in spots where they can sort of chip the opponents away, but they're just not doing the correct thing in fights, and I think that's what's sort of slowing them down.
Yeah. That's it. He said it.
I'm an analyst.
Let's take a look at Fantix as well, because I feel like he was back and forth in that game, but first of all, great haircut. Fantastic stuff. Really great hair game.
What did you say before? You didn't want to send any terrible haircuts?
I don't want to
what did you say?
Bad hair game to MSI, and we didn't. Direwolves was a strong hair game. I loved it. No hair gronks, I think is what I said. Sorry. Vladimir, obviously this is becoming a bit of a power pick for him in this split too. He's played it twice, I think now. Done very well both times. Are we going to see him kind of stay on this?
I mean, Vladimir was the champion that got them the OPL Split 1 victory as well, right? He was a big part of the team here. Fantix comes back in a Split 1. Day 1 again for himself, still plays the same champion, still hard carries, so definitely something that will need to be looked at in the future. I was surprised it wasn't even maybe touched in this series.
Yeah, I mean, if you're banning Kassadin as a respect ban, or what I assume to be a respect ban, why not Vladimir? Because I would say they're pretty much close to the same level of strength for Fantix. So you maybe after this game you go back, you sort of look at what you did and pick ban and say, was this worth it? Would it be better to put Vlad here instead of Kassadin? If so, why? And try and work from there.
And it's not that Swiffer wasn't handling him in lane or anything, right? Like once he got the blue buff, he was still farming fine, played the teleport LeBlanc to keep the Vladimir down. Talia was a very similar prospect for them, but ultimately the Vladimir gets 2 items. Who's going to deal with the Vladimir then? All he does is kill you.
But it's just not about lane.
Even if you try and ban out that Vladimir instead of the Kassadin ban, right? Then Fantix has got Kassadin. So then you try and take a ban from somewhere else in your draft, and you're taking away, if you're the Chiefs, you're taking away the Zac ban, the Elise ban, the Fiora. Like there are no, they're obviously trying to ban out, I guess. I think there were 3 jungle bans in that last game against Shern. I mean, there's just so many threats on this Direwolves lineup. Like, you can't just focus bans on someone without opening up another door somewhere else.
If I was going to do it, I'd remove the Graves ban for the Vlad ban, because Vlad was picked in that second phase. But then again, we saw Shern play Graves to pretty good effect. So how do you justify it? Is Vlad worth more to them than Graves is? It's such a niche thing to go into and sort of work out. And it's not something that I'm about to try to do on the desk for them. I'm not that smart, all right? I'm not Cyclone, I'm not Volt, I'm not any other coach from overseas that might come over here to coach here.
Sure.
All right? But it's definitely a discussion that they need to have and need to sort of work on if they want to beat them in Week 10.
All right, well, that is all from us. Game 1 of this split ended up with Direwolves 2-1 over Chiefs. But we're going to be back with Regicide and Abyss Esports after this break. But let's check out some highlights from Game 3 first.
Flash on Destiny as Spooks will go down. Easy first blood for Raze, capitalizing on that level 1 burn flash. So now Shern actually looking for Swiffer. Over Spooks' head. Swiffer's dead. Shern's going to pay for it with his life. But my goodness, that man is confident. And he's going to be keen against lockdown first. Here comes Daisy and Ivan. Both summoner spells used. Flash forward by Raze. Looks for the snipe. Gets him underneath the turret. The rest of the walls just slowly catch up to the mid lane. Swiffer though, body bomb. Knocked back. Will get a wild growth, but immediately snared up by Destiny. That was flawless execution from the 4 members of the Wolfpack. Fantix going in, Sanguine Ball, Arrow pops as well. Egypt's still alive, but there is the arena built by Chippies. Good pick on towards the Vladimir. Double kill picked up by Swiffer. Chippies is trying to run away, but he can't. The Chiefs collapse, and the captain picks up a triple. I fancy a fight. Swiffer jumping in very aggressively. Will restore back, but locked down by Shern. Knocked back, force splash away. Spooks now the target of choice. Redemption keeps him alive a little bit longer, but Chippies gets that first kill. Fantix on the back line, and Swiffer's gonna fall. The Direwolves are cleaning up this fight. Pop goes the Egypt as the arrow from downtown, and Fantix ultimate connects. Swiper is a sitting duck here. Tries to throw out these harpoons, but Chippy slowly slapping away with that big old stick. Will take him down, and Direwolves clean up a team fight. Well, Chiefs, they want to go for a fight. No equalizer, no Varus ultimate. Not much lockdown from the Chiefs, whereas the Direwolves didn't burn much. Baron's low, taken away by Gragas.
And here we go.
Direwolves get it. They go for the full fight. Fantix straight into the back line. Spooks has been locked down. He's the first to fall. That's the protection gone. Swimmer gets blown up. Egypt's dead. Swiper's the next target, and Raze is stuck alone. No defense coming out from the Chiefs. A clean ace, a clean Baron, and the Direwolves are pushing for the Nexus. And they're straight
Rain on towards the inhibitor turret. It was a close fought game in game 2. A complete one-sided affair in game 1 by the Wolves. And now, with this Baron buff, with all 5 members left up, the Direwolves are onto the Nexus. They will take down Chiefs in the first ever match of Split 2 2017 of the OPL.
Welcome back to this. This is day 1 of Split 2 of OPL for 2017. My name is Michael Hinginsing, and if you're just joining us, I'm on the desk here with Bradley T-Gun Seymour, the support player of TM, and also on loan from the LPL, we have Zach Rusty Pie. We just saw Direwolves beat the Chiefs 2-1, and we're about to get into our second match of the game, which is going to be Regicide, newly promoted from the OCS, taking on Abyss Esports. And I'm very excited about this big game because a lot to talk about here because we've got a lot of new players, a lot of old returning players. Firstly, I want to talk about Luch coming back to this Abyss side, T-Gun, because he was banned last split. And I think Spawn said when he was banned, look, this could be the reason they get relegated. Now, they weren't relegated, but... excited to see the return of Luch?
He was the man that carried me back into the OPL when I played an OCS split with him, so I'm well versed in how good he is. And I fully expect him to just carry this game no matter what happens in it. They could draft around him, they could draft with the idea of just never going to his lane. I still expect him to do really well because he is just that good.
Yeah, and I mean, historically, Luch, when he did play in the OPL, he had a very good breakout split, good performance with the whole team, but he looked like a hard farmer. He's the kind of guy that has 220 CS at 20 minutes. He'd always do that, no matter how the laning phase was going, kind of like a miracle worker would be. And he actually cropped up to be one of the big superstars for the Abyss roster. His late game team fighting, his awareness was incredible.
Absolutely. And even though he spent an entire split on the bench, well, not being allowed to play, he's not been sitting around doing nothing. He's been all over solo queue. A lot of people have been saying, look, as a mid laner, and these are top tier mid laners talking, they're just like, I don't want to go up against Luch. You know, people are afraid of dealing with this guy. So across the board then, we're seeing, across the rift then, you know, on the side of Regicide, we should say at the start of this that they are going to be losing all of their bans for today's matches because of they weren't adhering to the roster lock a couple of weeks back. That's part of a competitive ruling that you can read online. But a lot of people who you've played with before in this, your former teammate Human is what I want to talk about here in the mid lane. So how do you feel like he's going to go up against Luch in this match?
So I spoke pretty highly of Luch, and I'm going to do the same for Human. He is very good. We had a little bit of communication issues with him when we played. I don't see him having that on the Regicide roster because he's with more people that speak Mandarin Chinese, so they'll be able to communicate a lot more fluently, and that might actually help him get sort of jungle pressure through the mid lane and sort of get him rolling. But again, my problem is he's up against Luch. I just...
Real good.
So the problem that people had with Luch wasn't that he's going to beat them by brawling them. It's that he doesn't brawl. He just sits back and farms. It's boring. It's annoying. That's what people say. That's the descriptive words that people say when they lean against him. They say, this man just sits there and farms and there's nothing I can do. And that's what's going to happen here. Human might pick LeBlanc or Zed, some sort of assassin that he's very savvy with, but Luch won't give him an opportunity to kill him, so he's going to have to roam and be effective elsewhere on the map to sort of get his team across the line here.
Meanwhile, I know in the top lane, Rusty, you want to talk about Pabu versus a guy called ZZZ, who people might remember as being Paradise. He's obviously changed his name. Now he's ZZZ. I mean, what we have here is for Abyss, a young gun Pabu who just joined the OPL permanently regularly, I should say, last split, even though he had played a couple of games before, so that's very, very exciting. But he's coming up against a guy who's got a lot of experience in ZZZ.
And Swiper's Nightmare, perhaps is a good way to describe ZZZ. Formerly known as RSI, formerly known as Paradise, this man tears through solo queue as a Riven main, came into the OPL and still tore through the OPL as a Riven main, but can play other champions, and honestly was a fantastic carry player. So we do look towards him to say that maybe this is the top laner to beat this split. We yet to see it. It's not tested, but from what we have seen of him in the past, he was incredible. And I mean, up against him is Pabu, very strong mechanical player, good individual skills, maybe doesn't think the same way that he plays on occasion. He is known to kind of work for himself, work for Pabu's gain, maybe not the whole team, but with the roster now that flanks him, Pabu might be able to grow out of that.
So if ZZZ is going to be wanting to play Riven in this game, presumably as a Riven main. Do they just ban him out, or are there counters to this?
Oh no, he's stretched out for a River Doer. I think he played it 1 week in the OPL. He won with it, but he's got other champions. Like his Fiora was awesome, and Fiora's a pretty big pick right now as an example.
Okay, well then let's look elsewhere on this Abyss roster then, because obviously flanking Pabu, like Rusty said, you've got Seb, you've got Luch, you've got Raid, and they've got also a new support player, Rosie, who's obviously bringing a lot of experience. So this Abyss roster has kind of changed a lot since last split.
Yeah, they're just tearing through supports like nothing else. But adding Rosie is a big thing.
Yeah.
And having him to back up Seb, so a big problem they had last split was their shot calling went all through Seb, and he was finding it a bit overwhelming. Now, Rosie's a veteran player. He knows the map like no one else. So having him to supplement Seb's shot calling is going to be a big thing for Abyss, and it might be the thing that turns them into a top 3, top 4 team that they've been looking for quite a while now.
Meanwhile, then for Regicide, I mean, a lot of these guys we haven't seen in the OPL before, even though we've seen Chenny Boy, Human, and ZZZ before. Fade, I've not seen a lot of, and K-pop is, I think, quite new. Rusty, have you seen these guys in solo queue? What do you know about them?
I mean, we know Fade, formerly John's son, I believe. So those who play Challenger solo queue may be familiar with that name above all else. And K-pop, I don't know a whole lot about. I know you've played against him a couple of times. When it comes to Regicide, though, they are young players.
Yeah.
Paradise, I would not say is an old experienced player himself, and they are still flanked by Chenny Boy, which is the person that you'd have to talk about for this side. Chenny, he has been through every single OPL team since the beginning of the OPL. He has always existed and should be an experienced voice for the team.
All right. Do you have any final thoughts? Because I'm just getting word now. We're having some technical difficulties getting into this. So we're very sorry. We are going to go to a 10-minute break while we sort out these issues before we go into this second match. So I guess go grab a drink, go to the bathroom, and we'll be back in 10 minutes with more OPL.
separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
Welcome back to the OPL. We're about to get into our second match of the day, which sees Abyss take on Regicide, newly promoted from the OCS. My name is Michael Hingersing, and we do apologize for that technical delay. I'm joined here on the analyst desk by Bradley T-Gun Seymour and also Zach Rusty Pie. And so let us just get straight into it by taking a look at our teams as they're getting ready right now in the OPL studios here at Right. Let's first of all start by looking at Abyss. Sweet new uniforms. I'm digging them. What are your thoughts on the uniforms, T-Gun? A fan?
No.
Oh, well, brutal. All right. Well, let's take a look at these guys. Their top laner is Pabu. Their jungler is Seb. Their mid laner returned after a split suspended is Luch. Their AD carry is Raid. And the support player there, newly joining, is Rosie. He's a bit of a veteran of the scene. And when you look at these guys, Rusty, you're a fan of their uniforms because I think they're bloody grouse.
Yeah, no, grouse is a great word to describe them, actually. I think that they actually are quite a good uniform and good people wearing those uniforms.
Yeah.
Most importantly, right? That's where we're going with this.
Sure. I don't know. I'll just rate their clothing. I don't care. But these guys, if you're just joining us, we've shouted out Luch as maybe a bit of a threat. Pabu's a bit of a threat for these guys. Rosie's obviously a bit of a veteran. Seb's going to be doing a lot of their captaincy and a lot of their shot calling if you can share it, wanting to share it around. And also Raid and Eddie Carey, who love to farm. Last split. Certainly loved that. So, Zach, Rusty, let me get your... let's take a look at their opponents. Regicide, who've recently been promoted from the OCS. Regicide getting ready right now. And a lot of these guys are going to be playing on LAN for the first time here in studio. So let's take a look at their lineup. Their top laner is ZZZ, formerly known as Paradise. Their jungler is Fade. Human is their mid laner. You've obviously played a bit with him before, T-Gun. Their AD carry is Chenny Boy, who's been around maybe since the dawn of time. And their support player is K-Pop, who, again, we don't know a lot about. But T-Gun, you've met him in solo queue. What are your thoughts on K-Pop?
Before I go into K-Pop, when you say Chenny Boy's been around since the dawn of time, you make me feel old because I've also been playing since he was playing as
Chenny
well.
Boy was born out of an egg.
He's been here since the start of the OPL, and many of us were here before the OPL existed.
Stop making us all feel old.
Well,
all right,
I'm
back into
here.
K-pop though. Back into K-pop. There's not much to say about him. He honestly wasn't incredibly impressive. He was a solid player, but just nothing super special. So it's not like you're going to see crazy plays out of him, crazy off-meta picks. You're just going to see a stock standard support player.
And going up against Rosie, who has a lot of experience, that could be potentially a mismatch on the Rift. But let's get your guys' predictions before we move into this second match of the day. T-Gun, is this going to be a Regicide fired-up debut, or is Abyss going to take this?
Abyss 2-0.
Oh, Abyss 2-0. Wow, very, very confident there. Rusty, what do you think?
I didn't really know which one to go for, but I've decided that I'm going to go with Abyss as well. I just think the Luch factor might be a little bit too strong here between these teams. I'm still going to say 2-1 though.
Do you remember if you tipped that?
No, I have no idea what I tipped.
The site froze. I don't know what I was doing. All right, well, that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. We're about to get into our second match of the day. So thank you for bearing with us through those technical pauses. But let's throw it now to your casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, guys.
What the heck was that?
That was a long time. I was getting ready to speak, and it just wouldn't let me talk. But I'm about to get into the second match of today. It's going to be Abyss Esports taking on Regicide, the newly promoted team from the OCS.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, when you have a look at this Regicide roster, there really isn't all that much to know, Fish, because Fade was their mid lane, and now their jungler. ZZZ played in the playoffs for them, but wasn't seen before that as Paradise. Chenny was there for a couple of games, but once again, not much history on this team. K-Pop is now on the roster. And then you have a look at Suman, who's joining in the mid lane, obviously, because Fade is roster swapped into the jungle. I mean, there are a KFC variety bucket everywhere as we get a nice and close look in there.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on there, but we're zooming in nice and close.
We were. That was a staggered zoom as well. I love that. Getting some really up close and personal action as we jump back out of Champions League.
Hi guys, we're back.
I wasn't expecting that. I was leaned right into my screen, and then it's like, oh, we just come back.
I pulled up my chair and everything. I was ready to go through Champions League. Apparently not. So hopefully we get that one resolved as soon as
That's a
possible.
stool, not a chair.
That's a chair to me. Same
That's
thing.
a chair
really.
to
Sit
you.
on
All
it.
right, cool. No worries.
There we go. We're back in the Champions League. We're not zooming in, which is great. And just to let you guys know that unfortunately Regicide have lost their bans coming into this game for failing to adhere to the roster lock rules.
Exactly right. So we're going to have to wait for the clock to time out on all of those. Let's talk about Abyss for a little bit, however, because I'm super excited about this team. Luch is someone that I've always been a fan of, was able to really farm up in the mid lane and become a big team fighting threat when control mages were in play, expecting to play things like Ryze, Orianna. Very good on those picks. And I honestly thought that without him, Abyss might have been relegated. I mean, I was talking about it on the OPL show. And now that he's back, I'm just super excited to see what they're able to pull together because they're flanked by, you know, Seb, Rosie. They're going to be able to help out the whole team. Rosie's a good shot caller in his own right. Of course, across from Tainted Minds, where he was last professionally played.
Yep.
Did have the rest of the season off after they had their exodus of their roster. And now back on an exciting Abyss lineup, both Luch and Rosie are going to really want to prove themselves this split.
In talking that, so you look at those three players, Pabu, Luch, Rosie, real superstars themselves. Pabu is an up-and-coming player who played for half the split side, kind of. They lock in Zach, obviously, as their first choice with no bans from Regicide. But Seb and Raid, they've been solid rocks for Abyss for a long time now. Raid had a great season. Seb was really hit or miss last season, so I'm curious to see how he's going to perform in Split 2.
And even Raid, he was like one of the stand-up out, sure, but he definitely wasn't up to his 2016 form. So I think now that he has Rosie back, down in the bottom lane, a little bit more of an experienced support going to help him out there. See him on the screen. Big hyper carry player is Raid. Chenny also a hyper carry player, known for his Vayne most famously, as well as his mid lane Galio, but we don't talk about that.
Instead, he's going to be locking Zaya here today as his 80 carry of choice. Lots of champions left open due to no 3 bans coming through, so they pick up Gragas. Now Abyss have a chance to really flex here.
Yeah, they certainly do, because all of a sudden you're looking at a wide open champion pool, both top and mid. Pabu probably going to play a little bit more standard. Is known in solo queue for the things like, you know, the Riven, the Renekton. However, I'm expecting him to go towards a tank against ZZZ because no one really wants to challenge Mr. Paradise, RSI, into a carry versus carry matchup.
Definitely don't. Seems like Abyss have settled for their jungler pick of choice, which is going to be Elise, and Pabu will be playing Zac in the top lane. Could be support Zac.
Could be support Zac. It could be support Elise. Rosie plays weird stuff. I once saw him play 2 games of back-to-back support Ziggs.
I mean, Rapid Fire Cannon, Bard, support Zac incoming for Rosie.
Yeah, of course he plays, I think his name is RF Bard only on the server, which is Rapid Fire Cannon Bard, of course. Likes to get the one-punch build in there. But instead, a little bit more standard with the Elise as well as the Varus. Only curveball so far is potentially that tanky top lane.
Let's see what Regicide decided to pick up. They go for Lulu as their next pick. Most likely the support for K-pop.
I do not see Suman playing Lulu at all.
No. That's not LeBlanc.
Most likely
that's not Ari.
Will be K-pop. As we mentioned as well, Regicide losing all bans. So see whether they get made pay on the next 2, because there is a couple of theories that, you know, losing all 5 bans leaves open like a lot. So obviously, right here, Abyss will be able to target ban away what they don't want to play against. But with the Gragas being a flex pick, with Lulu potentially being a flex pick, does help out a little bit in that regard.
So Echo is the 4th ban in this game. Abyss still have 1 more. Regicide will lose their 5th and final ban. And then Regicide will get to pick first. Abyss will round out their roster. And then Regicide will get the final pick of choice. Abyss, curious to see what they're going to play here as their final 2 picks around this roster. And really curious to see where Zach's going to play. He can go top, jungle, support.
You would have to think that given that is an Echo ban, they probably want to play Syndra mid lane. There's a potential if they ban away Fizz. I'm definitely going to suspect that a Syndra is going to be picked up.
It's curious, if they ban those 2 champions, that will probably force Regicide to pick it up for Suman.
Yeah, potentially. Of course, is a very good mid laner in his own right. We talk about Luch a lot, but Suman should be hyped up. We've seen him on 2 teams so far. The Exile 5 lineup, where he was able to promo Relo into the OPL last split. And then, of course, played on the Chiefs' famous special unit.
Where they actually won a match.
Against Exile 5, funnily enough.
So Regicide, they're going to lock in Orianna as their mid lane pick of choice. Zed was the final ban.
And that's interesting. That's really standard coming out of Suman. So maybe the curveball they will throw is in ZZZ's lane. Something like a Kled or a Fiora. Fiora's banned away, so maybe something like a Kled could be the potential pickup there.
No, you're not going to do that. Come on, get on a real champion. There we go. Syndra actually locked in here for Luch. Final pick will really tell us, is it going to be a top lane Zac? Or is Rosie playing this champion today?
Yeah, and that would be... I mean, they've left it really ambiguous until the end. I think it was Jake from Avant that was telling me that potentially Zac is a good support. And Galio also potentially a good support.
Ooh.
The flex is still wide open.
Yep. Lots of flex coming out from Abyss here. Galio's picked up a pick that's been left to last. Something you see very first pick worthy at the moment.
Especially if you can play at mid lane. If you can play at mid lane and top lane, there is no reason to not pick Galio first.
No.
Of course, with Zac being available, definitely is the stronger of the 2 OPs. But you can see right now they have a lot of damage. And it might be the Paradise top lane Riven. It is locked in.
Let's go on a journey, baby, because Riven has been locked in the OPL.
Okay, ZZZ in solo queue is very, very infamous for his Riven. As we said, I think he only played it once during the OPL. Much preferred Fiora when he was able to get his hands on it. However, Fiora being banned away, this is going to be super interesting going into against a Galio. And you can see that it's going to be the support Zac.
Support Zac being picked up by Rosie. We saw it being played as a jungler mostly during the League of Origin. I believe there was only 1 game of Zac anyway.
Yep, that was Victoria leaving it up against New South Wales because they didn't think only played it. My bad, guys. He does play Zac. Or Zac is just that insanely busted that you don't have to play it to be good at it.
I mean, you see him played everywhere, so it's that's a good sign that the champion is rather busted, but still, Riven top lane, teleports with heal for ZZZ.
Potentially. I mean, stranger things have happened today.
Who needs flash?
Who needs flash? Heal is nice, gives you that little burst of movement speed. I have no idea why you would take it. That is just weird.
Apparently, but he's up against Pabu, who's not a stranger to how Riven works in the top lane. I mean, he's played it himself. He kind of understands it.
He has a cheeky Riven game every now and again. You can check him out on his stream. Falling a little bit further behind on Riven than you would necessarily want to in the early game. But of course, Pavu, fantastic top laner in his own right. I think that, mechanics standpoint, he knows how to play the lane, still has a way to go. And I hope that Rosie is really helping out with this in how to play the map. Now, the reason I mention it now on Galio, definitely needs to be able to cross map with this champion. Well, of course, has a big damage reduction that comes in the ult, so you need to be able to get it in there early, as well as landing CC. If you can with the ultimate, just makes it so much more impactful.
Yeah, and it's good to see that he is on a standard champion heading into the top lane as well, as we are going straight into Summoner Shift. It's not going to be heal on ZZZ. That was just a visual bug there. So flash as well as teleport. But for now, let's check in with Hingers, who is with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Drac, the coach of Abyss, and you got to feel pretty good just drafting with no bans on blue side.
Just the control in the current meta was really nice to be able to get that Zac. So
yeah, I mean, well, speaking about Zac, because he can go anywhere, but in particular, you decided to put him to support. Why did you guys decide to put him there today?
When they didn't take the Elise pick as well, which is considered the other priority pick, we figured we'll take both for game 1 and just see where it leads us.
So you guys are feeling pretty confident going into game 1?
I'm very happy with how the draft turned out.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you very much.
There you go. The strategy is say trial and error. Let's take both of them, and yeah, let's see how that goes. I can't go wrong with that, apparently.
Exactly right. I'm amazed. Imagine if there was a third priority jungler. Ooh. Where the hell would they put them all, Fish?
Yeah, just take Gragas there, so you got a 3-way flex. He can be played support as well.
Minions have spawned.
For now, nothing happening between Abyss and Regicide to kick things off. Regicide, newly promoted from the OCS.
Took Exile 5's position in the OPL. Pabu coming down. He's going to help out with the Raptor camp. Of course, Galio can just throw out the Q and then actually gets back to top lane in time. One of the best leashes in the game. Fade, of course, going to start on Raptors as well. You fully charge your Gragas barrel, you get the second one out as well, and you're able to full clear that camp with not too much trouble. So both junglers going to be absolutely fine.
Yep. He's down in the bottom lane already. Raid and Chenny Boy going back to back here. Oh, look at that slam onto K-pop. That is a fun interaction to watch as a Zach.
I mean, it's fun, but it really didn't do all that.
No, it did not. Just slammed him against a minion. You'd expect that to hurt a little bit more.
Sometimes just sending a message is what it's about.
Clobbering heads together. Raid, though, just going to happily farm out. The race to level 2 is still on in this bottom lane. You expect Chenny Boy to be slightly ahead, but Raid already trying to hard push.
I mean, you can't really hard push when you have a melee support, especially one that needs to save Targons for when he gets harassed. So, not surprised that they win the level 2 race here, and now Raid takes some damage.
Yeah, walks forward to pick up that last hit. Doesn't pay for it too much. Top side of the map. Triple Z. Try and engage on towards Pabu.
Let's go with ZZZ.
ZZZ?
Yeah, I don't like Triple Z. If you're Australian, we can go with ZZZ.
ZZZ and ZZZs. Just sounds like he's sleeping.
Yeah, no, it does. I'm a big fan of typing Z's in chat.
You're toxic.
However, no, I'm not. Take that back.
Tough side of the map, though. Nothing too much happening between these two. And Pabu's farming up nice and fine. Back trading against Riven pretty well.
I mean, but Riven doesn't have mana to sustain, so not really going to be all that worried about it. See mid lane Suman doing absolutely fine against Luch. Luch, however, did get a nice trade there and burned through both potions already. So winning out on the sustain battle in lane quite well. And now Seb needs to wait for this wave to crash. And actually, Suman going to go back. That is really bad news because all of a sudden, top side of the map opens up for Abyss, potentially can go for a gank onto ZZZ.
He's last turned around, finds the Krugs. Gragas is on the wrong side of the map for this. It's been a long time since Elise has been spotted in vision. Bottom lane though, Ray going to take some damage. That's 2 feathers behind, doesn't get the root. J-Boy getting slapped by Rosie as well. Good trades going in favor of Regicide in the bottom lane, and Gragas is now down here. They've got to be careful.
Potential flash body slam.
Gets it. Lots of damage on the Ray. He flashes away immediately. Good exhaust being used by Rosie, so it splashes burnt across the board.
And ZZZ's on the wrong side of the map right now, Fish. The great chase begins.
He does have flash, but simply just needs to E away. Seb not able to find the flank he really wanted there.
And this is what I was saying. Part of the thing about being a resourceless top laner is it really just comes down to can they sustain with mana? And right now, Pabu is so low on mana that was a bad gank to go for. K-pop once again takes no damage out of Rosie.
Just gets slammed into a minion. It's not fun, but it's not the worst thing to happen in the bottom lane.
No summoner spells available anywhere, and you can see that Gragas is actually still behind them.
Yep. Good trade in the mid lane though. Sealman, half his health gone. One combo from Luch. Trades back nicely, but still feels like Luch is getting the upper hand there. Elise has made her way all the way down into the bottom lane, so they have to be a little bit careful now.
And look at Luch go. I mean, he's already 10 CS up. Wave is completely neutral. Nowhere else on the map has any kind of advantages. Everyone else is even. And Luch finds a 10 CS advantage.
K-pop actually cancelling his recall there.
Yeah,
Didn't
got
think he'd get home in
interrupted.
time.
That's pretty bad out of the rookie support. Now they're going to be able to shove up. They're not going to be able to freeze the lane unless he cancels. So he's going to cancel again and just delaying recall after recall.
Yep.
And Rosie actually might be able to stop him from freezing this wave as well. So it's going to crash, and he still just hasn't got the shop off.
So he's going to be able to pick up this wave instead of Chenny Boy. Now I'm going to go back to base. That's not good from K-pop.
Certainly isn't. We see Fade once again visiting top lane. This time it is going to be Johnson that gets a gank for, Paradise. ZZZ that gets a gank. This is going to be hard for me. I'm really bad at calling people their new names.
Pabu though, more than happy to go toe-to-toe against Riven for now. Gragas instead leaves the lane, so he's actually doing fine against this Riven.
I mean, he's had an early shot, and he's down a couple of CS. Riven is one of those champions that is kind of win harder as soon as you start snowballing. Of course, just double dipping with AD onto offensive and defensive stats. now with the new, with the changes that came through to Death's Dance, is a pretty good pickup on Riven as well.
It is.
I like it.
Top side of the map though, CGC is trying to freeze against Pabu, forcing him to move further up the map, so he's in a bit of a dangerous spot. Chenny Boy though, almost dead. Didn't have his support with him.
Yeah, exactly right. K-Pop was kind of running around in the jungle trying to track out Seb, but now that they've gone that low, Seb being in behind them, they have to give up some... Oh, here we go.
Big damage. Luch almost takes down Suman, about 300 health left.
Look at Luch go as well. He just burns the Ghost, puts out all the damage onto Suman, and then just dances around in the lane. Still going to be up in CS. And is continuing to exert pressure. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Rosie and Raid have forced them back. They're also up 14 CS.
This is great for Abyss because they have pressure bottom lane. Chenny Boy and K-Pop can't really step up with 3 people here. And with that, Fade can't be top lane. Now Pabu has some extra control on the top side of the map. He's only 5 CS behind a Riven, which you expect to be good for a Galio.
Yes.
Teleport being used by ZZZ to get back to lane.
Of course, ZZZ dreams of being a warrior, goes back and picks up a sword and a shield. Well, actually 2 swords and a shield. Don't know how he's supposed to hold them all. Maybe it's a buckler, maybe it's strapped to his arm.
You throw one, you just hold the other.
Throw a sword.
Yep.
Teleport actually coming in right now. This is potentially a 5-man mid.
That's an ultimate being used very early on towards the Syndra, but they blocked out Fade. He's dead instantly. Seb, very close to dying, but it's Luch that picks up first blood.
Why did Pabu ult Luch?
I don't know. Don't think anyone but Pabu can tell you that.
It was an interesting move, this. Got him an assist.
Potentially trying to cut him off. Suman didn't use his ultimate or any of his summoner spells.
No, Suman was underneath his turret. That's why I'm confused.
So curious, but Abyss used his time to take blue buff away from FaZe jungle and now moving down towards the bottom lane. Spot out a couple of wards, they're going to get pinged down, and assistance pings coming from all round for that bottom lane.
And so far, Abyss making this game look really easy. They're up 1,000 gold. ZZZ, just because of the base damages of the Galio, is going to be locked underneath his turret.
And he's gone for the triple ring as well from Pabu. He's going to be so healthy when it comes to mana now. Good early game stats. More enough damage to continue smacking down these waves.
And it really is going to have to be an all-in from ZZZ that chunks him out. Generally, as Riven, you, in competitive play at least, you don't normally get the all-in with the ulti. Use the ulti to kind of chunk them out the first time, get some CS, go back, get a good shop. Then the next one will be enough to do it. Fade really needs to be able to impact this top side of the map because right now has been relatively ineffective with these games, I think it's fair to say. And his lanes are just starting to lose out.
But again, very quiet between the two teams despite Abyss making it look rather clinical for now. Just seems like the struggles of a newer team coming into the OPL can clearly be seen from Regicide. Whereas Abyss now with their veteran members showing a lot more class.
Yeah, certainly are. I mean, it's been composed so far. They've sidestepped every gank that's come their way. Even bottom lane, who fell behind summoner spells, is now completely caught back up. Rosie, now that he's level 6, can look for engages. And not all that much they can really do apart from hope that Suman survives and ZZZ gets ahead of the tank. We saw actually at Origin, Fantix play a lot of assassins into tanks and do it relatively well. We're playing more of the Tassadin and the Talon style though, as opposed to the Riven. You can see that there is a small CS advantage top lane, but I don't think Pabu's all that worried about ZZZ. He just is going to continue to push in the wave and look to pressure mid.
Fade now sitting close to the mid lane. Will body slam over the wall. I believe Luch has spotted him.
Yeah, he certainly has. Luch absolutely does not.
But he still goes in. Suman take quite a bit of damage. Seb is close by. Cocoon lands on towards Fade. Luch preemptively popped that Ghost. Ultimate comes out from Fade as well as the flash, but now Suman's in trouble. Rosie jumps on in, slams him against a minion despite the cleanse. Good damage back down towards Seb, but still, Abyss forcing him out of the mid lane.
Certainly doing. You can just see how much confidence Luch plays with. Jungler coming in for a gank, not really all that worried about it. Knows that he has 7 in his back pocket. Knows that Rosie, the veteran, is going to get there. It just, once again, it looks like there's not that much effort going into the Abyss kind of laning phase so far.
Yep. Seems like they're completely comfortable with the position they're currently at. They don't need to force too much. Regicide, though, they're not out of this game. They're only 1,000 gold behind, but they definitely look like they're having a little bit of a struggle. against Abyss, so to speak.
Yeah, I certainly agree they're not out of the game. All you need is ZZZ one roam into the mid lane to be able to blow up Luch, get Suman back the CS advantage, a little bit of pressure in the lane, and you'll be absolutely fine. You can see that now ZZZ, now that he's reached level 9, is starting to shove up that lane just a little bit. And just in the same way that Luch isn't really worried about the Gragas, I don't think ZZZ is all that worried about the Elise either. Moby Boots Rust Elise probably is just a free kill for a Revan at this stage of the game, especially one with Get Stricker. However, first objective of the game will go over to Abyss. They're going to pick themselves up a Cloud Drake here.
Cloud Dragon's picked up. Infernal Dragon's the next objective on the map.
It's pretty big. The fact that they got it ticking over early, normally there is that little bit of temptation to just leave Cloud Dragons on the map because the tempo loss isn't really all that worth it. But when you see it tick over to Infernal, you know that that gamble was worthwhile, definitely.
So we talk about this in the OPL a lot, but the Regicide coming into this, they are a multilingual team. I believe K-pop's the only one that doesn't speak Mandarin on this side, and there's a couple of players that don't speak English very well. And Jenny Boy is probably their translator coming to this. I've heard him talk, he's very good when he speaks English. So it's curious to see if that's going to impact their play at all.
Yeah,
especially when
is.
the supports are probably one of the more vocal players.
I think that that's the reason that Regicide are actually excited about this roster, however, because this is the first time they are going to be able to speak Mandarin during the game. You can see that Pabu goes back, picks himself tabbies as well as the Shroud. So it's going to be a brick. I mean, he is not going to be moved out of this lane anytime soon. However, Fade coming back into the top lane.
Pabu says, fight me. ZZZ is going to get his more pops. He gets a big shield from the E. Pabu trying to dash away. Fade knocks him back into the lane. Really good ultimate. Pabu has to stand and deliver, but he just can't. The consistent damage from these two is enough. The Wind Slash will be enough to pick it down, but Raid now getting engaged on in the bottom lane. Wild Growth preemptively used by K-pop. Will slam the two champions in together. Luch trying to dash on in. Delivery service from Rosie brings the support back into the rest of the team. Sev's now chasing on down in spider form. Chenny Boy will escape, but it's trading kills top side, bottom side.
Exactly right, and all of a sudden they've opened up the turret as well. Something that ZZZ is not going to be able to do most likely, as Pabu has teleport, and it is a very healthy turret up there. So Abyss get the 1-for-1 trade, however, pick up the extra 1,000 gold off first brick.
Certainly do. Top side of the map, as you mentioned, going to be saved by Pabu, who still had his teleport available. Fade and ZZ were pinging it. They decided to stick around for a little bit longer, but they do not all in commit for that turret.
And once again, Luch is at the clock right now. Going to be able to clear out this wave. He's going to get himself towards that 140 CS mark. 14 minutes, and that's with a roam, as well as a couple of shops coming in as well. Just so efficient with his farming. Something that you're definitely going to have to watch out for as this season progresses. It's how you generally get in his head, although now K-pop caught good flash.
Pushes away from the cocoon. Pabu doesn't have enough crowd control to continue chasing, but they have their eyes set towards red buff. ZZZ is here, so is Rosie.
Maybe don't want to fight this, however, as ZZZ doesn't have his ultimate available.
They're going to take red buff for a little trip downtown as he resets and just gets angry. Uppercut comes to Pabu. Look at him go! Usain Bolt on the rift.
And they actually do match the lane swap. So all of a sudden, even though Chenny is 30 CS down and doesn't have summoner spells available, they want to be able to match Raid as well as Rosie. So ZZZ will head down into that bottom lane. Wave that is pushing against him, and there are 4 members strong looking for this turret dive. Fade, you do not want to be there.
No, there's a lot of people there. They're going to get locked down. Fade is just destroyed. He finds a Garen in that brush and many, many more champions, as that's a flash forward from Raid over behind the turret. Locks down Lulu. K-pop's already burned his flash from earlier. Pabu gets the Superman grand entrance there just for style points. And Abyss really styling on Regicide now.
Yeah, they certainly are. Now they're 3,000 gold up. They're going to push down another turret, make it about 4,000. And you're right, I don't know what else that ultimate was for, apart from style points.
Woo, to the skies.
Pabu just likes hitting the R button.
He's not used to it to being a defensive spell. He's ready to just kill people with his R button. That's what it's normally there for.
And actually goes for the Frozen Heart. So he wants absolutely no offensive prowess in this lane. Does need to look out, however, because armor stacking, when you're going up a Riven that's going to have Shred in the form of that Cleaver quite soon, can become dangerous. And ZZZ, there's 2 kinds of Riven players. There's the one that rush boots really early on, and there's one that just never purchases. And so far, looks to be the kind that just does not purchase.
Yeah, doesn't even have his brown shoes yet. Everyone else has
no
a pair.
Nikes.
Fade's going to continue to try and farm his jungle. Hasn't had a very impressive start to this game. A couple of good ganks, but Nothing too flashy.
Pretty telegraphed, I think you would say.
Yeah.
So far. I mean, had the Raptors start really clean, has farmed quite well, is actually up in levels over Seb, even though Seb's been around for a lot of the neutral objectives. But pretty readable play so far, and hasn't really bothered the Abyss lineup. I mean, Pabu died once, but it's still absolutely fine. He's playing a brick of a top laner, has a red buff. It's going to be very difficult to kill Pabu in these lanes.
Again, very quiet between the two teams. Abyss, though, should be very comfortable with the lead. They have 4,000 gold advantage. Taking the game slow. They have 2 outer turrets to the none of Regicide and all the Elemental Dragons. Next one comes up with 50. Elemental Dragon will be worth fighting for. Suman just being jumped on by Luch. He doesn't care. There's 2 people around him. No problem. They polymorph Rosie. Gets the rubber hands together. Knocked back into the team. Let's go, boys. We're going to bounce straight back. They popped Zac, but he's the only one fallen so far. His passive going to try and keep himself alive. Knock back the stun, but ZZ still gets the kill with the wind slash.
Yeah, really nice actual complete there out of ZZZ, although now going too forward.
Big taunt. ZZZ going to try and keep himself alive. Good knockback from Fade. Pabu is still up. Raid's going to fall first, though. Look at ZZZ go. Jumping straight into the back lines. Pabu gets a good taunt down, but Chenny Boy throwing out those feathers. It's actually Regicide to come out on top of that fight.
They certainly do, and a lot of it was to do with ZZZ. Able to continue that fight. Multiple shields coming out of Riven. A champion that you're not really used to playing against. Luch is so confident stepping forward, but unfortunately it gave his team the confidence as well. And they continued that fight. Maybe when they should have just taken the pick. And all of a sudden, Regicide opening up on this Infernal Dragon. Yep. Going to be picking it up. And champions like Riven that get double dipping off stats, Orianna, they love Infernal Dragons.
They certainly do. Infernal Dragon picked up. They are still about 3,000 gold behind. That's Ripfell being summoned. Let's take a look at that fight again.
Yeah, so let's take another look at it. All of a sudden, they chunked out, and they should just leave this kill here. All of a sudden, Rosie probably should just be retreating. Instead, uses his ult, they stick with the play. They're still moving forward. And as soon as Riven gets in here, going to be able to pick up the Rosie kill, and then still has the ultimate for all that bonus AD, and the ability to continue to spam out spells. Meanwhile, Abyss did use the Rift Herald to pick up mid lane turret, so all 3 outers now gone.
No turrets available for Regicide, so they bring that gold lead back in their favor, 4,000 gold up.
And this is a really, so far, only that mid lane team fight didn't look good out of Abyss. Everything else has been really clean.
It has
You've
been.
knocked down all 3 outers by 18 minutes. You're 4,000 gold up. You're controlling objectives well. The scary thing is, however, is if ZZZ gets maybe 1-2 more kills and really turns into that accelerated Riven, you're going to be in big trouble in the split push because no one's going to be able to go up against him.
Raid's still looking to complete his Zeal item. He's been sitting on it for quite some time. Should we go back to base and collect that? Flip side of Rift, Chenny Boy. He's doing all right for himself. Had a very struggle of a lane, but felt more like that was K-pop in that bottom lane getting called out time and time again.
Yeah, you actually have to say Chenny's had a pretty good game so far. Yeah. K-pop is 0-3 and was really struggling against the Zac. A lane that you would think maybe Lulu should probably out-pressure quite heavily. However, still within 20 CS, so doing an alright job. You can see the Riven is going towards Cleaner, that 20% cooldown reduction. See whether it grabs another 20 from elsewhere. Is quite obnoxious when you're able to continually spam at Riven. Fade being invaded on again for a red buff, needs to get the heck out.
Jumped on by Rosie. Doesn't have another minion, monster, or champion to slap to get that stun down with his Q. But red buff is picked up by Fade, nice and easy. Abyss have control of the map, so I'm curious to see how they're going to work with that control.
Certainly do, but they need to make sure they're not overextending. Just running into champions like Orianna. Big jump coming in here.
Rosie right behind Suman, locked down. Here's the delivery service. Let's go for a little bit of a bounce, and Suman is decimated before he can do anything to retaliate.
Yeah, really nice engage. I was going to say they need to make sure they pick their moments because, flash out of K-pop as well. If ZZZ is able to get in behind you, and if they continue to run forward, will mean bad things. However, they get the pick they're looking for into the wave clear, and now going to be shoving in that mid lane.
Turret's going to take some damage. Raid steps up here. A couple of auto attacks down. Look at ZZZ. He wants in. He's not afraid of nobody.
Yeah, does not care at this stage of the game. Have to think has a pretty big shop as well. He's been out on Summoner's Rift for quite some time.
He's still up in CS and 2-0-1. ZZ's having a good game. this man in the screen. Chennyboy playing really well, just hasn't had the right setup for him.
I mean,
so
hasn't
far.
really had a look into the game, really. Support got picked off a couple of times. This time he had to rotate just because Suman had been picked off by Rosie. So even though he's down 20 odd CS, still comparable in items, going to be able to go back and finish up his Zeal item quite soon. There's just not that much farm available for him. Fish. Top lane pushing in. Riven's always going to hog one of the side lanes as well. And Ori can't really rotate either, so unlucky for Chennyboy means that he gets the short end of the stick.
And shield max second coming out from Suman here. Starts with a Q. Maxes the shield second. Oh, no, it doesn't. That's 5, not a 2. Actually, it is. No, I'm just... Carry on. It is a shield max second.
Yep.
I am correct the first time round.
And you would have to think that that's to repetitively give it to ZZZ in team fight. Well, they want to continue to buff up you know, these beefy frontliners. We've already talked about how much tanks and people that can absorb damage and reduce damage are like good on this current patch. So just further speaks towards that story right now. Suman looking to be a little bit more utility than burst damage mage.
Still up against a 4,500 gold lead that Abyss have acquired for themselves. Black Cleaver has been completed by ZZZ. Hurricane available for raid now. And it's Pabu looking to delve more into magic resistance.
And this is actually really interesting. They know that Pabu can't really go toe-to-toe right now with ZZZ, so instead they send the Syndra down there. Now
here he comes.
Fade caught out.
It's 2v4 at the moment. ZZ is going to try and jump in, but Raid locks him down. Still getting some good damage. ZZ is trying to kite through 4 members, but that's just way too many to deal with. 2 kills picked up by Abyss.
And you could see that didn't want to burn any summoner spell. Fade had already burnt his. It's now 5,500 gold and pushing into another turret. Abyss are just beating him around the map, beating them with vision, beating them with smart rotation. And all of a sudden the turret dies.
Rosie, big jump in, knocks 2 in it again, and let's bounce! Brings 2 back to the team, not even required. They die mid-air. K-Pop, the last man standing. The poor little Lulu. Don't hurt him, Luch! Double kill, picked up by the mid laner.
And Luch all of a sudden 5-0-2, CSing on the clock. Definitely the mid laner that Abyss wanted to see back in their lineup. Frey did a very good job last split, but welcome home, Luch. Absolutely destroying Regicide in this game 1.
Certainly is. Abyss looking to try and push here for the first inhibitor of the match. Bottom lane inhibitor is the objective of choice. ZZZ looks like he wants to go in, gets a stun, jumps straight back out. Abyss take what they came for.
Oh, and all of a sudden Fade's caught again.
Double stun locked, ultimate comes out and just deleted from Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and this is what people were worried about. Didn't understand why Fade had role swapped away from mid lane into that jungle position. Potentially just couldn't find another adequate person. But let's take a look at this again. You can see that very happy to dive in on all the members in ZZZ. Actually lives for a very long time. However, still just going to be 2 clean kills into what was a really well executed turret dive. Rosie looks surprisingly comfortable on Zac support, which doesn't surprise me all that much.
Not surprising at all. Look at him go. Straight into the back lines, communicates well with Raid to time it in. Ultimate comes out. Simple delivery service.
And that was just really well executed. I mean, they stick with the play as well. They're able to get the clean ace by the end of it. And that meant first inhibitor of the game had gone down. And I mean, I'm assuming there's not all that much happening live because right now, 8,000 gold, 25 minutes in.
Woo!
Abyss are just very in control of this game.
They get a Mountain Dragon for themselves, so it's something, I guess. The Baron buff is now live and on the table. ZZZ is still split pushing, but now he's up against Super Minions. 25 minutes in. Super Minions are not going to be easy to deal with, but a little bit better if you're a Riven.
Yeah, I mean, Riven going to be pretty fine pushing out that lane. The problem is just you can't join the fight in the time you want to, and you can see right now they're just posturing around the Baron area. It's a Blade of the Ruined King 80 carry with double Zeal items as well as an Elise with Burning Face. So there's just absolutely no chance the Baron lives if they actually do start it up. You can see Pabu still posturing aggressively, and really Regicide, no bans in this game. It was always going to be difficult, but with the composition that Abyss were able to pick up, they just look incredibly strong.
Certainly do. So, like you mentioned, double Zeal item already picked up by Raid. Phantom Dancer Hurricane. Very, very strong. This Varus Abyss had their eyes set towards top lane in a turret though.
Late rotations from Regicide, not going to be able to get up here in time, so that's going to be another turret for Abyss, especially with ZZZ still split pushing.
And the problem is when you're behind, you can't get vision out. That means you don't really know where they're going to go. You're worried that mid lane's going to be the target because it's one of the most important lanes to keep up. Instead, they just clean out all your vision. They walk top lane through the fog of war, and there's no way you can match the rotation because they know you can't cheat. Your top lane is still just struggling to go up against Super Crazy. Now they've started up the Baron. I mean, this is just clinical out of Abyss.
They're showing Luch middle. Pabu is flanking along the jungle to make sure they don't come through there, and it's a 3-man Baron. Easy attempt from Abyss.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's one's going to fall down. They do get a little bit of vision as it dies. Teleport actually coming in. I think that's a cancel. Oh, it's not a cancel. This is really bad.
This is the Hail Mary play from Regicide. They need to make something work out of this. Riven's trying to stay undetected, but ZZZ has been spotted out, and Abyss get away scot-free.
Exactly right. So now you've burnt Teleport. You're already up against a Baron buff at only 27 minutes in. 10,000 gold is the lead. And unfortunately, I just don't know if there is a card left to play. ZZZ's looked absolutely fine on Riven, and the rest of the map has just fallen apart.
Yep, Chennyboy gets a sneaky blue steal there, pulling back the feathers, but that's about all Regicide have gotten from the last few minutes. They're going to work on this mid lane inner turret, but K-Pop out of position again! Stop! Stay behind your team! You're a Lulu! That's with Flash and everything left up as well. Now Pabu has teleported behind the rest of the team. He's trying to uppercut his way in. Knockback. See you, mate. Fade's going to make sure they can't get closer and closer, but they've got a long way to run. Their base is under attack.
Exactly right. Even though that was a good ultimate out of Fade, that means it's not available for the Siege. You can see that Abyss just have the inside lane. Oriana's trying to clear out top lane. And unfortunately, there's just absolutely nothing they can do, Fish. The new side to the OPL has had a baptism by fire because that's a rough game.
Oh, Chennyboy forced to use the ultimate to get away from Luch.
Actually nicely done. Probably would have died if he didn't.
ZZZ wants in, but I don't think the rest of the team can follow him at the moment. I mean, we looked at this team, we're like, all right, we know ZZZ, we know Suman, we know Chennyboy. Fade's going to be a question being rolled up in the jungle. We understand that's a tough point for him. K-Pop as well, the rookie, he has not impressed at all. 0-5-1, being caught out of position so far.
And you know, it might be the fact that this is the perfect draft that you can get. I mean, having no bans certainly does not help your team out.
Of course.
Rosie is very good at unorthodox supports. I'm sure K-Pop has limited to no experience playing against a Zac support. Someone so tanky and hard to deal with in that bottom lane. But really, yeah, you're right. I mean, there hasn't really been all that many shining lights right now for Regicide.
Pabu now top side and Abby's completed a couple of ability power items for himself. Has the Abyssal's Mask done. Looking for even more magic resistant armor soon.
And you can see that Fade one more time is really far behind enemy lines, but you just feel like that's not a flank. He just doesn't want to be there.
Nope. And now they're going to lose 2 inhibitors for that. Abyss already taking down 1, move towards the bottom lane. That's the second to fall. ZZZ almost getting taunted up by Palmer there.
And there's just no way they get into this team fight.
ZZ wants to go in. He's popped his ultimate, flashes in. Big shockwave, but it's not going to be enough. Delivery service from Zac brings Suman into the fight. And Abyss are just going to decimate Regicide 1 by 1. Pabu jumps in, gives him the old uppercut, and Raid gets a quadra kill.
Yeah, Raid able to clean up the team fight. Regicide tried, but it's just not good enough.
Definitely not. They knock on the Nexus, and within 30 minutes, Abyss pick up their first win in the OPL.
I mean, and that was just slow, steady, roll the snowball down the hill, avoid ZZZ's Riven at all costs, and win the game. I mean, that's as simple as it was for Abyss. Never really challenged. I mean, if that's an even team fight at the end, 3-man Shockwave with a Riven jumping in there, that's a completely different story. But it wasn't an even team fight. Abyss knew that, and they were just able to take the game.
I mean, now do we ask the same question we asked on the Direwolves, which is, can they do it again, back-to-back? Game number 2, Abyss feel like they have to come in here and do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, when you have a look at Abyss roster right now, this is not a 6th, 7th place roster anymore. Now that they've added Luch, now that they've got Rosie back there, they want top 4, top 3 to be able to really contend up there. And, you know, if you're going to be that squad, you have to, especially with no bans, you have to be able to smack the newcomers. I mean, that's exactly what you expect out of them. They got a really nice draft. They like their team comp. You could see how chuffed their coach was as well. And then they come in and they win the game. But you have to be able to consistently do that if you're going to prove that you're one of the top teams in the OPL.
Yep, and they're already able to do it game 1 here today against Regicide. Had a really, really good match there. And just seems like Regicide all out of sorts. They had some good points here, but just nothing really meshed together to them. To break down that game a little bit further, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, Abyss, they're picking up their first win in the series, of the split, because it's the first game they've played. So a very strong start from them. And T-Gun, this is kind of how we expected things to go.
Yep, this was 5 decent solo queue players versus 5 good players and a good sort of team backing.
Yeah.
5 players who actually know what they're doing versus 5 challenger players. That's the difference. You see, one laner was able to get ahead because he's a good player, but he didn't have a team. He just had 5 random people that happened to be together.
And for the first time in what feels like forever, I got to watch Pabu concede lane, lose lane, but for the purpose of winning with the rest of his team, right? It's a little bit confusing and out of sorts, but I'm happy to see it. I'm actually impressed.
It's almost like a split in the OPL has matured young Pabu, and he's maybe changing his playstyle potentially.
To be determined.
Yeah, that's
All right.
one game does not make a sample size.
N equals 1. That's a sample size. 1 is a sample size. Very small. Anyway, yes. So let's talk then about that top lane matchup because, like you said, Pabu conceding lane, but we also saw him going up against Riven, which we kind of were saying that could be a danger, and it, I guess was sort of.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always going to be a danger, right? ZZZ has played a fair amount of Riven. We said it almost jokingly before the game that he might just pull it out and just be a fantastic Riven and carry the game, but he was up against a Galio. And firstly, I mean, they got Galio, they got Zac.
Why?
Some of those things are avoidable, some are not, but it still works out that no matter what you pick top lane, it's nullified because you couldn't get rid of a Galio.
We can talk about their pick, no ban strategy. Why does Galio go... he got picked last. He got through to the final pick for Abyss. How does that happen? I get that you want to play Riven. You want to let your top shine on what is his best champion, I assume. But send the Galio support. Send him mid. Send him... I don't care. Just pick him. Send him ADC. I don't care what you do, but you cannot let it go through the last pick, especially when you're already giving up strong champions.
How does Galio fit into the Regicide draft if they take Galio over Lulu then?
Lulu's based around shielding and supporting a champion, right? What does Galio ult do? Supports a champion, stops people from hitting him, gets rid of them. So it fits the same ethos.
You think it's a stronger pick in the support role?
I think you need to pick it away from Abyss, or else you're giving them essentially probably the 5 strongest picks in all their roles.
Well, speaking of the pick ban phase, because Regicide lost all their bans, we got to see Zac on the Rift. Now, I think he's got some nerfs coming in future patches, but he's still looking very, very strong on this patch.
Yeah, he is super strong right now, and it's not just that they got the Zac, as the Galio was also mentioned. It's the combo between the two that really does set Abyss up for success in this game. You have the Zac go in, you have the Galio follow it up with his ultimate, and suddenly everybody in a giant circle is going to be in a whole lot of trouble, and then Zac ult, and then a million other things. The layering of CC is incredible for the side of Abyss.
Yeah.
If they hit one of them, the rest will follow naturally.
Absolutely, because you got that Varus ult as well. You can just
Exactly.
kind of chain people down. For Regicide, though, what are they trying to do with their... what are the win conditions for that team comp if you're left with that?
Hope the Riven pops off. I even said it upstairs. The only way they win is if ZZ just goes nuts.
Yeah.
And he almost did. He almost did.
The problem moving forward then is it's difficult for Regicide to improve that draft going into games, 2 and potentially 3 because they have no bans.
Well, Zac won't get through unless Abyss just expect Regicide to not play it. They're blue side next time, so it won't get through. So that's a big positive for them. But they have to work out their priorities because we saw in the Chiefs Direwolves series, Galio banned every game because it is a very, very good pick.
Yeah.
Regicide obviously either can't play it or don't believe in that. And if they can't play it, someone needs to pick it up. If they don't believe that, they are wrong. All right? It's as simple as that.
Galio's a good champ.
It's a great champion.
I would also say, one step further than that Regicide, even if they can't play it, they just need to take it from Abyss because you need to respect what your opponents are playing, right? And this comes back to when you look at Regicide's roster. They've got themselves the Riven, they've got Suman on the Orianna. They've picked champions that they want to play themselves. They didn't pick a comp that they want to play themselves or a strategy that feels like a 5-man. When you look at Abyss's 5-man, it actually makes a lot of sense. I see semblances of it, but it doesn't feel as cohesive for me.
I will say, just quickly, for everyone out there that thinks, hey, picking up a new champion's hard, Galio, not hard, all right? Go first time in ranked. I don't care. It's good. It's easy. It's not a difficult champion to pick up.
All right, I'd just like to say that I'd like to distance myself from T-Gun's remark. I don't think you should, just first time any champion ranked. I just think you respect the game.
I do it all the time.
All right.
How else will you learn?
Let's play with your friends. All right. Let us take a look at some replays because obviously, like we were saying, Zac a first time for the OPL this split we're seeing him because it was banned out all of the last game Direwolves versus Chiefs. And Rosie looking very at home on the champion. Let's take a look at this bot lane fight because there's some great Zac play in here, Rusty.
Yeah, the big example once again of what the combo can be between them wasn't even Pabu's ultimate on their Galio, but the flash taunt's always going to be there with the knockups, the layering of crowd control, and at this stage in the game, Luch is so fed that he'll be able to one-tap everybody, and he even adds another layer of potential crowd control for them there. So their mid-range engage with the tanks to follow up. Great example of it there.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to say something there, Tegan.
No, there's not much more to say. I mean, they just all died.
They just all died. Indeed.
All game, that's all that happened. K-pop died a bunch, then the game was over.
So then, what should Regicide be doing to claw their way back into this? Because okay, let's look through this. Let's look through this lens of they're swapping sides. So presumably they can ban Zac. Then do they leave?
They can't ban Zac. They don't have bans.
Sorry, they can't. Sorry, they can. Sorry, they will not. My apologies.
They can pick it.
They can pick Zac if their opponents leave it open. But are their opponents then going to leave up Zac and Galio and pick the one the other doesn't pick or something? Like, what's the likelihood there?
I feel like they'll leave up Galio because if they thought it was a real big problem, they would have banned it on their first draft.
Sure.
They banned Karma, Fiora, Jace, their first 3 bans. Karma, not really a necessary ban, so obviously they've done some research into their opponents and decided these are 3 very high priorities that we need to remove. But I'm going to say it right now, if Abyss don't ban Zac, it's really, really just overconfident. Like, it's just silly at that point. So I'm not quite sure how Regicide adapt to it. They need to pick up Galio, but apart from that,
Speaking of confidence, if you're Abyss, you've got to be going to game 2. Very confident. I want to take a look at this quadra kill at the end, this final team fight, because if you're Raid and you pull this off, you're going to be feeling very good, right, Rusty?
And you're pulling it off after a pretty good combo between an Orianna and a Riven. You may not have seen that during the game because the game was already over. The combo was sick, but it was a too little too late feature. And this is where, again, the tanks of the Abyss roster were completely untouchable. The damage that they're able to do, the fact they stay in the front line and Raid gets himself a quadra.
Very exciting stuff. So going into then game 2, then do you think this is going to be a 2-0 then? Is this very, very likely? Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I saw nothing that would show that Regicide can win as a team.
Is there anything Abyss should be doing differently to what they did in game 1, or is it the kind of the skill
Zac.
gap is? Yeah, sure,
That's it.
sure.
Ban Zac. Hopefully, if they don't pick Galio, you just take it, and it's pretty much a free win. Like I said before, they're just 5 better players in each role, and they work better as a team.
And they're also at a massive advantage because they don't have their opponents don't have bans.
There's just not much you can do from the side of Regicide when you're in such a disadvantageous position.
If you are Regicide then, and you are in this, like you said, pretty bad position right now, and you're going into this second game. I mean, is this a learning experience? Look at those bar graphs.
I mean, the thing to take away here, though, is take it with a grain of salt. Riven doesn't really do a lot of damage to champions. He just bursts them. Whereas something that pokes like Varus, like Syndra, can do a lot of damage. Galio, a lot of that damage is probably just in lane, throwing his Q to clear the wave and also tagging the Riven. But at the same time, there can't be this much disparity. You know, you've got Syndra doing roughly twice the damage as Orianna, and that's just, you know, it's a clear sign that one team is able to hit you a hell of a lot more than the other team.
There's just a lot for me when I look at the Regicide playing of their first game. K-pop in particular, I think he needs to work with his team more. I don't know if it's communication, but he needs to not be alone. He needs to not be frontlining. He needs to potentially be Karma instead of something like the Lulu, if that's how he's going to play. And if he's going to frontline, be Braum instead of all of those, right? Like, so that's, for me, the first thing I'd look is K-pop. Something needs to change with the draft or with his play style for the Regicide roster to get better. The second thing for me is still Syndra. I think that Syndra's just the best champion, and it's never going to be the first pick from anybody. But if you're Regicide, you may want to consider that. If you don't play the Galio, you're going to give them the Galio because you don't have bans, then pick something else anyway. Win lane with your champions. Pick win lane champions and win the game through that.
Yeah. One thing I will say for K-pop, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say it was land nerfs. It's the first time for a lot of them playing on land, playing offline, so I will give him the benefit of the doubt and say a lot of that was land nerfs, not just him being a poor player. But hopefully he can rectify them in the next game and show us why he's on the team, why he deserves to be on the team. Apart from that, I think you're spot on, and they just need to pick win lane champions and hope that they can snowball hard enough out of there to win the game.
Do you think he might feel more comfortable on a more aggressive support player, an aggressive support champ?
I'm not sure. I don't really know what he prefers to play.
Right.
I mean, let's say he's a blitz main that just wants to play blitz one more game, all right? the coach should let him do that. Okay?
A lot of personal grievances being aired here on the analyst desk.
We're seeing a Blitzcrank tomorrow, in case you're wondering.
Yeah, Blitzcrank is it coming out tomorrow? Let us know now. Yeah, Twitter's hashtag IamOPL if you would like someone to play Blitzcrank's Eye tomorrow. But let's round this out. Is there anything Regicide can do to pull this back? I mean, they've got no bans. They're at a massive disadvantage. Are they meant to just play scared and play safe and then play under their towers? What are they meant to do?
I'm just going to echo what Rosie said. They need to pick 5 winning champions in lane and try and win through there. Otherwise, I don't see an avenue where they could ever beat any team at this point.
Yeah, play it aggressive, make the big plays, don't back away, just give it all you've got, and not just try and rely on the team play where maybe the nerves are preventing you from doing it.
You guys are such downers about this.
That's not downer at all. That was a solution.
No, but you look at your body language. You both just
looking
smacked.
Looking at this game after such a close series, all right? We look at Chiefs Direwolves battling to the end.
On a knife's edge.
And now we look at this game where Regicide looked like they were in it when Riven got a kill, and then it all just fell apart consecutively across the board. All right, they had one good team fight at the very end of the game when it didn't matter.
Do you think they're going to ban out? Do you think they're going to ban out Riven?
Who? Abyss?
Abyss. Do you think Abyss is going to ban out Riven? Nah.
Maybe.
Not even a threat. That's that's a big call, right? It's not, they would not even see it as a threat.
This may be a Pabu thing, to be fair. So correct me if I'm wrong here. But
Hubris.
Pabu will probably say, don't ban it, I can beat it.
Hubris.
So I just don't think they will ban it for that reason.
Yeah.
Even if it wins the game, maybe then the team will say, all right, shut up, Pabu, we're banning it. But they've got to win that game first.
All right, well, it's time for us to get into our second game of this second match. This is Abyss versus the newly promoted Regicide. So, before we go to our casters, let's check out some highlights from game 1.
It's an ultimate they used very early on towards the Syndra, but they locked down Fate. He's dead instantly. Said very close to dying, but it's Luch that picks up first blood. Have to pick it down. The raid now getting engaged on in the bottom lane. Wild Growth preemptively used by K-Pop. Will slam the 2 champions in together. Luch trying to dash on in. Delivery service from Rosie brings the support back into the rest of the teams. As that's a flash forward from Raid over behind the turret. Locks down Lulu. K-Pop's already bonus flash from earlier. Pabu gets the Superman grand entrance there just for style points. Luch, he doesn't care to super around him. No problem. They polymorph Rosie. Gets the rubber hands together. Knocked back into the team. Let's go, boys. We're going to bounce straight back. They pop Zac, but he's the only one fallen so far. His passive going to try and keep himself alive. Knock back the stun, but ZZ still gets the kill with the wind slash.
And all of a sudden the turret dies.
Rosie, big jump in, knocks 2 in it again, and let's bounce! Brings 2 back to the team, not even required, they die mid-air. K-Pop, the last man standing, the poor little Lulu, don't hurt him, Luch! Double kill, picked up by the mid laner.
And Luch all of a sudden 5-0-2.
ZZ wants to go in, he's popped his ultimate, flashes in, big shockwave, but it's not going to be enough. Delivery service from Zac brings Suman into the fight, and Abyss are just going to decimate Regicide 1 by 1. Pabu jumps in, gives him the old uppercut, and Raid gets a quadra kill.
Yeah, Raid able to clean up the team fight. Regicide tried, but it's just not good enough.
Definitely not. They knock on the Nexus, and within 30 minutes, Abyss pick up their first win in the OPL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into the second match between Abyss as well as Regicide. Currently, Abyss are 1-0 up after a very, very dominant game 1.
A comprehensive shellacking, if you will.
It's back.
That was as one-sided as a game of League of Legends get. And it's not because of the game time. It was just because of how methodical that play was. You know, knock down bottom lane turret, go top lane, knock that down, Rift Herald into mid lane. Just open up the whole map. And really, when you're able to do that and you're not pressured at any stage, something is going wrong with Regicide. Sure, they were losing all their bans, but they also just got beaten in every lane.
They certainly did. I mean, CCC, he was all right top lane. Chenny was okay as an AD carry, but you look at Fade and K-Pop, they really have not found their footing as the rookies in this league, and Suman just can't step up to Luch at the moment.
I mean, Luch is a monster.
He is.
We saw that he had a very good game 1, farming on the clock, had 5-ish kills. He steps into ganks. Yep. I can't stress this enough. Like, it is so hard to gank someone that steps forward on Syndra and threatens to blow up your mid laner as soon as you engage. Just had a really impressive game.
I don't know what this nonsense about him being a farming mid laner who just sits back and is so difficult to deal with. Every time I've seen him, he's just killing people.
Well, no, he didn't kill anyone.
Great.
I mean, in the laning phase, he actually didn't kill anyone. The impressive thing was he was able to withstand ganks and was still on the clock the whole time. Sure, he was stepping forward. He was chunking out Suman, but that's more forcing him back. And the thing is that you feel like you have to gank him. He's very elusive. He's very hard to deal with. And then he just becomes that time bomb as the team fights kind of kick off. And that's exactly what we saw.
There's a K-pop on your screen. Didn't have a great game on Lulu.
Had a really bad game.
Didn't.
Call a spade a spade. He would not be happy with that.
Nope.
Gets a chance to redeem himself in this game too.
I mean, he could have the Ejim factor where he likes to play those going in champions, not so much the supporty stay back and keep people alive champions. Judging on his position, could be true.
I mean, Ejim likes to play both. It's just that the Chiefs have a lot more success when he's on an initiating champion.
True.
I think that's very fair to say. However, Regicide giving up all 5 bans one more time.
Yep.
Getting rid of the Fiora is not that surprising. I expect this to be a Zac ban. You do not want to give Zac over to an enemy team. Even if you can trade things like Galio in response, I think it's just not worthwhile.
Yeah, let's see what the final ban from this is.
Oh, they're going to do it.
Not. So they say, Regicide, if you want Zac, you can have him. But let's see if that's what their pick of choice is going to be.
I think you have to take it. You've just seen that they play it in 2. He's probably saying 2-0. You know, you're a confident man. You're playing against a newly promoted challenger team who has absolutely no bans.
Maybe that's why he's a confident man.
Yeah, something about staying humble in there somewhere. And it's not. It's going to be Ash.
Yeah, so
that has blown my mind.
Is this where Coach Drac goes, all right, let's pick Zac and Elise again. You know, they don't want either. Let's take both.
He wouldn't be surprised if it was the case. Certainly seemed happy with that last time around.
All smiles from Chenny Boy, though. He had a good game. Zac is picked up by Abyss. There's Rosie on your screen. Previously played with the Chiefs. Played for a few very well-known teams. He was the all-star support for Oceania when they went to Barcelona.
Also played for TM.
And had a great start at TM as well, Rosie. Then took a break. Now back on Abyss. So it's good to see him find his footing.
When he says took a break, I mean...
He didn't come back into the OPL.
People are pretty aware what happened with the TM situation, I think, by now.
What I mean is he didn't come back into the OPL during that split. Didn't make any transfers. Right, Galio is locked in, so no priority on the Elise here today. Drag taking back what he said.
I mean, it's still going to be available. I don't think Fade's going to take that one away.
And Nami is the pick of choice for Regicide, despite having so many champions open.
I mean,
Lee Sin's the final pick.
A sustain lane that is ranged against Zac makes a lot of sense. Being able to wave him out of the jump as well is definitely a good thing if K-pop is able to get it done. And it looks like, yeah, just get winning lane seems to be the recipe here. Yeah. And with that in mind, Rosie's going to lock in the Thresh.
Yeah, it's not going to be Zac bottom lane anymore. Seb gets his chance of the champion. With Thresh bottom lane for Rosie, which against this lane could be brutal.
Certainly could be. And one more time, they're actually looking to potentially pick up a priority Zyra here for Luch. They get rid of Echo one more time. Fizz, definitely the other pick. Potentially a Zed if you're Suman as well, that you'd be happy to play into it. Just make sure you get Luch priority in that lane. We've already seen how well it works. And because they're not able to ban away anything, you know they can't hit your 80 carry champion pool unless they take maybe a Lucian into the mid lane.
Yeah. I mean, they've got so many options here, Abyss. They got last pick, most likely going to be a pick for Luch.
Potentially. I mean, I think you can just priority Syndra. I don't think Suman has anything that can deal with it.
Especially when you ban out Echo. And you have first pick this time round.
Yep.
The other thing I was going to say is that they don't really have to focus on picking up an 80 carry now because they've already shown Ash. So you've got every other 80 carry in the game to pick from due to the fact that Regicide have no bans. So Zed's the final ban.
And losing second round bans feels even more impactful than losing first round bans at the moment. It's when the champion pools are finally lined up. See what ZZZ actually wants to play into Galio this time. The Riven looked fine, but didn't really do anything.
Nope. Did not. I don't think he's going to pick on Riven in this match.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he did. He's got Lisa in this time. Potential is there.
Do it, Raid. Oh. Disappointed.
Be a little bit strange if he did take Lucian, unless it's going to be Luch in the mid lane playing it. Luch is a very good Lucian player. Just because Ash outranges so heavily and you're not going to really win the sustain war here.
They do win if they get a hook. That's about it. So
I mean, every lane wins if you get a hook, Fish.
I don't know about that. I've been told by Rusty sometimes if they hook me, we win. So I don't know how that one works anymore.
Ah, Leona.
So they do settle for Varus instead as the 80 carry. So Luch does get the last pick unless they flex that mid lane. be a big throwback.
That would be a huge throwback.
Now, Regicide, they've got to show their hand. Vladimir, that's going to be the first pick here. No, Jarvan instead. So ZZZ should be picking that into the top lane. Unless Suman's got some funny, unorthodox picks in the mid lane for us.
Jarvan mid.
Oof.
I mean, this can still be the Vladimir. I wouldn't be surprised that they just maybe change that one over for the ease of transfer. Don't want to trade 3 ways. And yeah, Vladimir makes a lot of sense. I mean, they have pretty good dive. They have good initiation. If Vladimir can get access to the back line, can do some damage. It's just the front line is so darn tanky.
It is. And now Luch can simply go, all right, Syndra is a good matchup. It's a Vlad. It's normally a very bannable champion. Let's just take that.
Yeah, I mean, Cassiopeia also available. Orianna historically has been a good matchup into Vladimir as well.
Karma, if you want to go.
Nah, Karma's banned.
Oh,
First
right.
ban from Abyss.
Karma.
Come on, man. So yeah, but the world is still his oyster.
We'll pick up Syndra instead. So Luch takes that into the mid lane. Jarvan top lane for ZZZ. Opting away from his Riven after game 1.
I mean, and you understand why. It wasn't really impactful. They had no way to get into those fights. I think that's where Ashe also came from. It's the fact they just need a go button. You feel that the only way they win this game is if they go even in lane, then it gets to a scrappy team fight. I mean, get one of them rolling, really play through that. They've got decent 1-3-1. They've got good initiation. The pick is available with Lee Sin. Like, just get something ahead somewhere.
Yep.
Because otherwise, I mean, you're going up against a monstrous front line with 2 of the highest dealing and consistent dealing carries in the Syndra as well as Avaris.
Pablo already showed his proficiency on Galio. His first 2 ultimates were interesting from Pablo, but the rest of his play, pretty good.
I mean, his laning phase was fine. His ultimates were his teleport, the first teleport. He teleported mid lane, then ulted someone that then ran out of the lane.
Already mid lane.
Was weird. Like, let's just call it. Like, I want to ask him because I honestly have no idea what the hell he was doing. And then the next one, he ulted probably like half a screen for a turret guard. Yeah, it was. Look, Pablo's an interesting dude at the best of times. So, you know, he was fine on the Galio.
Yeah, he did all right. Curious to see that he's not going towards more of these carry-based champions, which he was very well known for. He said Kled is going to be the most picked champion for him last split. Did pick it up quite a bit. Decided not to go back on that champion anymore.
I mean, the big thing for Pablo is he has played carries in the past, but he's always been a big tank player. I mean, even when he was like promoted in with Abyss, like played a little bit more of the bruisers, a little bit more of the tanks. So not surprised to see that he's going back to what is a very overpowered Galio on the current patch.
And now he's up in the top lane against ZZZ's Jarvan. If I'm not wrong, this is a pretty decent matchup for Galio. Despite all the magic shielding he gets and all that scaling, he does fine into these tank matchups.
I mean, you just push him in. That's really all it is about. Interestingly enough, Suman has not gone for shield start, has gone for a little bit greedier, I think it's fair to say, with a dark seal as well as the refillable pot.
Interesting. Going for the long haul, it seems, the investment build. Trying to see if he can get a few backs in with those potions. See if he stacks them up. Go full cinch mode. Just get 3 dark seals and a corrupting potion. Be unkillable.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Singe scales with mana. That's why he can do it.
Vladimir scales with health. I don't know where I'm going with this anymore. But it seems like we're going to see Seb start at the Raptor camp. So jungle, Zach, this game for Abyss. They played a support last match. Should be prioritized more as a jungle champion, I feel.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Zach is by far and away the comfiest in the mid lane. Interestingly enough, out of Galio Zach, Tigan lacks Galio as support. So see whether that ever eventuates, although I think he's just too strong as a solo laner to pass up at the moment. And you can see actually a little bit of a change this time. Fade is going to start on the red buff. Gets a very good leash, and Zach going to start on the Raptor camp. So Zach should be a little bit further ahead in experience.
Luch in the mid lane though, careful not to use his Dark Spheres onto all the minions so that he can seal them one by one. Stop his way from pushing in.
And this is what I expect out of K-pop. As you can see, K-pop isn't even approaching the minion wave at the moment. He's playing nearly off the bottom of the screen. And I think that that's what you have to do. I think that you just have to see bottom lane, wait until you have level 6 and you have your ultimates, and then potentially get Fade in there for a gank and just knock Die early on, because that created a pressure vacuum on the bottom side of the map that they really couldn't make up for.
I'm really curious to see what Chennyboy's going to build here, because if I'm not mistaken, he has Warlord's Bloodlust picked up on his Ashe.
Yeah, played it last game as well. I really don't like Warlord's Bloodlust. I think you just take Lifesteal Quince at this point and run further.
And especially when you're probably going to be picking up Blade of the Ruined King anyway, which is the go-to Ashe first item. Yeah. That's very curious to me. Fervor Battle just gives you so much more aggressive stats. Suman, though, has been pushed in here. Will be farming just fine. The fact, if he perfectly last hits all of these, he'll be ahead of Luch, who's gone back for an early buy. Luch has picked up his Barrier this game, a summon a spell that we haven't seen too much of since Heal was changed for 80 carries.
Yeah, definitely the case, although it has been nerfed slightly now, so definitely worth the pickup. See whether he's able to survive some of the burst that comes out of Suman's Vladimir at level 6. You're right, he just shoves in, gets a quick back in, and now he's coming back into the lane. Maybe didn't get the trades he wanted at the start of that, so instead just hard resets, and now looking to potentially get some advantages. The wave pushes back into him. You can see he's farming absolutely fine. Lee Sin will farm as well. Potentially looking for top lane. You can see the ping's going down.
They're going on top of Pabu, flashing on him as
Weird
well.
flash.
Really weird,
Ooh,
but they get good damage down. Pabu, he's going to get the uppercut. Does he get a return kill? Fade jumps away. Now ZZZ's going and gets first blood. That was actually pretty clinical.
That was really well played. Somehow threads the queue through the middle of a creep wave. However, now Chenny in big trouble, has to flash.
Forced to flash away. Forces K-Pop's flash as well. Huh.
So 1E, 2 flashes. Now they can't approach the wave because he could still just be there. You can see, going to sit back and throw some W's at it. But really, getting the Jarvan ahead, allowing him to just go back and grab all of the swords.
Yep. For a second, I thought that Pabu was going to get a double kill and it was going to be game over. It looked like it was on that track.
But really well played. I mean, I can't stress this enough. Flashing into a middle of a creep wave generally isn't a recipe for success. So let's take another look at this. I mean, you can see that he flashes after him, and Pabu's walking around the creep. He actually smites and Qs at the same time. That's beautifully played out of Fade.
TCZ holding on to the flash. One more cannon's turret shot onto either of those players would have killed them thanks to the ramp-up mechanics. Still, Smite flash point blank onto a minion. Sorry, Smite Q point blank on a minion by Fade. Flash forward literally to auto attack him. Make sure he's slowed down by Ripper. Good play. Regicide now with a 500 gold lead to kick things off.
I mean, still not the value of what the first blood is worth. You can see the bottom lane, 13 CS right now in favor of Raid. And we said that Raid needs to have a good season if Abyss is going to reach the heights that they want to. Well, so far, certainly has showed up to play. Quadra kill to end last game, but you can see now ZZZ is absolutely going to town, just beating away on Pabu.
Pabu doesn't like that very much. Thinking, why can't I be the Jarvan right now? Damn it, coach, put me on this champion. He's a very big advocate of the Jarvan top Pabu, so he knows the ins and outs of the champion. He's a W maxer. But Fade's looking towards mid lane here. Suman going a little bit aggressive. Is level 6, Luch level 5. They're going to go back and forth. Fade looking to tag him. Goes in. That's ultimate coming out as well, but jumps straight back out. Seb's here to defend them.
That's nicely done. I mean, he's able to get the summoner spell out of Luch. Doesn't really expend anything himself. Instead, now Fade going to look to invade onto Zac, who doesn't have historically the best one-on-one dueling potential in the jungle. And you can see that he's in behind Pabu again. If he has kick available off this camp, potentially can dive top.
Doesn't have enough experience to hit level 6, but look at this. Rosie walking up, gets the play, exhaust immediate use, but teleport
coming in.
Straight behind. No match coming out from Pabu, and Rosie just running the complete wrong way. That's not your base, buddy. Chenny's going to try and chase down this Varus. Immediately flashes away. Rosie over the wall. Yes, he goes. He's going to try and run from this one. Actually, might escape
Vladimir
here.
has to come down right now.
Going to be able to pick up some fruit. Okay. Rosie runs away from Vladimir.
Didn't want to give it to Vlad, is all it was. So he will go down. Chenny takes a little bit of damage. I don't know. They also... No, they didn't deny the assist away from Jarvan. So Jarvan will be able to pick that one up. However, it does fall quite far behind in CS now. Due to the fact that Pabu was able to push in a big wave.
That's a good play, though, from Regicide. Getting the teleport bottom, forcing the kill on towards the Thresh, who was looking for an engage on Chenny Boy.
And also the fact that Chenny got the kill when he's down by 30 CS is a pretty good news story. you have to say, oh, Chenny, you've got to be able to see her. You got to say that was actually a huge force from Rosie. Rosie just walked at them with exhaust. So was inviting a teleport to come through.
Chenny. Last hit. Don't watch.
Yeah, that's really not a great feeling when you can get back within maybe 15, 20 CS and instead you keep the margin at over 30. Just purely off bad mechanics.
The mid lane Human is still being pushed underneath his turret, but dealing with the harass coming out from Luch very well. Top side of the map. Harvey's still ahead in CS. He's got his triple ring and double cloth armor. He's completely fine again. But here comes Zach. We'll be able to lock down Human, but he just backs off. He's still got his pool available. Not in too much trouble.
Yeah, it doesn't look all that worried about it. See whether Lee Sin gives over the blue buff to give some cooldown reduction over to Suman so he can continue to spam out. Or whether Lee Sin picks it up for a little bit of cooldown reduction on his Q. You can see that now Seb heading into the bottom lane with Luch potentially looking for that turret dive. They have the teleport advantage right now as well. And they've backed away on Pabu, so they have to see this one coming. But it's 2v5. It's too late. They're going to die.
Good night, Chenny boy. And K-Pop follows shortly at Pabu. What are you doing?
I mean, 50% damage reduction might have saved his life there. But a good turret dive executed. They still have Lee Sin coming in, although now he's hooked.
Yeah, coming in or getting hooked in because he's played back. He tries to flash away. Damage over time. Pabu looking for the uppercut. Here goes Seb. He's going to get executed. Oh, he flashes on him. The Fade kicks him in the face. Knocks him into his passive as Human's trying to run away. We'll get some good health back, but he's stuck between a rock and 4 Abyss members. Pabu will clean it up. One up with the Tornadoes.
Yeah, no point really in engaging that one for Suman and Fade. Instead, they just burn all their summoner spells. Both of them nearly die. And you can see Abyss Esports now with a 2,000 gold lead. Again, ZZZ will work on that top lane turret, potentially take that one down. Another unique use of the Galio ultimate out of Pabu.
I want to know in how many Teemo's length that was away from his ally.
As I said, there is damage reduction, so maybe you thought that Zach was going to die to the turret. I'm not convinced he was.
Does it give you damage reduction through turrets?
I mean, it's just 30% flat damage reduction, isn't it?
That's good.
I don't know. I assume that every single spell now doesn't give you reduction from turret damage because that's normally how most things work.
Yeah, I have no idea. Truth to tell, I haven't looked at it that intricately.
But still, big play from Abyss bottom lane. They're now 1,000 gold ahead. ZZZ was able to take down the top lane outer during that time.
Ooh, Luch is the first person I've ever seen that actually throws blue buff back at the other person. Normally, you keep it near you for the solo experience. He threw it back.
Yeah. And while doing so, costed him a couple of seconds as he wasn't able to do anything while throwing it back. But now, Rosie, he's been caught out. That's a flash forward from K-Pop, and Raid not going to connect. No one saw what happened to Fade over there. Rosie not even connected with the ultimate. With that pick, Regicide, they're able to go for Rift Herald.
Yeah, exactly right. So they're able to get a pick. You can see that right now ZZZ is getting quite far ahead. See whether he's able to continue this good work. 2-0 and 1, equal in farm with Pabu. You can see a very aggressive build coming out. But Rift Herald going to fall down means that they actually have a chance to grab tempo advantage here. Generally gives you a turret. Teleport actually coming in. This is going to be a fight.
Seb's going in. They're going to lock down Nami. K-Pop's the first to die. Seb's all the way in the back lines. Chenny
here we go.
Slowly all walking. Luch is being caught. Good taunt coming out, but Luch is dead. Delivery service from Seb sends Chenny Boy to the rest of his teammates. I think Abyss quite one of that. Will trade 1 for 1 as he slaps Fade. But still, Regicide, they get a 2 for 2 there and the Rift Herald.
Yeah, but that's actually a big deal because if Fade had stayed alive, this would be a great opportunity to use Rift Herald on the rebound of the wave. Instead, not going to be the case because Rift Herald died with Fade. But still, 3 kills now on ZZZ. Suman getting himself into this game, although he's down by 20 CS. And this is starting to not look all that bad for Regicide bit.
No, it's not, but as soon as I think that's not looking too great, I take a look at the bottom lane and he's 40 CS down.
Yeah, has a kill, has a couple of assists. He's always going to have his arrow. You can't take that away from Ash. Potentially Pabu in some trouble now. Here we go.
First lockdown from ZZZ.
Doesn't have ulti, but there's 3 members here.
Everyone's here now. Pabu's gone the wrong direction. Caught by 3 members of Regicide. He's going to fall. Eventually, Fade gets that kill.
And as T-Gun said, K-Pop might just be affected a little bit by land jitters because right now, actually having a pretty good game. That was good layering of CC on the Nami, looking much more comfortable.
His flash forward, top side of the map to pick up Rosie was great as well. Not many players do connect with that flash bubble. Luch still having a great game. He's completely fine for some play.
A little bit behind the clock. Rift Herald has been spawned in the bottom lane. Arrow, high wide, not very handsome. But you have to think that that Rift Herald going to clean up bottom turret along with ZZZ and Dragon being picked up by Regicide. So they actually might get ahead in the gold here, Fish.
Potentially. 300 gold is the difference between these teams, which is nothing. Oh, that hurt. Harold's on the mission. Fade picks up the first Dragon of the game. Next one to spawn is going to be an Infernal Drake. Turret does fall as Rift Herald takes that down. Regicide now have a gold lead. Just might continue pushing here because the only person left to defend that Rift Herald is Galio, because there are 3 members of Regicide mid.
Yeah, exactly right. And they could potentially look to play towards that. Instead, they don't. Looks like Raid is going to get the top lane turret. Swing this one back into Abyss's favor momentarily. Although it actually doesn't stick around for it as Suman is heading up there. So really across the board, with an 80 carry that is down 50 CS, Regicide are sticking in this one. Much closer than game 1. Engage coming in from the back.
Here goes Seb. Will lock down K-Pop, slaps him into a minion, pulls back up. That was clinical from Abyss.
Yeah, it shouldn't have burnt the exhaust area either. I mean, you're dead. Just to admit it. I mean, die gracefully.
And that's why Zach's such an obnoxious champion. If you get an auto attack something that's not you, you are going to be stun locked, whether you like it or not.
And the big thing is normally you used to have to hit the E. Now you don't have to hit the E anymore. Just have to be able to nail the Q afterwards. Whew. It's been a long day. English starting to become difficult.
Gold is dead even between these 3 teams. 3 teams. For goodness sake. English is difficult.
Us, of course, being the 3rd team as the Sharkcasters.
We'll fight everyone.
What the heck? You're so angry, Fish. Just.
But gold is even between these 2 teams, being Regicide and Abyss. 23,500 each.
Now converging on the mid lane turret. See whether they force here.
There is Asho available for Chenny Boy. He's sitting very far back from the rest of the team, now spotted out by a ward.
Top lane pushing in for Regicide, bottom lane pushing into Regicide. They do see potentially Seb here.
Whoop.
Arrow comes out.
They connect. Pabu's close by, but Seb taking an absolute beating. Damage reduction keeps him alive, but not for too long. Pabu's kicked back into the team. He's forced to flash away. Fade's going to get taken down. The fade away from Luge.
Here we go.
Going to get locked down. There's the Cataclysm. The arena has been built by ZZZ. And Stewman's on the front lines of that battle. Rosie and Pabu trying to run. Pabu incredibly low. Double kill picked up by the Vladimir. Rosie trying to do what he can, but that's 3 kills for Regicide.
Exactly right, and all of a sudden, Regicide, we said, oh, actually, Hook comes out. Yes. They go fishing, they catch someone.
Stewman flashes into that Hook, which is a little bit questionable, but still, they burn a flash. No summon spells are left available for Regicide here, but this dropping like flies in that team fight.
Yeah, it looks like they are able to save their mid lane turret, however, which was the main objective of that little skirmish. However, Vladimir Jarvid, the 2 big carries of this Regicide lineup in Paradise, ZZZ and Suman, able to make this fight happen. You see another ulti out of Pabu, actually had to flash back towards his team. And Fade, unfortunately, flashed after he was already dead, but this is where the fight really starts because huge arena setup, Suman flashing forward into the middle of the team and was able to get out so much damage, picks up Pabu on the back end as well. So really, Regicide with this press R comp are making it work.
They certainly are. And Ray just doesn't have his way of the Ruin King, doesn't have the damage he needs to actually take down this Vladimir. Despite him being 60 CS ahead of Chenny Boy, he doesn't have his way of the Ruin King yet.
And the reason they're doing that, T-Gun, I'll actually acknowledge this tweet, is because they have no bans. They really don't have a choice in what they give Abyss this game, because you can't take anything away from it.
I don't know. Despite what they've given to Abyss, Regicide are the one that are in the lead at the moment. They're winning team fights too.
Certainly are.
Having a good time on the
Rift.
Rift.
Building a little bit more damage. That Dark Seal already up to 7. Arrow comes out.
Next with Seb, Luge was the target, but he is nice and healthy there. Dark Passage gets him back to safety.
The big thing there was actually the fact that Luge was able to interrupt the flag and drag out of ZZZ.
Here we go.
Re-engage is here.
Seb's right behind him. Let's go, boys. They're going to bounce straight back into the team. That's 2 dead already. And under the turret, ZZZ in trouble. That's a full Mobiel. Big kick from Fade. Is this the 2v5? Silver's in the back lines. Raid is going to live to fight another day. Hook goes wide, but that's a double kill for Fade. Those two just almost took down Abyss all by themselves.
Those two, ZZZ gets a 5-man Cataclysm, 5-man flag and drag, and just sets up the perfect team fight for Regicide. That was monstrous out of ZZZ.
Woo! Fade as well coming in with a big kick into the back lines, and they almost clean up that fight. What looked like to be Abyss just washing the team.
It was an equal fight, 3 for 3, and they get mid lane turret. Regicide really explode in that one. And the fact that Suman is now catching up, not in CS, but in kills, is just a massive deal. Let's take another look at it. Because this team fight should have been so one-sided. But they clump, and big Jarvan ultimate, big flag and drag. He nearly actually got out. And then, because of the stack, Vladimir was able to come in and completely run over the top of the fight. They're lucky that wasn't an ace.
My goodness, if that turret wasn't there, would have been. But still, big ultimate, big knock up. Assuming it's all 5 of the ult. A nice kick to finish things off as well. But Regicide, they're now 2,000 gold up, or close to it. About 1,500 in the lead.
And really, their comp scales beautifully. I mean, top lane Jarvan, especially one that has this much AD, is going to be very good at level 16. We've already talked today a lot about Vladimir, seems to still be strong on the current patch. As I said, you can't take the CC away from Ashe and Nami, so no matter how far behind they are, they're still useful.
And in fact, I believe they're dead even on gold at the moment, because same items between the two, despite Raid being so far ahead in CS, and it's literally just objectives around the map that separate them.
And I don't know if you want a 5-man right now, because there is wards everywhere on this backline that ZZZ can get to. We've already seen how potent Vladimir is. Here we go.
They do lock down Suman. He's at half health. The ultimate comes out from Luge. He does get his Sanguine pull off, but he's on top of Rosie. He's still alive. Big ultimate. Gallows in amongst it though, trying to stop them from engaging any further forward. Rosie's the first casualty, but Regicide's members are very low at the end of this fight. Good snipe from Raid. Luge is going to go down next. Regicide pick up 2. They're looking for more. Pabu is trying to run away here. Seb slows him now with
not done.
He's still going in. Good taunt though. Right now wants to go for a fight. ZZZ has to flag drag out. Can't get out in time. And Raid says, come here, Suman. I'm going to throw arrow after arrow into you, bloody Vladimir.
Yeah, and in the end, they go for 3 for 3 again. This time ZZZ and Suman maybe go a little bit too deep, feeling invincible, but they still get the fire dragon. Fade on the back end, grabs the objective, so at least eyes on the pride in that regard. And the game isn't becoming any easier for Abyss, because whilst their carries are accelerated, they just are getting absolutely demolished by ZZZ on the backline.
But they certainly are. And Regicide, they went and they got an even team fight there, and again, they pick up the objective. Infernal Dragon picks up by Regicide.
And it should have been a winning team fight. I mean, 2 of them dove the full tank Galio, which is an interesting call. See whether it works out for them in future.
But yeah, again, during that team fight, they hooked up Suman, they got him so low, but they couldn't kill him.
Nothing can kill Vlad, apparently. What I have learnt today is Direwolf still on top, and nothing kills Vlad.
Yeah, ban Vladimir every game. Disgusting champion.
I mean, it's just if you ever get ahead, there's so little that can keep you away from backlines, just because of how the flash sanguine pool works. The fact that you're able to charge up your E while you're in pool. I mean, he's very strong, Fish. Very strong.
Banshee Bell has been picked up.
That's actually a massive pickup.
Yeah.
And see, actually, Rosie potentially going to be picked here. I think that Chenny should have just thrown that arrow.
Potentially, but decided not to. As I was mentioning, Banshee Bell has been reworked, so now it gives you ability power, magic resistance, as well as a shield that blocks 1 spell. So it's more of a mage item than it is a tank or defensive item. Probably though.
Once in.
Yeah, they go for ZZZ. They lock him down with every single piece of crowd control possible. Instead, doesn't connect. Now Luch is dead. Stuck between all the members of Regicide. Will throw out his ultimate before he dies. And now the rest of Regicide looking for cleanup. Raider stuck in the pit. ZZZ is going to be forced to back away. But they don't have Vladimir. So Abyss, they botched the team fight, but they still come out even.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4v5 though. You don't want to trade even in a 4v5 team fight.
That was questionable.
Yeah, it certainly was. And you can see that it was only Fade falling down again. It's had a couple of really nice Lee Sin kicks in these fights.
Evan Sweet coming in and says, pray for Pabu. I agree. I don't know what he's doing right now, but we should be praying. Here goes Sebdo looking for another fight. He's caught it in amongst it. Taunt does not connect either. They're all going fishing here, Spawn, and so far they've caught nothing.
Exactly right. You can see that both teams actually just want to fight. Maybe Abyss getting suckered into the game that Regicide is more suited to play, you would have to think. Game 1 was so impressive because how Abyss pulled them around the map macro-wise. This game has been anything but that. It has been an out-and-out brawl where 30 kills in a 23-minute game fish, if you don't mind. And right now, it just seems that ZZZ and Suman are no strangers to this game.
And on top of that, K-pop has really stepped up. Fade seems a lot more comfortable on the Lee Sin.
I mean, it turns out we were joking before about what mid laners play. Yep. They always play Lucian AD carry. They always play something like Rumble top lane. They're big Thresh players, and every single one of them plays Lee Sin jungle. If they have to play jungle, they play Lee Sin.
Looking at you, Rusty. There he goes. There's the mechanics, not quite, not quite on point.
I love it. You called it early. You had faith in the young man. Instead, that's two ultimates that just absolutely sail past.
I trusted you, Fade. I don't. I'm done complimenting these players. They just let me down. I just look like a silly play-by-play caster.
You believed in him. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not going to believe in people anymore, Spawn. Well, it seems like having a little bit of an A-round between these two teams at the moment. Everyone's just gathered around the mid lane.
And I just want to go back to it. I don't think that's the way you should be playing against the Jarvan and Vladimir comp. If anyone's going to win out on an A-ram, it's those two. Have to wait for the kick to become back available as well as the Ash Arrow, but apart from that, they have everything right now going in their favor.
The real question of this match now, Spawn, is will we see a long-distance Galio ultimate?
Ooh, Raid actually has to burn heal.
Yeah, he uses his heal, but gets Human's ultimate out of it.
I mean, one of those cooldowns is not like the other one.
But let's see if there's going to be a teamfight breakout within that time.
Yep.
I probably don't want one. Seb chasing down Fade. Slaps the wards here.
Pretty creative
Knock
there,
him
actually.
back. That's the warning shot.
You can see one more time that ZZG's once in, marching forward. The problem is they were so far up in experience, and now they're just sharing mid lane experience and farm that it's not really benefiting Regicide anymore. ZZZ was 2 levels up on Pabu, and now only a level. Gonna go catch the bottom side lane. See if that puts him on level 16. You feel like that's a big breaking point for the J4.
Yep.
Well, he's not even 15, so that's going to be hard to spawn. Good job.
2 more levels and he'll be a big, strong, mighty Jarvan. Not quite. Faye's going to continue clearing out the rest of his camps. Luch is the one that's pushing the bottom lane, and
Faye's got more.
Yeah, he's picked up a more amount Mortis, so now going towards more tanky stats. That's
Ooh, Ash Arrow hit.
There is a Dark Passage. Raid just gets back safely. There's a Tidal Wave. Everything's just being flung around Summoner's Rift. They're going for Luch. Here comes Galio. Is he going to ult straight on top of Luch? I really want to see this. Luch going to be able to flash. Yes, he is! Pabu! Straight on top of them.
What was
this
that
time,
kick?
he's going to be able to knock them back. ZZZ still chasing forward. He still wants in on top of Luch. Trying to drag his way out. Raid now kiting back. Abyss going for an all-out brawl.
Suman's got the flank.
Regicide have now caught up. Suman is trying to wrap around. Will he get there quick enough? ZZZ slows down Pabu. Here's Suman. Flashes in. Luch in trouble. Will get taken out by Chenny Boy. They're going to go for the dive as well. Suman's in the back lines. Pabu is the only person they can really fight here. And Regicide, they still force their way through that fight.
They just stick with the play for so long, and that no one dies. All of a sudden, second Fire Drake is going to be picked up for a Vladimir comp, and Abyss. Woo! They just don't look like they have the answers.
And Infernal Dragon will be taken down by Regicide here. As you mentioned, so 2 now for this team comp. This is with a team comp that has built quite a bit of damage themselves. I mean, Jarvan's got some.
They've got all damage, Finn.
Fade's got some. They're just ready to fight.
Certainly are. And this game has just been like a complete change from what was game 1.
Yeah.
I can't stress it enough. Slow, methodical. Redemption now being picked up by support as well. Huge item was used in the last team fight to save both their lives. And double Spirit Visage on your 2 divers. And then you got Redemption coming down over the top. I mean, it's going to take a while to kill him.
And the only way they can stop the healing coming out from Suman here is the Morale Nomicon picked up by Loot. So he has to be able to damage this Vladimir.
And where are the Mortal Reminders? Like, so many games and so little Mortal Reminders against Vlad.
Yep.
I mean, it was an absolute no-brainer last split when Vladimir was popular. Third item, Mortal Reminder, was like every single game against him.
And it was one of the reasons why Misfortune was popular as well. She could pick it up as a support.
Yep.
Now not the case. Rocket of the Iron Solari has been picked up by Rosie though.
Suman goes back, picks up a burning face, so he's a really tanky Vladimir.
I've never heard it called a burning face before.
What does it look like?
A mask. A crying mask that's crying blood. I don't see it burning.
Whatever, mate. He picks up a Leandry's Torment. It's a face that makes you burn.
Oh, goodness. But still lots of ARAM action going on. Regicide do have 2 people split up. Suman is going to be cleaning up top lane. ZZZ with his teleports bottom side of the map. Parbu is moving out to match him. There we go.
Executioner's Calling. Finally picked up.
That may have been the item that Abyss were waiting for.
We'll see whether it does turn the team fights, however, because if Vladimir can just get underneath him and, well, ZZZ's going to jump over the top of him.
Problem for me so far has been that Ray's been positioning really well in these fights. He hasn't died yet. It's Luch who's been going down. He's been the main target of ZZZ and Suman. So Ray has that free reign of auto-attacking that we've seen so far. Now, with that pick, I want to see if they change their priorities. Luch is a monster. You have to deal with him somehow. Regicide looking to try and take away his blue buff to kick things off.
The rest of the team actually trying to stop this. This might be a fight onto Ray.
Ray straight on top. We'll get the Dark Passage out, and that is the tidal wave being burned.
Here we
lock
go.
Down CCC with everything they've got, but in the back lines goes Faye. Kicks the AD carry away. Not quite what you want. Zac has been popped, though. He's going to be the first one to die in this fight. Suman gets that kill. Hook lands on the Vladimir, but look at Regicide. They're nice and healthy.
I mean, you say it's not what you want, but he kicked away Raid. Absolutely no damage came out onto the front line, and they just kill Zac, one of the tankiest members in the game. That is actually going to open up Baron because no smite available for 25 seconds. ZZZ can just teleport back in here.
They're going for it. Regicide look for Baron. ZZ wants to go back to base. Baron already down to just over half its health. Raid is still running in from the base to try and get down into this pit. Galio can't do anything to stop this one. Baron, 3,000 health. Raid is charging up an arrow, looking for the miracle steal. ZZZ's already on top of them. They're going for the steal. They don't get it. Smite taken away by Regicide, and Faye gets the Baron.
Really nicely played out of Regicide. They get the pick onto the jungler. They kick away the AD carry. No damage comes out. They turn around. They pick up the objective. I mean, there's another way to put it. They're just out-brawling. This is a scrappy game, but that seems to be the style that they favor.
And we asked this question of Abyss. They've got Luch, they've got Parbu, they've got Rosie now. With 7 Raid, you expect this team to be one of the top 5 teams in the OPL, but against a newly promoted team from the OCS, this is not the performance you're looking for in Game 2.
Certainly is not. And when you talk to Abyss, they don't want to be top 5. They think that they have, you know, Sin spot. Sin going to be fielding a new top laner in their match tomorrow. Arrow hits.
That's not good. Seb gets caught out, kicked back. Galio's going to come in for this, trying to keep them alive. Good knock-up, good lockdown from Raid, but it's not going to be enough. Now Parbu's the one that's in trouble. Luke's going to try and join this fight, but Suman just has free access to the back line. Look at Raid's health bar. It's just been obliterated. Here they go. Double bubble. In trouble is Abyss, as Rosie's the last member left alive, and they'll pick up the ace nice and early against Abyss Esports.
Really nicely done out of Regicide. One more time, Suman gets access to that back line, cleans up everyone, Fish, and then ZZZ just flies in over the top. 6-2, 14, 6-3, and 12, carrying their team at the moment. And Chenny, who is 100 CS down, has actually done his job in these team fights.
He certainly has. They're going to be pushing on towards the next turret. Abyss just can't seem to figure out how to fight this team.
I mean, you shouldn't be fighting them. I think that is the honest to God truth. They're just continually forcing here Abyss. They're continually caught out of position when they need to be tending to sideways. They need to be forcing Regicide around the map. Now 8,000 gold down. I mean, there's not much hope left in it.
They do get an extra turret for themselves top side of the map, but Seb caught again here.
Yeah, I mean, he was just trying to clear out vision. Once again, we see the fact that Habu flies in. Huge ultimate, huge taunt, but really, if you don't have the damage to be able to take out either Suman or ZZZ before they get off their huge combos, it is not going to end well. Late exhaust, as you said, double bubble. Look how much damage comes out of the J4. And, yeah.
That was disgusting. Vladimir just solo killed him. But K-Pop's found. Dead in the river.
So gets picked off there as K-Pop. Might mean a little bit of a 4v5 over an Infernal Drake. He's had a much better game. 0-5 and 20. Yes. That's an absolutely fine scoreline. Getting picked off by Syndra, unfortunately, is what happens when you don't ward with a friend. So they start up with Fire Drake, but it's going to be a 5v4. But do they win the 5v4? And these are the hard questions you have to ask yourself in League of Legends sometimes. Do we win a 5v4?
I don't think so, but it's the third Infernal Drake for Regicide if they pick it up, so Abyss not going to give it up without a fight.
Here we go.
Looking for the execute. Doesn't get the smite, but Luch picks up the kill. Now that they go for the engage, Schumann's been locked down. Redemption used nice and early, keep them healthy. That's an ultimate used by Rage. ZZZ already in the back lines. No flash available. No Dark Passage to keep him safe. Schumann flashes over. He is a dead man. The 80 carry from Abyss is gone. Luch is trying to help. That's a double kill for Schumann. And there's your question answer spawn. They do not win the 4-on-5.
I mean, and meanwhile, creeps are pushing into the base. This actually might be Regicide being able to take out some more turrets in the bottom lane, while Abyss have to honestly tend to their Nexus. Without 80 carry, without jungler, this defense becomes very difficult to execute upon.
It certainly does. Bottom lane inner turret is going to be taken down. Abyss are probably going to lose their inhibitor turret next as well. They're pushing on through. My goodness, this is a completely different match for the Regicide team.
It certainly is, and it's a completely different match out of the Abyss team as well. Gone are the calculated rotations around the map, being able to pick up outer turrets. They've had no control over this. Instead, it's just been sloppy teamfight after sloppy teamfight. And Jarv and Vlad will win scrappy teamfights.
Much better this match from Regicide. Even if Abyss take this best of 3 series 2-1, even if they pick up the game here, you have to go back and look at this match and be like, where did we go wrong? Because this is a game where they had no
whatever
bans.
they wanted, yeah.
No bans from Regicide. Abyss could pick whatever they want. They could dictate how this draft went. And the outcome is completely in Regicide's favor at the moment.
And beyond that, I mean, you had no bans and you first picked Ashe. That was your priority. I mean, teams always are happy to trade Varus for Ashe. Varus does a very similar role in the team, dishes out arguably more damage, is 120 CS up, has Flame Horizon. So Raid has definitely done his job into the first pick. But at the same time, you just have to look at the fact that Jarvan, nearly 6 items. Vladimir has a death cap now. They're sitting on 10 stacks of a Dark Seal, so pretty much is 6 items.
Vladimir is a monster. How do you stop him? I mean, so far it's just one-shot Raid. Raid can't do anything. He's got a Vladimir and a Jarvan in his face.
I mean, I think the answer is they need the good engage. They need to be the ones engaging onto Suman, who now does not have his pool available. And they need to go forward for once in a team fight, because as long as you're running backwards against the Vladimir, against the Jarvan, they're going to be able to catch you. So you have to somehow stay alive until you equalize items, another 5-10 minutes, and then look for that big team fight. But it's certainly not happening at the moment.
So arrows from Raid does no damage to CCZ. None.
And unfortunately, Galio, at this stage of the game, isn't great at clearing out creeps either. He's sold all of his rings, so all of his AP is gone. This becomes a very hard turret defense for Galio.
Raid's trying to do what he can to wave clear. Luch has some decent wave clear himself, but without blue buff, spamming mana really quickly.
Yeah, don't really want to be spamming.
Almost feels like they have to catch one of their players out, kill them, and rinse and repeat. They can't fight a full 5-on-5.
And it cannot be K-pop, because as much as I love support, that's not what this game is about. K-pop can die and Regicide will still win the team fight, I think. So they need to be able to catch either a Fade, a Suman, or a ZZZ.
Kills ZZZ, he's just going to come back to life as well with that Guardian Angel. And Suman give him split second of not being locked down by crowd control, and he just pops into the Sanguine Pool, becomes untargetable, and you've got a whole lot of problems to deal with after that.
I mean, the other thing that would help out a lot is a Baron steal. Arrow comes out, actually misses in the mid lane, although Ray.
Trouble. There's the Dark Passage getting him back to safety. That's a bot better of a play. But only Arrow used for that, nothing used from Abyss.
That was nice from ZZZ to not use the ultimate there. Held onto it, knew that the Dark Passage was going out. Raid looked very comfortable sidestepping that. And you can see that Abyss actually want this team fight. Regicide have started up Baron again.
They have to try. I mean, this Baron could be good night for Abyss, but look at the base. There's already minions crashing on towards the Nexus, and I believe Regicide know this as well. They're letting it crash.
Exactly right. They pull off the Baron. Good communication. They've stopped damage. Back on it. Back down to a quarter health. They pull off one more time.
There they go. Abyss forcing the team fight. Seb lands on top of Suman. Rubber hands them together. But to kick off the fight, Seb's already so low. Now Galio's turn to tank up the front line. He goes in, immediately uppercuts out. Slowly the Nexus turrets are being destroyed. Now Regicide say, okay, let's go for this fight. Fade kicks Raid back in. Ultimate comes out from the Jarvan. Chetty Boys all the way in the front lines on top of Raid. That's the carry dead. Luch so close to dying. Will get taken down. Pabu's gone next. Only 7 Rosie left alive. They do take down Fade. They get Chetty Boy as well. But it's not going to be enough because the rest of the team just plow through Abyss. K-pop over the wall. Teleport to end the game coming out from ZZZ. What a match from Regicide.
Regicide are going to pick up their first victory in the OPL. They do it against Abyss. They do it in style. Great team fighting. And at 38 minutes, they had every play in the book.
And they're going to send us to game number 3 between Regicide and Abyss after an impressive one-sided performance coming out from Abyss in game 1. Regicide makes sure that we get all 6 matches here today in the first day of the OPL.
And I'm honestly stunned because game 1 was all Abyss. They won the lanes, they pulled them around the map, they were able to siege down successfully, and the comp wasn't that different. Instead, this time, dual divers, get on the back line, blow everyone up. I mean, it's a simple way to play League of Legends. People have been drafting Press R comps since the beginning of Time, Fish, and Abyss looked like they'd never played against a Jarvan in their life.
That's all you have to do. Press R, run at people. Apparently, it's the best team composition in League of Legends. Worked out well for Regicide here. They tied up the series. Now Abyss, they've got to go back to the drawing board. Again, they'll have unlimited bans. They have 5 bans against none coming out from Regicide.
I mean, apparently that doesn't matter, really, at this point, because Regicide, they were able to win 2v5s in that game.
Goodness.
I mean, ZZZ hit a 5-man ultimate, 5-man knock-up, and just set everyone up for Suman. I mean, that was really well played by Regicide, but you have to question Abyss for giving him the opportunity to even have a look at that game.
You definitely do, and I feel like bans are going to change heading into that third and final match. But to break down the game further, let's send it back to Hingers at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Fish. Thank you very much, Spawn. Well, all right, look, let's break this down, because I think from people who don't watch a lot of League, but who are kind of peripherally on the outskirts of it, they would say often, you know, what they don't like about MOBAs, is that so much of the game is defined by the draft. You know, games are won and lost in the draft. But when you look at what just happened there, I mean, Abyss had, we called it the Exodia, right? They had the strongest draft, maybe pop. They had whatever, they picked whatever they want. Do whatever you want, right? and yet, somehow this game was thrown. So Tegan, what happened comparing this game to last game? Because is it Regicide stepping up, or is it Abyss just unraveling before our very eyes?
So I'm going to give Regicide credit where credit's due, all right? Didn't like their draft at all.
Sure.
Absolutely hated it.
You're very vocal about that.
They have drafted some champions that they are very good at. Human, obviously very proficient on Vladimir. I guarantee his damage numbers there probably top the game, if only second to ZZZ. And speaking of ZZZ, obviously very good at Jarvan. All right? So while they haven't drafted the best champions, right? We've said already Abyss has drafted probably the best 5 champions they possibly could have. There's nitpicky things you can go over, but we'll get to that later. Regicide have drafted 5 champions that they are all very proficient at. Fade, known as a one trick in the jungle. I don't know how that gets through bans. What are you doing? You have 5 free bans. What are you doing? So he's getting his strongest champion. Suman, known as a very, very strong Vlad player, also a champion that you can very easily 1v2v5. He gets Vladimir. Why?
Taking him off.
Why? Right? You're giving them all these comfort champions for no real reason. So even though they didn't draft the best comp, they drafted the best comp for their players. And I think that's something we need to highlight for how Regicide approached this game.
Absolutely.
Let's take one step back then, shall we? Let's pretend the bans never existed. Neither of these teams
They basically
banned.
didn't.
Regicide, they had first pick, and they're like, okay. There's okay. There's a Zac up. There's a Galio up. There's a Syndra up. Like, whatever I want to pick is available. And then they're like, you know what? Let's just pick Ashe. Like, I feel like Ashe, great pick it. Like, it's got Engage. Like, disregard that Varus is pretty much Ashe. Like, let's pick Ashe. And Abyss are like, all right, this is the best. I can pick whatever I want. You've just given me Zac and Galio. We just won with this. Let's do it again. And the draft continues down like this until you look at a final team composition. And you're like, wow, Abyss pretty much got the perfect composition for them. They will win with this composition. There is no doubt in my mind. And then somehow they lose with that. There is just so much at play here that is mostly confusing, kind of disheartening to see the results.
Absolutely.
But I'm also impressed with Regicide because they managed to beat that.
They fought very well. You said it yourself. They team fought very well. They team fought very efficiently. There were times where it was just straight 2v5s. So, you know, as much as I would love to just tear in at Abyss for whatever 14 minutes we have left, all right, I could easily do that. Regicide played damn well to win this one, and there is a lot of credit to be given.
Absolutely. They're picking up their first win of the OPL, and that, you know, nothing to be snuffed at. But for Abyss, though, this is... I mean, they would have been thinking, especially with the advantage that they had with the pick ban, you know, with Regicide having no bans in this, they would be thinking this is a free hit. This is almost a free win. We're going up against a team that is newly promoted from the OCS. We would that they would think that they would that they would probably have better players in every role. They would think that they have more experienced players in most of the roles, and yet they somehow stumbled at the. You know, is this just first week nerves?
Yes, I guess. I don't want to make excuses for them. I'm sure they can do that themselves, all right, and they probably will. But at this point, for Abyss, this has got to feel like a lost series already. It doesn't matter if they come back and win. They're probably going to go home and think, man, we lost.
Yeah.
We absolutely lost, because this should have been a 2-0. There is nothing the coaching staff could have done better aside from changing their bans, which again, very nitpicky.
Yeah.
To give their players the opportunity to just take down a free 2-0 for the start of the season.
And I mean, it's saying that at a base level, right? They already won a game, so I don't think land nerves are a factor for them whatsoever. Luch actually looked fantastic on land. I think for his first ever game that he's played on, it looked like an outstanding player in his own right. Nothing really seemed to have been affecting them. The only thing that I'd really highlight as an individual thing is Pabu's ultimate usage. Maybe you can calm down a little bit. Use your taunt a little bit earlier. Don't wait for the perfect moment to hold on to it for damage reduction.
But the Galio ult's just so it's so big. You just want to hit it. You want to hit ours, all the time.
It looks pretty awesome. I'll give you that. But there are a time and a place for everything, is what a wise man once told me. And you don't get on your bike right now.
All right,
that's what I also learned from that.
It's one man, very wise.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at some damage graphs, because I want to ask you guys about some numbers we're going to see as we bring them up. Because I think we're going to, like you're saying, I think Vlad's doing probably more damage than we would have expected in this. But when you look at that, Syndra also popping off in that. So is there anything that surprises you, Rusty?
Nothing that really stands out to me as this massive surprise looking from the damage dealt chart specifically. I would say that I'm surprised maybe that Ashe did as much damage as she did considering the state of the game, where she was mostly just the ult bot, but towards the end of the game was doing a lot of work. And most importantly, the Jarvan's up there, really high up there, and he was a big deal.
Yeah, I would say the Ashe damage is probably mostly on the tanks, mostly on the Galio and the Zac, whereas that Jarvan damage, that strikes me as damage on carries.
Yeah.
That's probably damage on Syndra and on Varus, which is just way more impactful than anything else.
Yeah.
And for a pseudo-assassin champion, which is essentially what Jarvan is in these days, to have that much damage on the board is just ridiculous.
The amount of 5-man flag drag knockups that he was
getting. 5-man
getting.
ultis, 5-man flag drag is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But apart from that, it's all pretty stock standard. I'm still surprised Ashe did so much, even just hitting tanks. But, I mean, he got Flame Horizon and he was still effective in that game. So props to him for just doing his job, being that ult bot and sort of knowing his role in the team.
All right, let's take a look at some replays. I want to look first at this this bot lane fight, kind of in the jungle there. We see a Lee Sin escape, which is kind of, I think, one of the first turning points in this game where you think, all right, maybe this is happening. Maybe this is happening. So, Rusty, talk us through what's happening in this fight.
This particular one, the Lee Sin getting away, is one of the smaller details once again where you'd say Pabu maybe just wants to hold that ult just a little bit more. Surprised he gets away, but most importantly, the interaction here with Seb. Tries to flash to cover the distance, but just gets kicked, and it's the only reason that he gets away. The flash doesn't actually do the damage if you cancel it in that way, and unfortunately for them, this is where you are saying, look, Abyss, even though they didn't kill the Lee Sin, they're making the plays, they're getting the turrets, they're starting to come back into that game, but not to be.
Meanwhile, Regicide similarly were able to win some other team fights, but I felt like even though they were winning a lot of fights, they weren't really pushing a gold lead much, right? They'd won 3 or 4 team fights, were only about 1,000 gold ahead. So I want to take a look at a second replay, which is a fight in the topside jungle. And T-Gun, I don't remember this fight, but as we bring it up, I mean, they should be a lot further ahead than they are.
So what I want to highlight here is Pabu right now. He gets kicked in. Look at that taunt right there. He flashes away. He could have taunted Vlad, Ashe, and Nami. Why are you flashing away? What purpose do you serve in this game besides taunting 3 important members that you can kill? The fight continues from there where Abyss, if you're going to flash away as Galio, you should be signaling to your team, get out of here, we're not taking this fight. Instead, they stick around, they keep trying to fight, and it continues on and on. For what reason? Regicide is just going to win.
And for me, a lot of this comes down to the smaller details, right? Like the fight breaks out because Seb's recalling. He gets picked out whilst recalling instead of just walking a little bit further away. There wasn't a lot of control wards placed in this game. They weren't actually refreshed control wards. There was people with Doran's rings at 30-odd minutes into the game instead of maybe selling those for control wards. Just the small things though, right? And all of these things, you put them together piece by piece, it actually does compound and build up to be a bigger problem for the whole team to fix.
Let's talk about vision, because it felt to me, and again, I'm but a layman, but it felt to me that towards the end of the game, Regicide weren't sure how to play late game when they're in front, right? Because you looked at whether, I know we talked about it upstairs, their vision placement was still in their own jungle, even though they were like pushing up into the enemy's territory, right? So what's going on there?
So
you got both support plays, you know how to do vision.
You can make excuses for people that have 6 items.
Yeah.
Vladimir, Jarvan. Right, if those were their pinks down in the bot side jungle, fair enough. You're not going to replace those. You're not going to sell a full item for 3 control wards. You insane? But there was a time when they were doing Baron. K-pop is sitting on 3 control wards and doesn't put one in the pit. Why? What purpose do you serve in this game besides doing that? Like, what are you doing?
You got one.
Legitimately had 3 of them. There was a ward in the pit, and they were doing the Baron and did not place that ward. So it's a small thing like that, right?
I can understand why he might not be doing it. They're trying to bait a fight, and what better way to bait a fight than say, hey, look what we're doing. We're on the Baron. Come fight us, right? But an even better way is to pink it. Then they have to face check it, and you still get that fight. So just small things like that with vision sort of frustrate me. And they could have very easily been more aggressive with it, put it in the enemy topside jungle, and got those fights a lot simpler than taking such a risky way to do it.
All right, well, we've been talking a little bit as well about Jarvan during this wrap-up session. I want to take a look at this Jarvan ult as well, because this is a massive Jarvan ult, right?
It's the one in the middle, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
this
real
is
good.
the Jarvan ultimate to end all Jarvan ultimates. And the best part of this is that it's still Abyss starting the fights off again. He's just too tanky. So eventually the Jarvan gets in, and this just sets the Vladimir up. The Lee Sin gets a kick all the same, comes over the wall, and hitting priority targets. So this is that one moment where you look at Regicide and you're like, wow, they can actually just win this game. They've just already outscaled from that last team fight alone. It looked like a 2v5, but Jarvan set it up.
So then...
I don't even want to say Jarvan set it up because Seb set it up.
Yeah.
He Zach ulted him into his team.
I mean, look.
Why?
Jarvan's such a press his ultimate. I'm trying to be nice.
As much as I just want to give Regicide credit for winning this game, there were so many flubs from Abyss where you're giving them the opportunities. It's not like Regicide reached out and just forced stuff. It was just like right there, Zach ulting him into the team, Pabu missing 3-man taunts that were given him for free.
But
like it's just so many small errors from Abyss that need to be fixed.
But what an incredible turnaround from Game 1 to Game 2 for Abyss, right? Because coming out of Game 1, Spawn was saying, look, these guys are pushing for top 4. That's what they want. And then you come out of Game 2 and you're like, hey, Jad, I don't know.
I would like to know what Spawn thinks they're pushing for now. I hope he comes in on the caster desk and says what they are.
Or where he thinks they're ranking tier list now.
Yeah.
Look, it's early days. You're going to be up and down all over the shop. You can't make predictions of this. I mean, we're all going to do it. But you can't. Yeah, I know. It's just very. I'm saying you can't hold people to. You can't hold people that hard to their predictions early on because it's going to be all over the shop. I mean, I've been wrong. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, look, that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. It is time for us to get into our deciding match from match 2. Game 3 of this Abyss versus Regicide. So let's watch some highlights from Game 2 before we go to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Top of Pabu flashing on him as well. Really weird,
Ooh,
but they get good damage down. Pabu, he's going to get the uppercut. Does he get a return kill? Fade jumps away. Now ZZZ's going and gets first blood. That was actually pretty clinical. Good night, Chenny Boy. And K-Pop follows shortly at Pabu. What are you doing?
I mean, 50% damage reduction might have saved his life there. But a good turret dive executed. They still have Lee Sin coming in, although now he's hooked.
Yeah, coming in or getting hooked in because he's played back. He tries to flash away. Damage over time. Pabu looking for the uppercut. Here goes Seb. He's going to get executed. Oh, he flashes on him, but Faye kicks him in the face. Knocks him into his passive as Human's trying to run away. We'll get some good health back, but he's stuck between a rock and 4 Abyss members. Pabu will clean it up, 1 up with the Tornadoes. Pabu's close by, but Seb taking an absolute beating. Damage reduction keeps him alive, but not for too long. Pabu's kicked back into the team. He's forced to flash away. Fade's going to get taken down. The fade away from Luch.
Here we go.
Going to get locked down. There's the Cataclysm. The arena has been built by ZZZ. And Stewman's on the front lines of that battle. Rosie and Pabu trying to run. Pabu incredibly low. Double kill picked up by the Vladimir. Seb's right behind them. Let's go, boys. They're going to bounce straight back into the team. That's 2 dead already. And under the turret, ZZZ in trouble. That's a full OPL. Big kick from Fade. Is this the 2v5? Stewman's in the back lines. Raid is going to live to fight another day. Hook goes wide, but that's a double kill for Fade. Good lockdown from Raid, but it's not going to be enough. Now Pabu's the one that's in trouble. Luke's going to try and join this fight, but Stewman just has free access to the back line. Look at Raid's health bar. It's just been obliterated. Here they go. Double bubble. In trouble is Abyss, as Rosie's the last member left alive, and they'll pick up the ace. ZZZ already in the back lines. No flash available. No dark passage to keep him safe. Stewman flashes over. He is a dead man. The 80 carry from Abyss is gone. Luch is trying to help. That's a double kill for Stewman. But to kick off the fight, Seb's already so low. Now Gallia's turn to tank up the front line. He goes in, immediately uppercuts out. Slowly the Nexus turrets are being destroyed. Now Regicide saying, okay, let's go for this fight. Fade kicks Raid back in. Ultimate comes out from the Jarman. Chenny Boy's all the way in the front lines on top of Raid. That's the carry dead. Luch so close to dying. Won't get taken down. Pabu's gone next. Only 7 Rosie left alive. They do take down Fade. They get Chenny Boy as well. But it's not going to be enough because the rest of the team just plow through Abyss. K-Pop over the wall. Teleport to end the game coming out from ZZZ. What a match from Regicide. Regicide makes sure that we get all 6 matches here today in the first day of the OPL. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into the final game for tonight as Abyss will take on Regicide to decide who picks up this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, and I mean, Regicide, game 1 was all kinds of, like, bad. They looked nervous, they looked uncoordinated. Really only ZZZ on Riven had any kind of blue footprint in that game. Then game 2 hits, they just play a dive comp, rush the backline. Like, they were sacking quarterbacks left, right, and center. And they just, somehow it worked, Fish. Somehow, enough times, Abyss decided to all stand on top of each other that Regicide were able to pull out a victory with no bans.
Yep. Just to remind everyone back at home, for people who are just tuning in, that Regicide have lost all their bans coming in today's game. So game 1, game 2, and now game 3. No bans, anything, and this is for not being able to submit their roster in time for the first week of the OPL.
And I mean, some wacky stuff has happened today. Direwolves absolutely pumped Chiefs game 1. Next 2 games incredibly close. Looked out of nowhere, looked like Direwolves had the better of them. They end up picking up that series. Abyss absolutely destroy Regicide game 1. Regicide comeback game 2, very one-sided affair. Essendon Football Club is up by 60 points against Port Adelaide. No one saw that coming, Fish. I mean, what the hell is going on in Australia?
I don't know what to say anymore. I didn't expect that one coming.
Big Bombers fan, let's go.
Oh boy. Well, we'll have to decide what's going to happen in this game here because Regicide, we kind of wrote them off after game 1. We're like, yep, Abyss have to show this dominant performance again. And even now, if Abyss pick up a win against Regicide, you go back and look at game 2 and be like, how did we lose that game against any other team? We would have been destroyed within 20 minutes if we played that badly.
I mean, it was crazy. It looked like it had started in very similar fashion as well. But it was just the fact that ZZZ was able to get further ahead. Fade definitely looked more comfortable on Lee Sin than he did on Gragas as well.
And K-Pop looked really comfortable on Nami as well.
Nami, yep. But no bans are changing. We're sticking to it.
Yeah.
Gonna have another first pick Zach.
No bans from Regicide, so it should be first picks back for Abyss. I mean, Regicide have shown they're not prioritizing the champion.
I think the one thing they have to be careful of is a Galio pick. Because Galio is a great laner, is able to wave clear and things like that, is able to get around the map, but he doesn't shut down the other lane. So in a tank versus tank matchups, sure, Galio does fine, but ZZZ isn't playing tanks. He's played full damage Jarvan as well as a Riven. So I think that this is something that you actually genuinely have to be worried about now and not pick Galio. And they've even gone away from the Zac pick because they know they don't prioritize it. They've taken Elise.
Elise is picked up here for Abyss. That should be Seb's champion. But you never know when you have people like Pabu and Rosie on your team.
There's no way it's a top lane Elise. It sucks.
Well, when she was first released, she was.
Yeah, exactly right. Now she actually can't survive on the mana.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen top lane Elise in years. I have no idea how that
Every now and
works
again,
out.
I dust it off, pull it out, see what works. Nah, still garbage. All right, put you back.
Where does I go back to the other picks of really Sin as well as Ash? There are quite a few picks that you like to ping out from time to time. Spawn, one of them is Smite Alistar. I don't understand that
Top
pick.
lane Tiger stands Udyr.
Although that's one of my picks.
Really? Although now with the new Death Stance, ooh, feels good, Fish. Feels good. I reckon it's on its way back in.
No, I've stopped playing it since they took away Red Potion.
Zephyr was a real death of top lane Tiger Stance Udyr. Can no longer get Swifty Boots as well as... No, what was the item that had Tenacity on it? Was it Zephyr?
Zephyr.
Yeah. No longer...
The item where you, as if you're an AD carry and you had 5 items,
You'd
sorry,
sell
6,
for your
you'd
boots.
sell your boots and get Zephyr.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah,
one.
as soon as they took Zephyr out, you could no longer play Tiger Stance top lane Udyr. Dead.
And Abyss have completed their first draft phase here. Varus as well as Gragas picked up here to go with the Elise pick in the jungle for Seb. He had a much better game on Elise than he did on Zac. His Zac game is
questionable.
As Tiga was pointing out, kind of felt like he was playing for Regicide.
At times. The big thing here for me, however, is the fact that they're going to go Gragas top lane. So I think that this is a good call because Gragas is still a tank, so Pabu going to be well and truly at home on it, but does trade a little bit better with carries at the same time. So
Does.
The change-up has been made here. No Galio going to be taken into the top lane.
Yeah, but Abyss are like, sure, you can still have your Vladimir. We'll give that to you. Let's see if they give over the Jarvan as well.
Although, is it really all that much different, Jarvan, Riven?
I think...
Can't you just flash Q on people with Riven in the exact same way?
You can't lock them down in a big arena.
Sure, but you can get 2 stuns. 2 AoE stuns, Fish. I believe. I'm on the hype train. Get behind ZZZ. Paradise is an absolute monster. ZZZ, he's a machine.
But I do like the Gragas pick here for Abyss because now if they do go for that run at you team comp, at least he's going to split everyone. Just pops his ultimate, everyone's just disappeared. You're not on top of each other anymore.
I, for one, am shocked that they have banned Jarvan. I did not see this curveball coming.
That's going to be the first ban from Abyss. Remember, Regicide, no bans here today.
Imagine if he played top lane Vladimir. That would be even better. Oof. Just really open up the meta. Show you don't give a damn.
Oh, boy. Yeah, just get Camille in there instead. You can't lock down 5, but at least you trap 1 in the arena.
But it shoves everyone else back. Kind of the opposite of what you want to do.
No, that's true.
Come on, mate. Theory craft properly. We're serious on this show.
Are we? Sometimes.
Sometimes.
I mean, then I look over at the analyst desk and I see Michael Hingers and I go, well, that's thrown out the window. We're done here.
To be fair, I feel like Hingers is pushing shit uphill tonight. He's on there with a very, very loose T-Gun and Rusty, who have struggled to find nice things to say about our teams.
Struggled is an understatement. One of them legitimately said that Seb's playing for the wrong team. But we have gone through the next few bands. Radixton's the last fan that came out from Abyss. Brom has been picked up by K-Pop, so he's going to play 3 different champions here today. Get a little bit of a feel for his champion pool as one of the rookies coming into the OPL.
The Lulu game was bad. The Nami game was good. See if he can split the difference here on the Braum.
There was a G2 Perks joke in there somewhere.
I don't think there was.
Meanwhile, Abyss have locked in Tom Kench as their support of choice for Rosie. See what their final pick is going to be. Regicide will have the final pick for ZZZ. You'll know by then if this... he actually should already know that there's a Gragas top lane. Luch will pick up Orianna.
Good matchup into the Vladimir. We already talked about this. He had the option of going at last game and went with the Syndra. I thought it was a mistake. This time, Oriana should be able to do a much better job of shoving out the lane. See whether he starts with Dark Seal again, Suman, because that was a bold pickup. I think Shield would be the much better matchup in this. And a tank!
Ooh.
Say it ain't so!
ZZZ picking up the Nautilus. There better be a wit's end on that champion because he is taking a top lane.
Top lane Lee Sin.
No. Vladimir top. Steelman's picking up Nautilus. Man, we're going full LPL here today.
So ZZZ going to actually pick up the Nautilus. Trying to think back to my AV days. Not my AV days, like the days he was on AV. Whether he was actually ever really a big Nautilus player. Definitely was in the meta back then. I'm sure someone will tweet at me and let me know.
Nautilus is one of the more linear top lane champions to play.
Max E, press E.
Yeah, press E. Your auto attacks lock them down. If you're in trouble, press W.
Get lots of health back.
Throw your Q in the general direction of the enemy team. If
But
you hit one, press R.
There are some things to watch out for here. Does he go Grasp, which is a little bit more trading, or does he go Courage of the Colossus? Because that would be a lot more for the team fight.
Or do you go Thunderlords?
You don't. Does he go triple ring build, or does he still go for something like the Balmy Cinder, which of course has been nerfed? So I think there is going to be some different things we've seen. I haven't seen Nautilus played in the top lane position since the changes have come through. Definitely seen him in the support position, but there you're pretty much like Blitzcrank light, kind of. So I'm interested to see whether he can go toe-to-toe with Gragas, because Gragas, as I said, the reason you pick him is because he's kind of the early game tank that shuts down a lot of the carries in the top lane. So I like the change-up, the fact that he's flexing his muscles, showing he does have tanks if you're willing to pick something like a Gragas into him.
But it's a decent matchup for Gragas in the top lane, because Nautilus used to be famous top lane as a tank because he could wave clear with his E. Now they've hit the mana cost of that E. Gragas can still do it with his Q just fine, especially with triple ring. Nautilus, even with triple ring, can struggle.
Ring? I mean, I don't know. I've not seen it. Maybe you go meditation, triple ring, and all your mana problems are fixed.
Oof.
Because that's what every other top laner does at the moment. So I don't know.
Yeah, triple ring or meditation. Tweet at Rusty Law. Let us know which one is more busted at the moment, as he's off the desk here tonight.
They actually nerfed meditation.
He did.
I was a huge fan of it.
I used to pick it up in 80 carries. It was so good.
That's what I was a fan of it as well.
But now curious to see what he's going to go. He does start with the ring start. We have seen a couple of Nautiluses go more towards the Durant Shield.
Oh, here we go. No, absolutely not. So the other thing that we have to point out is the fact that TK has been picked up by Rosie, Tom Kench. Good answer to the Ashe, as well as the Braum.
And Vladimir, you eat someone up and run away. Get him
How
away
is
from
that an answer to Vlad?
Vlad runs the 80 carry, you pick up your 80 carry and run away from the Vlad. And
I
drop
think
it
Vlad
down
just
somewhere.
I feel like Vlad just follows you, Fish. I don't know whether that is the case. I'm going to check in.
Or you eat the Vladimir and then you pick him up and throw him away from your 80 carry. One of those two things. Something like that.
Beautiful. I love it. Seb looking to actually start on Raptors with Elise. It's not the best start.
We'll get a small leash from Luch.
Oh, might actually get one from Pabo as well. This will make it better. I mean,
Big
anything is better with a barrel and a Oriana Q over the top of it.
So that'll actually be a really strong start for Sam. Let's see how he uses that. Get a leash from his top lane as well as his mid laner. Meanwhile, Fade will start on a red buff with help from ZZZ. ZZZ has gone for Grasp of the Undying on his Nautilus, whereas Courage of Colossus picked up by Pabu.
Ah, Pabu's on Carrot Colossus. That's interesting.
Rosie picks up the Bond of Stone on Tom Kench. There's a different lifesteal for Raid whenever he can tag someone with it. K-Pop's done the same thing with his mastery choice.
I mean, anyone that can range tag, either through the tongue lash, well as that Winter's Bite, going to be good with the Bond of Stone.
And Chenny Boy again going for Warlord's Bloodlust, not opting for Fervor of Battle. He seems to like this mastery spell a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a movement speed. I know that when you play Jin at the moment, you pick it up purely because, not only do you get like 1,000 damage back late game when you crit, but also the fact that movement speed is very good. You can see that Suman's also made the change up, goes towards the shield in the Oriana matchup. So he was actually really comfortable, that tells me, in the Syndra matchup, and maybe a little bit of a mistake for Luch to throw that gauntlet.
Oriana matchup here, Luch should be very comfortable for him as one of his signature champions.
As long as he gets blue buffs. So this whole counter strategy hinges on the fact that Ori's going to get blue. If you do not get blue buff as the Oriana, it is still a tough matchup to go up against Vladimir, because he just uses his health as a resource and trades incredibly effectively.
top side of the map. Pabu holding this wave just off his turret. Going to be farming just fine with a mix of auto attacks as well as Riptides.
Seb has actually done the drive-by.
Will he go top though? Seb is right behind top lane in Fog of War.
I mean, I feel like ZZZ knows he's there because he warded a warded Raptor Pit. However,
he's going top side of the map. At least he's on top of
We're watching bottom lane.
Nah, bottom lane's
he's out.
Mozak.
Yep. Good.
Here comes Lee Sin though. This is why we're watching bottom lane. Goes in, tags Rosie. Fade has to jump out, takes the turret shot.
So in the end, both ganks not successful. Luch has already used Ghost.
Should be watching mid lane.
And they know the fact that Seb is on their Raptor Pit.
Yep. So Luch in this mid lane, keeping up the CS. Human has been pushing back quite nicely. Doesn't get the third attack from Thunderlords there. Seb now wrapping around again. They might go for a dive onto ZZZ.
Yeah, this is actually really risky. Pabu takes 2 turret shots for free. They miss.
Missed the cocoon. Pabu goes in. Now he's going to take on the turret. ZZZ flashes forward. Can't get the auto attack down.
That was so close, however. And you can see that now ZZZ going to miss out on a lot of the CS, but still gets all the experience. And Pabu had to burn his flash in response, so nice withstanding that game.
That could have been a kill top side of the map.
Here we go, Seb.
Connected. Seb is going to be able to pick up the Skull Crab, but Spade's going to continue chasing him down. So much damage. Teleport immediately being channeled to one of these Spiderlings. That's Pabu. Says away from him to get back towards top side of the map.
See whether he goes for it again. He really wanted that Pabu. Not Pabu, Fade.
So Pabu's gone back, picked up triple ring. ZZZ has yet to go back to base.
Wants it to hit the turret. Doesn't want to give the freeze away for free. He knows if he's there, Pabu's going to really struggle to hold that. Really nice sidesteps, both out of Raid and Rosie there.
They're just going to try and freeze this mid lane just off the turret. Chenny playing hair pop. Fade making good use of the time. He's chunked out Seb to take away Raptor Camp. And Luch is running out of mana in this mid lane. Human a little bit low, but has another health potion if he needs it.
Yeah, exactly right. As well as the fact that Luch has shop and Suman hasn't. So hyping up the return of Luch, but Suman in game 2 was able to get his better. And at the start of this game is looking the goods as well. I mean, people were also very excited to get Suman into the OPL, of course.
He had a good start on XL5. He was one of the standout players. And when he played for the Chief Special Forces, looked exactly the same.
And as Tegon said, the only reason that really didn't work out with XR5 was purely communication. Of course, Mandarin, native speaker, as is, I think, Fade and ZZZ. Chenny also speaks it, although he's also very fluent in English. So Suman certainly looks more comfortable here.
Speaking of Suman, accidentally dodges a cocoon there. Doesn't see Seb coming. Pops the Sanguine Pool very low. He gets back to safety without blowing any summoner spells.
We'll get shoved in on mid lane. Lose about 8 creeps here, but shouldn't be too bad. Actually sticks around for it. That's a really brave call, especially given the fact that Luch still has ultimate available. See whether Luch is able to make him pay. You can see that they're actually arrowing for Suman as well, making sure that they have vision of where Seb is. So really, the whole team in the early game trying to get behind their mid laner.
Fades behind Luch, not level 6 though, has to be careful. Jumps on top of him, Shockwave on his own body, locks Fade in, but the tag gets him with the Q. Meanwhile, bottom lane, ZZZ's here. They lock down Rosie, pops the great health. He's going to die first. Riptide being charged up towards Seb, will be able to knock him up. Rosie's still alive, he's heated up Chenny on the side, spits him out. Couple more arrows into the Catfish, will take him down. First one picked up by Regicide.
Yeah, really nicely done. That's actually a proactive teleport play coming out of ZZZ because he knew it was not available for Pabu, who had teleported back to the top lane. You can see now he's actually stuck around as well. They've trapped Raid underneath his turret, and they're slowly pushing the wave in. No one is coming to save you, Raid.
The poor Varus is just stuck there, but they decide not to go for it.
They are going to be merciful.
No, they're not. No, here they go. ZZZ locks it down. Arrow splits the wickets. As Raid will get exhausted.
This is actually a really bad dive now.
Going for Seb first, locking down with a concussive blow. Chenny has to use the heal, forced to back away. Raid now trying to return some fire, so they kill the Elise. Don't get a kill on towards Raid.
Yeah, in the end, they make it work. K-Pop exhausted very early, which made me nervous. However, Chenny just burns the heal and is able to pick up 2 kills for his squad. So all of a sudden, 800 gold up. Top lane will bounce against
ZZZ, and he is a full level behind now, as well as 20 CS.
Yep.
But does get Chenny in a relatively good position.
Now you have to see if Pabu is able to do enough with the advantage he has top side of the map. A level above ZZZ, his teleport's coming back off cooldown soon, he's taking red buff away and has a wave bouncing, so...
This is cheeky.
He has the potential to impact the bottom lane with his teleport soon. And that red buff should keep him ahead in this lane. He can now trade against ZZZ without any consequence.
Yeah, completely agree. That was actually a nice pickup. Getting the fruit as well means that he's now full health, full mana. The wave was pushing back against ZZZ as well, which is why Pabu felt like he could actually leave. Didn't have to last hit anything in that wave. So now it's set up very nicely. And he has ult. He can actually all in right now. Potentially do a lot of damage to the Nautilus, although he's still very tanky.
Zoning off Oriana. Lucian
Here we go.
Time. That was an interesting mechanic, but ZZZ still able to escape somehow. Pabu body bomb, flash locks him down. The shield from Nautilus is just too strong though.
Yep.
Without that W, Pabu can't finish him off.
So Pabu forces him out of lane, but ZZZ had already made the creeps hit the turret, which was kind of what his objective was in that whole trade. Now we'll go back, get himself some potions, just run back to that top lane. Pabu is certainly ahead, but would have lacked the kill there, and trading flash is not necessarily the best thing when you are ahead.
Yep. Fortunately, his ultimate connected after the dredge line hit the wall.
Yep.
So ZZZ is still able to get away from that. He's about 30 CS up, though. Probably happy with the current spot he's in. Has a chance to make a play bottom if he decides to teleport, and he will push this wave into the turret as well, making it difficult for ZZZ.
I mean, he does have a chance to get down there, but there's no really good wards. That's the only one you're seeing on your screen right now. Would put him behind the turret, but still, do you really want to dive a Braum and an Ashe that have ultimates available? It's hard to execute upon. They're going to have to get down more than a couple of members here. Instead, it's a whole party now.
Good communication. They get that ward out. No, but that ward has been controlled now, so not able to see the fog through the fog wall through that tri-brush. But Regicide still holding on to a small lead here, about 2 kills, but nothing too much has happened this game. Human still looks very comfortable with the Vladimir, standing up toe-to-toe against Luke, something he was not able to do in Game 1.
Yeah, Game 1 was a wash in the mid lane. Now, actually looks very good for Suman picking up the Vladimir. You have to say that they have been attacking his champion pool, always banning away the Echo, always banning away the Zed as well. But looks at home on the control mages. Lots of force.
Okay, he's looking for it, doesn't take the Q.
Maybe just wanted to force the lane up.
Potentially, Luch does have blue buff now, so as you mentioned, will do slightly better in this lane. But again, nothing much happening. Very quiet between Abyss and Regicide.
Yeah, good.
And they have kickback set though, locking him down. He's gone into repel mode, looking to try and get back down with this human, flashes away.
That was actually a flash kick, really nicely executed by Fade, but the rest of the team wasn't there in time to back it up. Kenny, you need to be careful.
Trouble. Exhaust onto K-pop. Curious decision from Rosie.
And now the teleport comes. This is the advantage.
Chenny,
does get stopped.
Gets 3 tongue lashes in a row on towards Chenny Boy. K-Top forced to use the ultimate. He's going to first of all big shockwave. Locks down both Chenny as well as Fade. They're trying to kite back, but Stuman's on the wrong side of the wall. Chenny Boy is going to fall. Double kill picked up by Raid. Stuman's trying to go for a fight. Pops the ultimate. Might be able to take down Rosie here, but that's about it. As he's going to get slowed up by the Oriana. Raid will continue chasing. Forces a flash out of the Vladimir. Abyss win that team fight.
Yeah, it's a 1 for 3. However, they do get the teleport out of Pabu, and it was ZZZ that stops that, so it's going to be a full channel. You can see that ZZ actually has a teleport advantage now, so if they get back into lanes, might be able to make something happen. But let's have a look at this again. I feel like that was kind of Chenny's fault. He was just sitting there attacking a ward, not even orb walking. And you can see that means K-Pop gets stunned up, gets taken down nice and early, and this big shockwave comes out as well from Luch. But really, got to give props to Suman because he's stuck with the play. This is the 1v4 that he's marching into, and he nearly even picked up Seb's kill here as well. So that was actually really nicely done. Backs away, only has to use the flash for it.
And still, even though Abyss pick up that fight, they're still only about 500 gold in the lead, so nothing too drastic for Regicide at the moment. Blade of the Ruin King has been picked up though by Raid. It's a good item power spike for Varus, and Regicide going to work on the first Infernal Dragon of the game. Cloud Dragon has been picked up.
See, the big thing for me is the fact that Suman is still able to get himself a kill, is still 100 CS, and does not look kind of countered by this matchup at all. And that's not what you expect. You expect Vladimir to actually have a hard time in the early game and to get bullied out a little bit. So I'm kind of curious, like, can they actually stop the Vlad this time? They have things like the Tom Kench as well as the belly bop, as you mentioned, to get him off the back line. But really hasn't seemed that bothered at all by the game so far. And Vladimir today has just been kind of uncounterable when it gets past the 20-minute mark.
I hate Vladimir. He's just a ridiculous champion. And Abyss, so far, have not seemed to find out how to deal with
Pabu again.
Vladimir out of that laning phase. And Pabu, yep, is trying to take away red buff. He is the jungler now.
What an annoying top laner. I mean, this is going to be twice that he's taken away 2 red buffs from Fade.
It's like teleport advantage. I could go bottom. Nah, let's stay in lane, take a red buff.
I mean, he did use his teleport, got stopped. Right now there's a teleport advantage actually for Regicide for the next couple of seconds. They'll know that Pabu has done the sneaky invade again. This time, however, it's going to be 3 members heading towards the blue. Pabu cutting them off. This could be a little bit of a 3v3 fish.
Could be. Pabu is right behind Nautilus. Knocks him back. That's actually a nice ult coming out from Pabu. Luke's going to get knocked up by ZZZ, but he's dead. Brilliant little play from Pabu.
Yeah, a little bit strange, however, that they didn't want to fight that. You can see that Vladimir nearly got his Spirit Visit, has boots too. And Lee Sin had absolutely everything available. Instead, they just kind of sacked ZZZ.
You see Raid and Rosie's pulled up as well, so potential for that Tom Kench ultimate to, you know, persuade them not to go in. Arrow connects onto Pabu. Shockwave will lock back to Vladimir. He is dead. Seb picks up the kill.
Yeah, and that's what you expect when you see this pickup. Being able to blow up the Vladimir. He used this pull too early. That was a big ultimate, but just no follow-up. They shot an arrow from base, and then kind of Fade and K-Pop were there. That will mean first turret's going to go down. It's a mid lane turret as well. That's big deal. And Channy, what are you doing?
Gets locked down. Nice kick. Knocks Pabu into the rest of his team.
Okay, ZZZ is actually behind them.
That's a deep teleport flank. Is it going to be enough? They eat up Seb. Fade's now in trouble, getting incredibly low. Seb has escaped. They tag Luch with the Sonic Wave. Chenny trying to kite back, but Abyss just walking out of that fight.
Yeah, exactly right. And all of a sudden, big top lane wave crashes. First brick going down. 3,000 gold is the advantage right now for Abyss, and they're going to stick around and try and defend this turret as well. Teleport actually now coming in from Pabu.
Pabu from downtown looking for more fights. He's a little bit slow, but he's still going for it. Does have his flash available. Can catch a wild Chenny boy. Oh, the back lines. Here comes the Toad. They pick up a kill there, as that was a lot of flanks coming out from Abyss.
Certainly was. Tom Kench uses the ultimate, gets Seb in behind them. Pabu gets the teleport play, and this time it is Abyss actually drawing very far ahead. And as we said in Game 1, it wasn't really about the individual plays, although Luch was certainly playing well. It was more about the macro decisions, and you can see this time around making the right calls at the right time.
Pabu does have flash as well as body buff available. Instead, Abyss look to try and take down top lane outer turret for themselves. Silman is still split pushing in the bottom lane, will crush a wave there, but not able to get any damage in that bottom lane turret. Pabu is still top side. ZZ is at half health. Pabu will probably take a fight.
Yeah, definitely would. I mean, it's still very hard to kill Nautilus at this stage of the game. So instead, you see that they're both just going to trade creep waves as tanks are wont to do at times. And really, this now comes down to can Suman get onto the back line and really carry, because a couple of disastrous team fights have left the team Regicide in a pretty big goal deficit, and Abyss looking much more comfortable.
We've got a 4,000, sorry, about 3,500 gold lead for Abyss. Nothing too major, but a small lead nonetheless. Uh-oh. Don't tell anyone.
I mean, the problem is Tom Kench is also here, and they've kind of given it up because everyone's collapsing on that position.
Suman's able to pick up that wave, but nothing else. Raid now feels a little bit more comfortable walking back into the lane there.
I mean, has Tom Kench, has Elise at the Krug camp. So waiting in the wings. I don't think he's at 100-0 potential at the moment, given the fact that Vladimir has only bought magic resistance to get through the laning phase.
Regicide's gone ZZZ middle. Now he's going to rotate back top as Palmer was pushing out that lane. So Top lane is alternating, just catching waves.
And I mean, that's really what this game has become. No team really ready to throw the big team fight. So instead, they're just waiting for everything to come back available. I don't think Pabu really wants it.
You never know with Pabu.
Dragon back up in 40 seconds, Fish. I'm sure you'll get your fight then. Just be a little bit more patient.
Can't wait any longer. Get him, Pabu! Fade is going to be walking around the side here. You're right, they're probably going to posture for that Dragon fight. It's up in about 20 seconds.
ZZZ has no teleport and is still top lane. So long walk has to begin now. It's actually going to be blue buff invade first. I don't really think if you're Regicide you use anything to defend this, because you don't even need blue buff.
Taken away by Abyss. Seb gets a smite down for that. Luch already has
However,
his own.
this you do fight for.
Smite will be back up for Seb in time. ZZZ has made his way all the way from the top side of the map. But if Abyss bursts it down now, Regicide can't really react unless they go for a steal.
Fade is behind the pit, so they are split in 3 directions.
But they got Jenny Boy. Good knockback from Pabu. Separates him from the rest of the team. But Jenny's not dead. They didn't focus down the AD carry. Seb comes out, picks up a kill, somehow still lives. Dredgeline does not connect, but Suman's already in the back lines. Regicide, they're trying to turn around this team fight. Rosie will eat the vitamin and spits him back out, but he's going to fall as well. That's 2 kills. Make it 3 as Rosie falls in a Sonic Wave. K-Pop stuns up Raid. He flashes forwards, and K-Pop pops over his wall and says, how about an uppercut, buddy, as they take down 4 members of Abyss.
And Regicide, again, with one of their members being caught out, are able to pick up a team fight. And Rosie was eating Suman during that? I mean, what a bizarre team fight, Fish. And they're going to grab another Fire Dragon. They have it back to pretty much even in gold. 2,020 minutes. Woo! And the Vlad's got 3 kills again.
And next Dragon spawn's going to be another Infernal, which, if you were Abyss 5 minutes ago, you'd be happy. But right now, not a great situation to be in when Regicide picking up the first Infernal Dragon of the game.
And the other big thing for me was the fact that ZZZ still looks really comfortable on a tank. Played the role of a frontliner perfectly there. Let's have another look at it. Pops Chenny back in. They don't target him. They don't focus him down. And then you just had this huge frontline of ZZZ, K-Pop, and Suman just continually moving forward. And Rosie, not back peeling, is actually at the front of the comp diving. And that means that everyone else is going to fall down and unfortunately cannot run away quick enough the side of Abyss Esports.
Raid flashing forward as K-Pop just pops over. Is like, how about this?
I think you just die there. I don't think you use a summoner spell. No. The team fight is over. Even trading 1-for-1, not really going to be all that worth it, because if Raid gets caught out in the next 3 minutes, it's because he doesn't have flash available.
And again, K-Pop in this match, so much better on the Brawl.
Yep.
In comparison to his first game, this is so much better for him. Fade as well, once again showing he's very comfortable on the Lee Sin. Big shield coming out from K-Pop again to stop the knockback.
Yep. And all of a sudden, Raid
caught out by a wild vampire. Tagged from downtown with the arrow. Tomcage is going to jump in amongst the action, bringing no one with him. Seb will slowly chase down Suman. Gets the blood rush. They run away, allowing him to not regenerate any health there. So smart move from Seb and Rosie. They will eventually pick up the kill.
Yeah, good shutdown kill on the top side of the map. It looks like they've gone for a turret dive. It's going to work out. Fade's going to pick up the kill. ZZZ nearly falls down. Fade, what are you doing?
You're taking your turret! Oh, almost falls to that. Tags up the minion. Flashes and comes back in. Very curious, but still, they get the kill on the turret. They get a kill on Pabu.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade. They're able to pick up a turret. Trade in favor of the Regicide lineup. Chenny also hit the arrow from downtown to pick himself up an assist.
Downtown. Heard it's a good town.
Downtown? I said downtown, didn't I?
Sounded a lot like Towntown to me.
You don't know what the bloody hell you're talking about. Get focus on the damn game.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to listen to you say Towntown.
Get me out of here.
But still, Abyss hold on to the lead, so they're about 2,500 gold ahead. Which, if you're Abyss, you'd be happy with, but with the last few team fights going the way they have been, Regicide will be very confident picking another fight.
I mean, they certainly would be. And it just gets back to the point where Vladimir, at this stage of the game, has 2 items, boots 2, is not got a care in the world, is going to have easy access to your backline. We've already seen that, you know, Gragas, Tarmkanj aren't enough to keep him out. And that means that in about 3.5, 4 minutes time when the Dragon's back available, you need to worry as Abyss. Because you cannot give up another Fire Drake.
And again, Fade's going towards a more aggressive route, going for more Mount Mortius.
Hex Drinker as well as Cleaver. This is awesome. This is the 3-item damage Lee Sin.
You just need a Wits and a Nautilus to round things out for this team, but that's
Arrow, here we go.
Getting into the back lines. Raid has been kicked over the wall. Eaten up by Rosie. Shockwave only lands to the K-pop. That's not the ultimate they were looking for. Pabu's now stuck between the entire team. They're slowly locking him down. Abyss trying to come to his aid. Shields will come out from Oriana. Pabu's forced to flash away. Now Regicide fighting under a turret. Rosie is their target. Winter's Bite will lock him down with the concussive blows. And again, Regicide pick off Abyss.
And honestly, it looks like the meta right now is 80 carry, 4 tanks, run at the opponent. That's what we've seen every successful team do. Chenny actually heals to close the gap just that little bit faster.
Yep. We're looking to see if they can get the engage going towards Luch. Good trench line coming out from ZZZ, but he's going to die for this one, tanking up the turret. He has been ignited as well.
Only had heal.
The rest of Regicide decide they're not going to push any further forward. Suma now being locked down here. Fade is in the back lines, making sure he doesn't get caught down by Seb. Suma goes back and he's like, come here, Raid! I'm going to take you down with a single transfusion. You didn't see that one coming, but Shockwave's back up and available for Luch. This has been such a long team fight. That one's up. Seb will die as well. Suman gets a shutdown. Luch wants this fight, has double buffs. Suman is going to get the blood rush soon. Run straight at them, locked down, and will die to the tongue lash. This is a weird fight, and they're still going. Rosie's trying to teleport into the back line to brings. Pabu whips him, takes a little sip from his drink, and knocks them away.
What is going on, Fish?
They wanted to fight, you know, just having a good old biff.
They were. This
Punching
is just
each other.
turning into a brawl. 6-3 is the Vladimir now. Baron is available. They don't have an 80 carry. They don't have a mid laner. But because Seb's dead, there's not really all that much they can do apart from get control over the area. And I'm dying.
Paging Benji, we need a new Kyler caster.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not happening.
One is dead.
But yeah, I'm lost for words. This series has, I mean, there's an old saying, Fish. Never argue with an idiot. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Regicide, not idiots, but they are the scrappy team fighting team. And for some reason, Abyss just want to play scrappy team fights at the moment. They have absolutely no care of getting vision over an area, of trying to bait, of setting up sideways. They just want to run in headfirst 5v5, and they're not doing it well at the moment.
Which is really different from their game 1 play.
Regicide is beating them with experience on the scrappy team fight front, is what I'm trying to say.
If I was running into this game as Abyss, I would have just banned out Vladimir and be like, all right, well, they don't have that champion anymore. Let's see what they can do instead.
Instead, it was a J4 they targeted, and as you said, the Nautilus is certainly doing fine.
He's has been caught up by Luch, but the rest of his team is taking away an Infernal Dragon. Arrow fires out, misses. He's trying to jump in. Fade kicks back Seb, knocks Rosie up as he tries to catch him in his mouth mid-air. ZZZ, still alive, will eventually fall to Luch after a very long, prolonged chase.
Yeah, got the flash out of Luch, however, does fall down, so good job from the Abyss mid laner. However, giving up an Infernal Drake for just 1 kill, don't know about that. Suman, however, caught out Fish. What the heck is going on?
He gets caught out. He's probably going to die here as well. Pops the ultimate.
Is he going to die?
Probably not now that the ultimate's going to give him back 799 health. Chenny Boy is going to slow up Pabu, make sure that Abyss can't retreat nice and easy.
And they have eyes on the Elise, so this could be a 1-for-1 trade again. Boy. They're chasing very far. I mean, I don't know about this.
And there's Bitsy Spider's trying to run away, but Suman's just a little bit too fast for that. Good cocoon, but it doesn't matter.
Air Drake OP instead. There's a little bit of a team fight happening mid lane. K-pop being caught out.
He's trying to run flashes away. He gets away from Luch and Rosie. They'll lose their mid lane in a turret.
Look at this. I mean, Fade is like,
Hello.
I'll flank them 1v4. Don't sweat it, guys. I've got this.
Doesn't get the invisible Q off as Pabu is not happy about this Lee Sin. Charges on forward, and we're watching K-pop run out of a base. Let's go. Get back into the fight. Your duty's not done yet, soldier.
We're back nearly equal to how many kills per minute.
Hello.
And we can see that actually going to be Baron the focus now.
Oh, Seb's not up for 5 seconds, so Regicide saying they have no smite. Let's go. Probably back in base right now.
I don't know if they do it quick enough. Gragas is here. Seb is up.
Woo! separates the team. That's
Uses
actually
the ult very early.
Poor ultimate from Pabu. Doesn't accomplish anything except for damage. They collapse with the Stewman, trying to lock him down first. He goes to the Sanguine Pool very early.
2 members still on the Baron.
ZZZ trying to keep them locked up. He's in the back lines taking a lot of damage, and Regicide will take Baron. They lose ZZZ. Now the goal is to get the heck out of the pit. They will lose 2 members. Both K-Pop and ZZZ go down, but Regicide get Baron, which is crucial.
Great call. I mean, they did exactly what they needed to. The 2 members that don't do any damage to Baron in the Vladimir, in the Nautilus, actually just keep them busy outside of the pit. The rest of the team actually finish off the objective, then they flash over the back wall. Beautiful play out of Regicide. They grab themselves a 28-minute Baron for only 2 members.
And that's something I really like about Regicide. They might not make the best calls, but they're always very decisive about it. They go in, they go one direction, and that's it. They don't stop. Abyss do react accordingly. They take down the top lane in the turret. So despite Regicide's Baron attempts, they're still 3,000 gold ahead. Now the question is, can Regicide use this Baron to their favor? QSS has been picked up by Chenny Boy, as you saw on your screens there. So we'll be able to mitigate some of the crowd control that comes out from Abyss, and there's quite a lot of it.
Certainly is. However, with Baron buff, you have to think that that bottom lane outer going to fall down. That will get them back within about 1,500 gold. Then it becomes, what else can we break on this map? Double Infernal Dragon. Vlad scaling off the chart at the moment, Fish.
Woo!
And Chenny is much closer to Raid this time around, who's had to literally build a little bit of everything to try and deal with this team composition.
X-Drinker, Ninja Tabby, Executioner's calling, you name it, he's got it. Robert's in the variety bucket build.
They actually want to use the Tahm Kench ult to get in behind here. I don't know if they know that there's multiple people here.
Let's see if they get down there in time. It'll be a 3-on-4 to kick things off. Fade trying to get back to base with the Empower Recall. Will he get there? Does not! Locked out by Raid. He's going to have to try and make the great escape happen here. So many members of Abyss chasing him down. Fade's actually committed. He's flashed away. There is
He's just trying to waste as much time as possible.
Not going to be enough. He runs into a Wild Gragas who just knocks him back into the rest of the team. Burn flash of that, which only forced to use the Ghost.
And he actually cancelled his recall there, Fade. He would have got out as well. He was the first person to recall. Chenny in the brush was able to get away, as well as K-Pop. So a little bit strange that Fade stuck around if the call was very clearly get out.
It's a great movie.
Get out?
Yeah. Really? Yeah.
I've never seen it.
Carly now is going to continue chasing on towards this fight.
They actually caught him off. Orion is heading up the river.
It's just so tanky though, Vladimir. That's disgusting.
Ash Arrow is coming. Nails Suman.
Great shot by Chenny Boy. Regicide though taking it a little bit easy, even though they have Baron buff. They have ZCC split pushing in the bottom lane.
We're not in the LPL anymore, Fish. Come on, come on.
ZZZ is split pushing in the bottom lane. Will be dealt with by Rain.
He's actually running away. I mean, the Tahm Kench is heading down.
I would run away from that as well. There's still a big Varus. Lots of sustain.
I reckon he's got him.
So Regicide grouping up towards the red side of the jungle. So it seems like their next attack should be that bottom lane in a turret.
I mean, it's honestly wherever they can find 4+ members with Suman there, because he's level 17. He's an absolute monster at this stage of the game.
Rose takes absolutely no damage in that little scuffle.
And as long as they have ZZZ and Suman on the same screen, they should be able to win a team fight. It's just whether Abyss want to give them one. Or whether they actually can slow down the pace of this game, use Tahm Kench ulti and get Sidewaves in the right position. Top lane is pushing out. That's why ZZZ has gone back to base. Another Infernal Dragon.
Triple Infernal. That is a chance here for Regicide. The final Elemental Dragon has spawned in their favor.
If they don't catch that top lane wave, eventually it will be big enough to crash into the turret.
But I don't think 12 seconds is enough. As Human decides, yeah, I'm just going to...
Ultimate available.
Protobell straight into the team and takes so much damage for it. Human has to be careful. He might actually cost his team a team fight here. Still alive, gets 905 health back. Looking to go for more transfusions in the back line as Spade jumps in. Severs the target. He'll be the first to fall. Chenny picks up that kill. ZZZ leads the team fight, taking out most of his team's damage. Chenny, though, jumped on by Pabu. He's going to fall next. Pabu's gone down. ZZZ straight on top of Luge. Going to lock him down for the rest of the team. But Suman is going to fall. And Abyss have finally found that team fight they were
were looking for. Fade will die. Raid picks up a few kills. Double kill goes over towards Luch, and that's exactly what Abyss needed.
Misexecution, however, from the Regicide lineup. K-Pop nearly saved that teamfight by dashing forward with the unbreakable door. However, Fade missed a couple of crucial cues. Suman wasn't able to get a second round of spells off with that pull, so they lose their first teamfight, and Abyss are going to able to push into the base.
And that's really what cost that teamfight as well. Suman walking up to so many members of Abyss, popping his proto belt, and just being forced to flash away afterwards.
Yep. And then without proto belt, without flash, not being able to get on the backline successfully, and with still a great engage out of ZZZ. But let's take another look at it. So Suman has to run away here. Ooh, big shockwave nails him, but he doesn't die. And have a look at what ZZZ is doing on the front line. But that's the first cue that missed. Fade's still not really in that team fight. And then this looked like it was still salvageable. And the turnaround damage from Raid is absolutely just huge. Kenny walks forward. K-Pop tries to protect his AD carry. But unfortunately, just Regicide not on the same page. Look how split their members are. Fade just doesn't even want to be in here. Misses another Q onto Luch. That means that they're able to clean up the back end.
Yeah, Anyway, walking way too far forward in that fight, so lots of missed execution coming up from Regicide that has given Abyss a nice 4K gold lead. Probably still chasing out both Suman and K-Pop. Infernal Dragon was picked up by Abyss, so they deny 3 dragons from Regicide. Give themselves a nice little booster as well.
And now all of a sudden, Orianna picks up a death cap. You can see that the items are starting to be completed by Raid, so he's shredding through people. Until the death cap comes through on Suman, going to be pretty difficult to win a fight. Although Arrow from downtown, don't know what that was really aimed for.
For the trees.
Well, he hit them. So, good job.
They're still going to keep most of the members mid lane. They only have Parbu bottom lane. He has teleport available, and Baron is up in the next 5 seconds.
And I mean, if Parbu can keep ZZZ out of the fight, that's a win already for Abyss Esports. So you can see that they've actually double warded the pit, making sure there is no vision there. They'll do it very quickly if they start it up. Although Luch just wants to be able to pump out this damage right now.
3 damage items picked up by Fade, and Dead Man's Plate adds a little bit of damage on top of that as well. Parbu says, alright, let's go for a tank battle. You and me, ZZZ, fisticuffs only, barrels and hooks may be allowed.
You can see that no one really wins that, especially not the fans at home.
What are you talking about? That's a great fight. It never stops. That's exactly what we want.
They run out of mana.
That's okay. You can still auto attack.
In that case, Norvala should win if it's just auto attack.
Suman seems like he's been caught outside. The no ultimates burnt by Abyss. And Suman's been forced to use his own. So they're going to wait for that cooldown to come back up. And immediately look at this. They go towards Baron. Abyss is like, alright, this is our time.
Yeah, exactly right. Teleport would have to come in now if there's any chance of them really fighting for this one. It's a little bit too late. It's going to go down. Can they win the team fight afterwards?
Regicide are going to look for it. They do stun up Luch with the arrow. K-Pop follows up with the knock-up of Fate solo in the back lines. Ultimate coming out from ZCC, lands it towards Raid, but the crowd control that Regicide are using, just not at the right time for their carries to deal damage.
Big shockwave.
Mega shockwave coming out from Luch, locks down 3 members, and Abyss are slowly cleaning up this team fight. Yes, Parbu will go down, Seb's going to fall next, and Chenny is trying his hardest to kite back, but it's Luch and Raid, the duo carries that are going to be enough to finish off this game for Abyss.
And just think what could have been if Suman had his ultimate in that fight. Instead, he burns it early again, and it means that Abyss are able to turn onto the Baron. They clean it up. Really, this should be game. 18 seconds left on Fade. He's going to have to put in some work. Creep Wave's going to be there with Baron buff. It's already super creeps. I don't know if there's enough time, Fish.
I don't think there's enough time either. They're going to even tank up the first few shots. Raid even, he heals to get back into turret range in time. First turret falls. Fade is going to be back up. It's up to Raid and Luch to defend this. 2-on-1. K-Pop, 6 seconds. They tag Raid. Shockwave's going to be able to connect. They knock Raid back, but they're just auto-attacking the Nexus. Raid still alive. Too many super minions. And Abyss will eventually take down Regicide 2-1.
But you can see from the looks on their face, maybe not the 2-1 that they were expecting. I mean, that was hard work. Vladimir got to late game again, but a couple of crucial errors out of Regicide, and they do gift that game back over to the Abyss squad. But really, if you're Regicide, there is so much upside you can take from this.
And
we went into a series with no bans.
Yep.
Giving away priority pick after priority pick. And sure, Abyss did come out victors, but that was incredibly close.
And again, every game matters. Regicide take away a single point here today, which could prove crucial later on in the split. Especially for Abyss now, they're starting off the season with 2 points against arguably one of the weaker teams in the OPL right now, just newly promoting from the OCS. Not a very comfortable spot if you're a team that wants to try and finish top 5 or what Abyss say, top 3 in the OPL.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. They had so much confidence with Luch coming back, now picking up Rosie as their support. But at times it looked good. And I think that Rosie and Luch, for the majority of that series, did their job. But there were still certain points that they just could not deal with the team comps that Abyss, that Regicide were throwing at them. And in the end, they scrape home by the skin of their teeth.
It almost felt like that. It wasn't even them trying to scrape home the win. It was the fact that Regicide were not able to pull off the execution of his team fights properly. Vladimir being out of position twice in back-to-back team fights when previously, even though Abyss was so far ahead in gold, they were still the ones that were losing team fights.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, when you give away, positioning like that, when you gift Vlad the ability to get through to that late game, it is going to be very difficult to win those team fights. And once again, really, Suman, one really questionable proto belt forward, one ultimate that was unnecessarily used onto the AD carry, is what really swung that game back.
It certainly did, but still high hopes for the Regicide players. Both Fade and K-Pop started off very weak in the first game, came back really strong, especially on the Lee Sin and different support champs we saw from K-Pop as well. So it's good to see they're starting in the OPL. Abyss still pick up the 2-1 victory. And to break down this incredibly long day we've had here today, let's send it back for the final time to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, it has been indeed a marathon day to kick off Split 2 here at the OPL. Abyss able to take that series 2-1. But let's talk about Game 3, T-Gun, because, I mean, when we look at the pick man, the draft, no Zach, no Galio, and just a very long game.
They've ruined the global percentages. I'm sure before today, Zach probably had 100% pick ban rate.
Something like that,
And
yeah.
Abyss set out today to just ruin things because they hate percentages.
But you look at the broader series, Rusty.
Is that why?
No, it's a weird thing to say.
Damn percentages.
I was absolutely going to move on from that, but no, let's just focus in. What do you mean they hate? No, that's not. You've been roasted enough today, Tegan.
It's been a long day, Higgins.
It has indeed.
A long,
but
interesting day.
But let's talk about this as a series, because Abyss would have gone into this and thought we can 2-0 these guys. A Regicide, newly promoted into the OPL. We've really upgraded, they would say, a lot of their team members from last split. So for them to drop a game against Regicide, they're going to be disappointed. But for Regicide, I mean, they'd be pretty happy with picking up a point, right?
Yeah, I mean, most people expected them to just get very handedly 2-0'd, so they got to go away from this feeling pretty happy. The first game was a shocker for them. They have to look back at it and go, we went from getting demolished in Game 1 to winning Game 2 and dragging Game 3 out into an extremely close competitive series. So they have nothing to be ashamed of from today, in my opinion.
And potentially winning Game 3 as well, right? Small mistakes in the end is what cost them the most. K-Pop, game number 1 wasn't the best. He got better in number 2. And number 3, he was playing Braum, and it felt like he was more at home with what he was meant to be playing, right? It was more him, and the whole team did look just that little bit better. We didn't get a carry from top lane, but he still did his part. ZZZ looked fantastic on the Nautilus. So Regicide have a lot of positives they can still take from this series. Abyss, they can take the win. They can still take it back to the drawing board personally and say, well, look, there was all of these things that we should probably improve.
Well, speaking of Abyss taking the win, Jake Spontoberry is currently standing by with Victoria's top laner, Pabu. So let's throw it over to him now for the interview.
Thank you so much, Hingers. I am standing next to the victorious Pabu, who's actually quite a little bit taller than me, so I'm going to get off my tippy toes. Pabu, coming into this game, you guys are talked up a lot about what this new roster was going to do. The additions of Luch and Rosie were supposed to push you guys into the top 4. I mean, 2-1 versus Regicide. Is that what you expected?
No, the first game went exactly as expected, but after we lost the second game, Suiman's Vladimir is really, really good. We didn't expect that, and it totally caught us off guard. We struggled to play versus it. And yeah, this is not nearly what we wanted to show, but the first game is, so we showed that, and we're hopeful that we can replicate that in further matches. But yeah, this was a lot harder than it should have been.
All right, cool. So the Vladimir may be getting the better of us, but talk to me about this roster then, because adding Luch back after a split of suspension, getting Rosie from the TM squad, how are they meshing together, and what is the hope of this squad?
Well, some teams have looked at us and described us as Direwolves Light.
which is to say that we have 5 really strong players as individuals, but we may struggle on the macro side. And I think that hopefully, if we can iron out all of our decision making, we should be able to show ourselves as one of the stronger teams in the OPL. All right, cool. And last off, yourself, you're still, I think, one of the only fly-in, fly-out players in the OPL. How's high school going? You looking after yourself? You making sure you're staying rested? Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, actually. I've been getting a lot more sleep this split. We used to do 2 scrim sets every day before, but we've cut that down to a lot more VOD review, and so I've been getting a lot more time for my school and sleep, so this split's been a bit nicer to me. A lot of teams are actually saying that they've changed up their approach to practice, that they felt that they were playing the game a little bit too much and not really learning from their mistakes and changing it. Is that something that Abyss is also looking at for this split? Yeah, we think that last split we were grinding out too many games, and our practice really needs to be more quality over quantity. We think that if we're just playing scrims and just going through the motions and not actually taking information out of it and learning properly from it, it's not worth doing. So we've decided that if we review our games more and focus more on actually making sure we go through our objectives and do what we need to do, it's a lot better. All right, final question. ZZZ pulled out a Riven top lane. You've promised me one this split. Am I actually going to get it, or are you just not a man of your word? Oh, maybe, but the meta doesn't seem to really like Riven right now. I think it was a bad pick there. It didn't do anything. Yeah, it certainly did not. Congratulations on the victory. I hope that we continue to see the Abyss Boy improve. Let's throw it back to Hingers to close out the night.
Thank you very much, Jake, and congratulations again to Pabu, who says he's getting more sleep this split, but we are on day 1, so who knows? Like, I mean, can you really say you're getting a lot of sleep on day 1? You got 1 sleep in. Anyway, look, I don't mean to roast him because he did win. Let's take a look at these pick bans. Again, Regicide lost their bans because of a competitive ruling, but the Jarvan was banned out, and they've gone to the Nautilus instead. Talk me through that thought process, Tegan.
I almost wish they went back to Riven.
Yeah.
They were showing that they were playing through both ZZ and Suman, and when you put him on a tank, you really have a one-threat comp, because I don't think anyone really expects him to play through Chenny Boy. He was doing a lot of damage, it felt like, that game, and he did a lot of damage the previous game, but it really was just between Suman and ZZ, and they put him on just a potato-y tank top. Yes, you can get ahead in it, but it feels like the wrong choice. Like, we go back to game 1, Pabu said Riven didn't do anything. He killed him in lane. Looked like he won the lane to me, so I mean, go back to it.
For what it's worth, right, I'll give the idea of picking Nautilus to Regicide in game number 3. In the second game when he was playing Jarvan, he was engaging for the team, but he was playing a champion that was able to carry and engage, which is rarely going to be seen just in the champions that are played top lane.
Sure.
I feel like Nautilus is a good middle ground for the engaging part. Riven's all about the damage and carrying part. And game 2 was the perfect Regicide top laner in Jarvan because it can do both.
Could they have went to something like Camille then, which is sort of like Jarvan as well? That's something they need to go back and look at, is if they're going to look for those sort of intermediary between carry and engage, look for things like Camille, look for things like Jarvan again,
Fiora.
Instead of going to just one extreme or the other.
I think Fiora was banned out,
yes,
I believe.
It was banned every game.
But anyway, let's take a look at this dragon fight, because I feel like Regicide and Abyss were both... Look, okay. What I want to do here, a strategy for Regicide was let's get Vladimir fed. So let's take a look at this dragon fight, because Vlad gets a couple of kills.
They definitely do, and of course it all starts off with this very awkward dynamic of Abyss in particular, wanting to go forwards at the same time as not defending their teammates. There's these moments here where Rosie goes rogue ops and goes forwards more often than he defends his teammates. So Luch dying, Seb completely flanked off, and for me, this is the biggest problem with the compositions and how they play it around the objectives. They actually didn't play front to back Abyss. They weren't protecting their carries. They were playing 2 different fronts opposed to that. And that could have been remedied a lot better if they just kept the people that deal damage alive.
I think if Regicide also killed Seb there, that would have been a huge game-changing moment. They still had a pretty clean fight there, but Seb skidded away on roughly 1 health because he rappelled down on top of Chenny Boy and killed him with just the skin of his teeth. And if they had cleaned him up, I would have been expecting them to just close out the game from that sort of position, but instead they just kept having these sort of sketchy team fights where I honestly didn't know who was going to win going into half of them, and it was just really evident with sort of the decision making from both teams.
Well, there was also a mid lane team fight I want to look at, because Abyss was kind of pulling ahead, but this was for me the team fight that allowed them to, I feel like, close out the game. So take me through what's happening here.
So Abyss sort of engage, sort of don't engage on Suman, and they try to blow him up. You can never really blow up a Vladimir, especially if he gets his ult off, so they just sort of start running it down. Now from this point, Regicide look like they're winning. Abyss has sort of blown all of their cooldowns. Now Regicide start over-chasing. Instead of just playing from the people in front of them, they start thinking we need to kill their carries.
Yeah.
They should just be killing the people right in front of them. Go for Luch. Instead, Suman splits off, goes for Raid, Now, Suman's blown all his cooldowns. Raid can auto-attack his ADC, kills him. Fade misses a bunch of Qs in the fight, which is going to happen as Lee Sin. But that's why they're struggling to win these fights, is they split up, try to take, instead of taking bits and pieces, they try and go for everything at once. And if you mis-execute at all, if you miss a couple leasing queues, it doesn't seem like it should be a big thing, but when you're trying to take everyone down instead of just what you should get, it becomes really evident and really, really catastrophic for them.
On the contrary, of course, for Abyss in that last fight, Raid and Luch played it incredibly well.
Yeah.
Their mechanics shone through really nicely, so it was actually very impressive to watch them play. Rosie also able to peel a little bit more. So that was much more what we want to see from them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about a bit about this game being even, but I want to take a look at some graphs because I want to see if it's reflected in the actual numbers. So let's take a look at the gold that was collected by each team. And, I mean, it doesn't look too far ahead for Abyss there, right?
Yeah, I mean, as far as gold differences, the majority of this was probably earned right at the end of the game, which means the majority of the game they were probably pretty even, which they were, as we know because we're watching the game, obviously.
Yeah, you do that.
I would say that the biggest discrepancy here for me would be between the mid laners, but by the end of the game, Vlad was, I believe, 5 items, which is pretty much where you want to be on him. You don't really care once you get past 3 items. That's pretty much your zone. So it strikes me as a game where Regicide were in it up until the very end. They weren't, gone and just took 10 minutes to roll over and die. They tried their best.
Well, that's the story this tells, right, Tegon, is that considering they lost the game, the gold this close, like, they could have won the game. It was actually just that close reflected through a gold graph, not even the champions, not even how it was played out. It was actually possible.
Yeah, just actual numbers going into your brain.
I mean, I didn't think they'd take a game, but here we are.
Let's take a look at as well at damage Delta champions because I want to see if that. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, you'd say that's where the difference is.
Yeah, it's probably quite. I mean, the other. Yeah, it's pretty gross. I mean, we've seen previously there's been a lot of damage dealt to a lot of tanky champions, but I think there's tanky champions on both sides. So. It's just a big mismatch.
Particularly with this, though, the Void Staff decision from Luch is what allows him to do all of this damage. He went second item Void Staff when everyone was rushing Spirit Visage. Instead of going for something that kills carries, he opted into killing the tanks, doing damage to them. And there's a lot of damage done there, but that was also just smart item choices by this.
We also have to go back to, and we've said this earlier, damage dealt to Vlad. They're doing a lot of damage to Vlad, who really absorbs it quite readily and just sort of heals it all back up. So while it is very jarring and very different from one team to the other, we have to sort of take into account one team had some really, really hard tanks that just absorb damage a lot better than the other team.
Well, it was Abyss finally took that series 2-1, but it was a promising start from Regicide in many ways. Let's look forward now to tomorrow, and let's bring up this schedule, because tomorrow we have 2 more massive games of League of Legends for you. And as soon as I come... Nope, all right, well... I think they're bringing it up right now. There have been some kinks today, and I apologize for that, but we are working on them. Anyway, look, but let's get some final thoughts from you guys before we go to this schedule. Rusty, Regicide, do you think they're going to get relegated? What do you think now?
Relegated? I never said they would.
No?
I definitely don't think that they would, but that's more of a question of who is going to be contesting them below Regicide right now above all else. From what we did see, I still think they have the capabilities of being a good team. They need to just work as a team, similar to what Abyss said. They're 5 good players, but are they a team just yet?
I like that you asked him if they're going to get relegated after 1 game.
Well, no, because I think they played quite well today. Better than people expected.
He wanted the answer to be no for good reasons, but the way he asked the question was just
it was a leading question.
All right,
question.
Let's move on because I feel like the schedule is ready for us to look at. So tomorrow's games are going to be Sin is going to be taking on Legacy, and then we're going to see AV taking on your boys TM. And give us a bit of a sneak preview of that, Tegan. How are you feeling for that tomorrow?
I'm feeling good. Hopefully we don't end as late as we have today.
Sure.
For the sake of both my sleep schedule and
people
maybe
are getting
some
sweet
of yours.
value out of their free OPL. What are you talking
Absolutely,
about?
but I like sleep as well.
You and Pabu both. All right, well, I think that is about it for us today. So I'd like to thank Tegan and Rusty for joining me here on the desk, and we'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. for some more OPL. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Meanwhile, Bloodlane's ECZ's here. They lock down Rosie, pops the great health. He's going to die first. Riptide being charged up towards Seb. Will be able to knock him up. Rosie's still alive. He's healing up Chenny on the side, spits him out. A couple more arrows into the catfish will take him down. First one picked up by Regicide.
And now the teleport comes. This is the
he tagged
advantage.
Chenny.
Does
Rosie
get stopped.
Gets 3 tongue lashes in a row on towards Chenny Boy. K-Top forced to use the ultimate. He's going to first of all, big shockwave. Locks down both Chenny as well as Fade. They're trying to kite back. but Suma's on the wrong side of the wall. Chenny Boy is going to fall. Double kill picked up by Raid. Suma's trying to go for a 5. Pops the ultimate. Might be able to take down Rosie here, but that's about it. This is going to get slowed up by the Orianna. Regicide, they're trying to turn around this team fight. Rosie will eat the vitamin, spits him back out, but he's going to fall as well. That's 2 kills. Make it 3 as Rosie falls to the Sonic Wave. K-Pop stuns up Raid. He flashes forwards, and K-Pop pops over his wall and says, how about an uppercut, buddy, as they take down 4 members of Abyss. Protobell straight into the team and takes so much damage from it. Suman has to be careful. He might actually cost his team a team fight here. Still alive, gets 905 health back. Looking to go for more transfusions in the back line as Spade jumps in. Sever's the target. He'll be the first to fall. Chenny picks up that kill. CCC leads the team fight, taking out most of his team's damage. Chenny, though, jumps on by Pabu. He's going to fall next. Pabu's gone down. CCC straight on top of Luge. Going to lock him down for the rest of the team. But Suman is going to fall, and Abyss have finally found that team fight they were looking for. Fade will die. Raid picks up a few kills. Double kill goes over towards Luge, and that's exactly what Abyss needed. Ultimate coming out from CCC, lands it towards Raid, but the crowd control that Regicide are using, just not at the right time for their carries to deal damage.
Shockwave.
Mega shockwave coming out from Luge, locks down 3 members, and Abyss are slowly cleaning up this team fight. Yes, Harbor will go down, Seb's gonna fall next, and Chenny is trying his hardest to kite back, but it's Luge and Raid, the duo carries that are gonna be enough to finish off this game for Abyss. And first turret falls, Fade is going to be back up. It's up to Raid and Luge to defend this 2-on-1. K-Pop, 6 seconds. They tag Raid. Shockwave's going to be able to connect. They knock Raid back, but they're just auto-attacking the Nexus. Raid still alive. Too many super minions, and Abyss will eventually take down Regicide 2-1.